Chapter 33 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 33. Genesis chapter 33. We read in the former chapter how Jacob had power with God and prevailed. Here we find what power he had with men too, and how his brother Esau was mollified, and on a sudden reconciled to him. For it is written, Proverbs chapter 25, verse 7, when a man's ways please the Lord, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him. Here is numeral 1, a very friendly meeting between Jacob and Esau. Verses 1 through 4. Numeral 2, their conference at their meeting, in which they vie with each other in civil and kind expressions. Their discourse is, number 1, about Jacob's family, verses 5 through 7. Number 2, about the present he had sent, verses 8 through 11. Number 3, about the progress of their journey, verses 12 through 15. Numeral 3, Jacob's settlement in Canaan, his house, ground, and altar, verses 16 through 20. Jacob's interview with Esau, BC 1739. Verse 1, and Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. Verse 2, and he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. Verse 3, and he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. Verse 4, and Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. Here, number 1, Jacob discovered Esau's approach, verse 1. Some think that this lifting up his eyes denotes his cheerfulness and confidence, in opposition to a dejected countenance. Having by prayer committed his case to God, he went on his way, and his countenance was no more sad. 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 18. Note, those that have cast their care upon God may look before them with satisfaction and composure of mind, cheerfully expecting the issue, whatever it may be. Come what will, nothing can come amiss to him whose heart is fixed, trusting in God. Jacob sets himself upon his watchtower to see what answer God will give to his prayers. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 1. Numeral 2, he put his family into the best order he could to receive him, whether he should come as a friend or as an enemy, consulting their decency if he came as a friend, and their safety if he came as an enemy, verses 1 and 2. Observe what a different figure these 2 brothers made. Esau is attended by a guard of 400 men, and looks big. Jacob is followed by a cumbersome train of women and children that are his care, and he looks tender and solicitous for their safety. And yet Jacob had the birthright, and was to have the dominion, and was every way the better man. Note, it is no disparagement to very great and good men to give a personal attendance to their families and to their family affairs. Jacob, at the head of his household, set a better example than Esau at the head of his regiment. Numeral 3, at their meeting the expressions of kindness were interchanged in the best manner that could be between them. Number 1, Jacob bowed to Esau, verse 3. Though he feared Esau as an enemy, yet he did obeisance to him as an elder brother, knowing and remembering perhaps that when Abel was preferred in God's acceptance before his older brother Cain, yet God undertook for him to Cain, that he should not be wanting in the duty and respect owing by a younger brother. Unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. Chapter 4, verse 7. Note 1. The way to recover peace where it has been broken is to do our duty, and pay our respects upon all occasions, as if it had never been broken. It is the remembering and repeating of matters that separates friends, and perpetuates the separation. 2. A humble, submissive carriage goes a great way towards the turning away of wrath. Many preserve themselves by humbling themselves. The bullet flies over him that stoops. Number 2. Esau embraced Jacob. Verse 4. He ran to meet him, not in passion, but in love, and as one heartily reconciled to him. He received him with all the endearments imaginable, embraced him, fell on his neck, and kissed him. Some think that when Esau came out to meet Jacob, it was with no bad design, but that he brought his 400 men only for state, that he might pay so much the greater respect to his returning brother. It is certain that Jacob understood the report of his messengers otherwise. Chapter 32, verses 5 and 6. Jacob was a man of prudence and fortitude, and we cannot suppose him to admit to a groundless fear to such a degree as he did this, nor that the Spirit of God would stir him up to pray such a prayer as he did for deliverance from a merely imaginary danger. And if there was not some wonderful change wrought upon the spirit of Esau at this time, I see not how wrestling Jacob could be said to obtain such power with men as to denominate him a prince. Note 1. God had the hearts of all men in his hands, and he can turn them when and how he pleases, by a secret, silent, but resistless power. He can of a sudden convert enemies into friends, as he did 2 Sauls. One by restraining grace, 1 Samuel chapter 26, verse 21 and 25. The other by renewing grace, Acts chapter 9, verses 21 and 22. Number 2. It is not in vain to trust in God, and to call upon him in the day of trouble. Those that do so often find the issue much better than they expected. Number 3. They both wept. Jacob wept for joy to be thus kindly received by his brother whom he had feared, and Esau perhaps wept for grief and shame to think of the bad design he had conceived against his brother, which he found himself strangely and unaccountably prevented from executing. Verse 5. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said, Who are those with thee? And he said, The children which God hath graciously given thy servant. Verse 6. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. Verse 7. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. Verse 8. And he said, What meanest thou by all this drove which I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. Verse 9. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother, keep that thou hast unto thyself. Verse 10. And Jacob said, Nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I had seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. Verse 11. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee, because God hath dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. Verse 12. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. Verse 13. And he said unto him, My Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Verse 14. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goeth before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord unto Seir. Verse 15. And Esau said, Let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. We have here the discourse between the two brothers at their meeting, which is very free and friendly, without the least intimation of the old quarrel. It was the best way to say nothing of it. They converse. Numeral 1. About Jacob's retinue, verse 5 through 7. 11 or 12 little ones, the oldest of them not 14 years old, followed Jacob closely. Who are these? says Esau. Jacob had sent him an account of the increase of his estate, chapter 32, verse 5, but made no mention of his children, perhaps because he would not expose them to his rage if he should meet him as an enemy, or would please him with the unexpected sight if he should meet him as a friend. Esau therefore had reason to ask, Who are those with thee? To which common question Jacob returns a serious answer, such as became his character. They are the children which God hath graciously given thy servant. It had been a sufficient answer to the question, and fit enough to be given to profane Esau if he had only said, They are my children. But then Jacob would not have spoken like himself, like a man whose eyes were ever towards the Lord. Note, it becomes us not only to do common actions, but to speak of them after a godly sort. 3 John 6. Jacob speaks of his children. 1. As God's gifts. They are a heritage of the Lord. Psalms chapter 125, verse 3. Chapter 112, verse 9, chapter 107, verse 41. 2. As choice gifts he hath graciously given them, though they were many, and now much his care, and as yet but slenderly provided for, yet he accounts them great blessings. His wives and children hereupon come up in order and pay their duty to Esau, as he had done before them. Verses 6 and 7. For it becomes the family to show respect to those to whom the master of the family shows respect. Numeral 2. About the present he had sent him. Number 1. Esau modestly refused it because he had enough and did not need it. Verse 9. Note, those who wish to be considered men of honor will not seem to be mercenary in their friendship. Whatever influence Jacob's present had upon Esau to pacify him, he would not have it thought that it had any, and therefore he refused it. His reason is, I have enough, I have much. So the word is, so much that he was not willing to take anything that was his brother's. Note 1. Many that come short of spiritual blessings, and are out of covenant, yet have much of this world's wealth. Esau had what was promised him, the fatness of the earth, and a livelihood by his sword. 2. It is a good thing for those that have much to know that they have enough, though they have not so much as some others have. Even Esau can say, I have enough. Number 3. Those that are content with what they have must show it by not coveting what others have. Esau bids Jacob keep what he had to himself, supposing he had more need of it. Esau, for his part, needs it not, either to supply him, for he is rich, or to pacify him, for he has reconciled. We should take heed lest at any time our covetousness impose upon the courtesy of others, and meanly take advantage of their generosity. Number 2. Jacob affectionately urges him to accept it, and prevails. Verse 10 and 11. Jacob sent it through fear. Chapter 32, verse 20. But the fear being over, he now importunes his acceptance of it for love, to show that he desired his brother's friendship, and did not merely dread his wrath. Two things he urges. 1. The satisfaction he had in his brother's favor, of which he thought himself bound to make this thankful acknowledgment. It is a very high compliment that he passes upon him. I have seen thy face, as though I had seen the face of God. That is, I have seen thee reconciled to me, and at peace with me, as I desire to see God reconciled. Or the meaning is that Jacob saw God's favor to him in Esau's. It was a token for good to him that God had accepted his prayers. Note, creature comforts are comforts indeed to us when they are granted as answers to prayer, and are tokens of our acceptance with God. Again, it is matter of great joy to those that are of peaceable and affectionate disposition to recover the friendship of those relations with whom they have been at variance. 2. The competency he had of this world's goods. God has dealt graciously with me. Note, if what we have in this world increase under our hands, we must take notice of it with thankfulness to the glory of God, and own that therein he has dealt graciously with us, better than we deserve. It is he that gives power to get wealth. Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 18. He adds, and I have enough, I have all. So the word is, Esau's enough was much, but Jacob's enough was all. Note, a goodly man, though he have but little in the world, yet may truly say, I have all. 1. Because he has the God of all, and has all in him. All is yours if you be Christ's. 1 Corinthians 3, verse 22. 2. Because he has the comfort of all. I have all and abound. Philemon chapter 4, verse 18. He that has much would have more, but he that thinks he has all is sure he has enough. He has all in prospect. He will have all shortly, when he comes to heaven. Upon this principle Jacob urged Esau, and he took his present. Note, it is an excellent thing when men's religion makes them generous, free-hearted, and open-handed, scorning to do a thing that is paltry and sneaking. Numeral 3. About the progress of their journey. Number 1. Esau offers himself to be his guide and companion, in token of sincere reconciliation. Verse 12. We never find that Jacob and Esau were so sociable with one another, and so affectionate, as they were now. Note, as for God, his work is perfect. He made Esau not only an enemy, but a friend. This bone that had been broken, being well set, became stronger than ever. Esau has become fond of Jacob's company, courts him to Mount Seir. Let us never despair of any, nor distrust God, in whose hand all hearts are. Yet Jacob saw cause modestly to refuse his offer. Verse 13 and 14, wherein he shows a tender concern for his own family and flocks. Like a good shepherd and a good father, he must consider the children and the flocks with young, and not lead the one, nor drive the other too fast. This prudence and tenderness of Jacob ought to be imitated by those that have the care and charge of young people in the things of God. They must not be overdriven at first by heavy tasks in religious services, but led as they can bear, having their work made as easy to them as possible. Christ the Good Shepherd does so. Isaiah chapter 40, verse 11. Now Jacob will not desire Esau to slacken his pace, nor force his family to quicken theirs. nor leave them, to keep company with his brother, as many would have done, that love any society better than their own house. But he desires Esau to march before, and promises to follow him leisurely as he could get forward. Note, it is an unreasonable thing to tie others to our rate. We may come with comfort at last to the same journey's end, though we do not journey together, either in the same path or with the same pace. There may be those with whom we cannot fall in, and yet with whom we need not fall out by the way. Jacob intimates to him that it was his present design to come to him to Mount Seir, and we may presume he did so after he had settled his family and concerns elsewhere, though that visit is not recorded. Note, when we have happily recovered peace with our friends, we must take care to cultivate it, and not to be behindhand with them in civilities. Number 2. Esau offers some of his men to be his guard and convoy. Verse 15. He saw Jacob but poorly attended, no servants but his husbandmen and shepherds, no pages or footmen, and therefore, thinking he was as desirous as himself, if he could afford it, to take state upon him, and look great, he would needs lend him some of his retinue to attend upon him, that he might appear like Esau's brother. But Jacob humbly refuses his offer, only desiring he would not take it amiss, that he did not accept it. What needeth it? 1. Jacob is humble, and needs it not for state. He desires not to make a fair show in the flesh, by encumbering himself with a needless retinue. Note, it is the vanity of pomp and grandeur, that they are attended with a great deal, of which may be said, what needeth it? 2. Jacob is under the divine protection, and needs it not for safety. Note, those are sufficiently guarded that have God for their guard, and under a convoy of his hosts, as Jacob was. Those need not be holden to an arm of flesh, that have God for their arm every morning. Jacob adds, only let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. Having thy favor, I have all I need, all I desire from thee. If Jacob thus valued the goodwill of his brother, much more reason have we to reckon that we have enough if we have the goodwill of our God. Verse 16. So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. Verse 17. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth, and built him a house, and made booths for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. Verse 18. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padan Aram, and pitched his tent before the city. Verse 19. And he bought a parcel of field, where he had spread his tent, at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. Verse 20. And he erected there an altar, and called it El Elohe Israel. Here, number 1, Jacob comes to Succoth, having in a friendly manner parted with Esau, who had gone to his own country. Verse 16. He comes to a place where, it should seem, he rested for some time, set up booths for his cattle, and other conveniences for himself and family. The place was afterwards known by the name of Succoth, a city in the tribe of Gad, on the other side Jordan. It signifies booths, that when his posterity afterwards dwelt in houses of stone, they might remember that the Syrian ready to perish was their father, who was glad of booths. Deuteronomy chapter 26, verse 5. Such was the rock whence they were hewn. Number 2, he comes to Shechem. We read it to Shalem, a city of Shechem. The critics generally inclined to read it appellatively. he came safely, or in peace, to the city of Shechem. After a perilous journey in which he had met with many difficulties, he came safely, at last, into Canaan. Note: diseases and dangers should teach us how to value health and safety, and should help to enlarge our hearts in thankfulness when our going out and coming in have been signally preserved. Here, 1. He buys a field, verse 19. Though the land of Canaan was his by promise, yet the time for taking possession not having yet come, he is content to pay for his own, to prevent disputes with the present occupants. Note: dominion is not founded in grace. Those that have heaven for free cost must not expect to have earth so. 2. He builds an altar, verse 20. 1. In thankfulness to God for the good hand of his providence over him. He did not content himself with verbal acknowledgments of God's favor to him, but made real ones. 2. That he might keep up religion and the worship of God in his family. Note: where we have a tent, God must have an altar. Where we have a house, he must have a church in it. He dedicated this altar to the honor of Elohe Israel, God, the God of Israel, to the honor of God in general, the only living and true God, the best of beings and first of causes, and to the honor of the God of Israel, as a God in covenant with him. Note: in our worship of God we must be guided and governed by the joint discoveries both of natural and revealed religion. God had lately called him by the name of Israel. Now he calls God the God of Israel. Though he is styled a prince with God, God shall still be a prince with him, his Lord and his God. Note: our honors then become honors indeed to us when they are consecrated to God's honor. Israel's God is Israel's glory. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 34. Genesis chapter 34. At this chapter begins the story of Jacob's afflictions in his children, which were very great, and are recorded to show, number 1, the vanity of this world. That which is dearest to us may prove our greatest vexation, and we may meet with the greatest crosses in those things of which we said, this same shall comfort us. Number 2, the common griefs of good people. Jacob's children were circumcised, were well taught and prayed for, and have very good examples set them, yet some of them proved very untoward. The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. Grace does not run in the blood, and yet the interrupting of the entail of grace does not cut off the entail of profession and visible church privileges. Nay, Jacob's sons, though they were his grief in some things, yet were all taken into covenant with God. In this chapter we have, numeral 1, Dinah debauched, verses 1 through 5. Numeral 2, a treaty of marriage between her and Shechem, who had defiled her, verse 6 through 19. Numeral 3, the circumcision of the Shechemites, pursuant to that treaty, verses 20 through 24. Numeral 4, the perfidious and bloody revenge which Simeon and Levi took upon them, verses 25 through 31. Dinah dishonored, BC 1732. Verse 1, and Dinah the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. Verse 2, And when Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay with her and defiled her. Verse 3, and his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel, and spake kindly unto the damsel. Verse 4, and Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, Get me this damsel to wife. Verse 5, and Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. Dinah was, for aught that appears, Jacob's only daughter, and we may suppose her therefore the mother's fondling, and the darling of the family, and yet she proves neither a joy nor a credit to them, for those children seldom prove either the best or the happiest that are most indulged. She is reckoned now but 15 or 16 years of age, when she here occasioned so much mischief. Observe, number 1, her vain curiosity which exposed her. She went out, perhaps unknown to her father, but by the connivance of her mother, to see the daughters of the land. Verse 1. Probably it was at a ball or some public day. Being an only daughter, she thought herself solitary at home, having none of her own age and sex to converse with, and therefore she must needs go abroad to divert herself, to keep off melancholy, and to accomplish herself by conversation better than she could in her father's tents. Note, it is a very good thing for children to love home. It is parents' wisdom to make it easy to them, and children's duty then to be easy in it. Her pretense was to see the daughters of the land, to see how they dressed and how they danced, and what was fashionable among them. She went to see, yet that was not all. She went to be seen too. She went to see the daughters of the land, but it may be with some thoughts of the sons of the land too. I doubt she went to get an acquaintance with those Canaanites, and to learn their way. Note, the pride and vanity of young people betray them in many snares. Number 2, the loss of her honor by this means. Verse 2, Shechem, the prince of the country, but a slave to his own lust, took her, and lay with her, it should seem, not so much by force as by surprise. Note, great men think they may do anything, and what more mischievous than untaught and ungoverned youth? See what came of Dinah's gadding. Young women must learn to be chaste, keepers at home. These properties are put together. Titus chapter 2 verse 5. For those that are not keepers at home expose their chastity. Dinah went abroad to look about her, but if she had looked about her as she ought, she would not have fallen into this snare. Note, the beginning of sin is as the letting forth of water. How great a matter does a little fire kindle! We should therefore carefully avoid all occasions of sin and approaches to it. Number 3, the court of Shechem made to her after he had defiled her. This was fair and commendable, and made the best of what was bad. He loved her, not as Amnon, 2 Samuel chapter 13 verse 15, and he engaged his father to make a match for him with her. Verse 4. Number 4, the tidings brought to poor Jacob. Verse 5, as soon as his children grew up, they began to be a grief to him. Let not godly parents that are lamenting the miscarriages of their children think their case singular or unprecedented. The good man held his peace, as one astonished that knows not what to say, or he said nothing, for fear of saying amiss, as David, Psalms chapter 39, verses 1 and 2. He smothered his resentments, lest, if he had suffered them to break out, they should have transported him into any indecencies, or, it should seem, he had left the management of his affairs very much, too much I doubt, to his sons, and he would do nothing without them, or at least he knew they would make him uneasy if he did. They, having shown themselves of late, upon all occasions, bold, forward, and assuming. Note: things never go well when the authority of a parent runs low in a family. Let every man bear rule in his own house, and have his children in subjection with all gravity. Treachery of Dinah's brethren. B.C. 1732. Verse 6. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, came out unto Jacob to commune with him. Verse 7. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Israel, lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. Verse 8. And Hamor communed with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you give her him to wife. Verse 9. And make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters to us, and take our daughters unto you. Verse 10. And ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get you possessions therein. Verse 11. And Shechem said unto her father, and unto her brethren, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me, I will give. Verse 12. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me, but give me the damsel to wife. Verse 13. And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor, his father, deceitfully, and said, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. Verse 14. And they said unto them, We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. Verse 15. But in this will we consent unto you, if ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Verse 16. Then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters unto us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. Verse 17. But if ye will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter, and we will be gone. Jacob's sons, when they heard of the injury done to Dinah, showed a very great resentment of it, influenced perhaps rather by jealousy for the honor of their family than by a sense of virtue. Many are concerned at the shamefulness of sin, that never lay to heart the sinfulness of it. It is here called folly in Israel. Verse 7. According to the language of after times, for Israel was not yet a people, but a family only. Note 1. Uncleanness is folly, for it sacrifices the favor of God, peace of conscience, and all the soul can pretend to that is sacred and honorable, to a base and brutish lust. Number 2. This folly is most shameful in Israel, in a family of Israel, where God is known and worshipped, as he was in Jacob's tents, by the name of the God of Israel. Folly in Israel is scandalous indeed. Number 3. It is a good thing to have sin stamped with a bad name. Uncleanness is here proverbially called folly in Israel. 2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 12. Dinah is here called Jacob's daughter, for warning to all the daughters of Israel that they betray not themselves to this folly. Hamor came to treat with Jacob himself, but he turns him over to his sons, and here we have a particular account of the treaty in which, it is a shame to say, the Canaanites were more honest than the Israelites. Numeral 1. Hamor and Shechem fairly proposed this match in order to a coalition in trade. Shechem is deeply in love with Dinah. He will have her upon any terms. Verse 11 and 12. His father not only consents, but solicits for him, and gravely insists upon the advantages that would follow from the union of the families. Verse 9 and 10. He shows no jealousy of Jacob, though he was a stranger, but rather an earnest desire to settle a correspondence with him and his family, making him that generous offer, "The land shall be before you, trade you therein." Numeral 2. Jacob's sons basely pretend to insist upon a coalition in religion, when really they designed nothing less. If Jacob had taken the management of this affair into his own hands, it is probable that he and Hamor would soon have concluded it. But Jacob's sons mediate only revenge, and a strange project they have for the compassing of it. The Shechemites must be circumcised, not to make them holy, they never intended that, but to make them sore, that they might become an easier prey to their sword. Number 1. The pretense was specious. It is an honor of Jacob's family that they carry about with them the token of God's covenant with them, and it will be a reproach to those that are thus dignified and distinguished to enter in such a strict alliance with those that are uncircumcised. Verse 14. And therefore, if you will be circumcised, then we will become one people with you. Verse 15 and 16. Had they been sincere herein, their proposal of these terms would have had it in something commendable, for Israelites should not intermarry with Canaanites, professors with profane. It is a great sin, or at least the cause and inlet of a great deal, and has often been a pernicious consequence. The interest we have in any persons, and the hold we have with them, should be wisely improved by us, to bring them to the love and practice of religion. He that winneth souls is wise. But then we must not, like Jacob's sons, think it enough to persuade them to submit to the external rites of religion, but must endeavor to convince them of its reasonableness, and to bring them acquainted with the power of it. Number 2. The intention was malicious, as appears by the sequel of the story. All they aimed at was to prepare them for the day of slaughter. Note, bloody designs have often been covered and carried on with a pretense of religion. Thus they have been accomplished most plausibly and most securely. But this dissembled piety is, doubtless, double iniquity. Religion is never more injured, nor are God's sacraments more profaned, than when they are thus used for a cloak of maliciousness. Nay, if Jacob's sons had not had this bloody design, I do not see how they could justify their offering the sacred sign of circumcision, the seal of God's covenant, to those devoted Canaanites who had no part or lot in this matter. Those had no right to seal that had no right to the promise. It is not meet to take the children's bread and cast it to dogs. But Jacob's sons valued not this, while they could make it serve their turn. Verse 18. And their words pleased Hamor, and Shechem, Hamor's son. Verse 19. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. Verse 20. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, verse 21, These men are peaceable with us, therefore let them dwell in the land, and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Verse 22. Only herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us be circumcised, as they are circumcised. Verse 23. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. Verse 24. And unto Hamor and to Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of this city. and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. Here, number 1, Hamor and Shechem gave consent themselves to be circumcised. Verse 18 and 19. To this perhaps they were moved, not only by the strong desire they had to bring about this match, but what they might have heard of the sacred and honorable intentions of this sign in the family of Abraham, which it is probable they had some confused notions of, and of the promises conferred by it, which made them the more desirous to incorporate with the family of Jacob. Zechariah chapter 8, verse 23. Note, many who know little of religion, yet know so much of it as makes them willing to join themselves with those that are religious. Again, if a man would take upon him a form of religion to gain a good wife, much more should we embrace the power of it to gain the favor of a good God, even circumcise our hearts to love him, and, as Shechem here, not defer to do the thing. Number 2, they gained the consent of the men of the city, Jacob's sons, requiring that they also should be circumcised. 1. They themselves had great influence upon them by their command and example. Note, religion would greatly prevail if those in authority who, like Shechem, were more honorable than their neighbors, would appear forward and zealous for it. 2. They urged an argument which was very cogent. Verse 23, shall not their cattle and their substance be ours? They observed that Jacob's sons were industrious, thriving people, and promised themselves and their neighbors advantage by alliance with them. It would improve ground and trade, and bring money into their country. Now, 1. It was bad enough to marry upon this principle, yet we see covetousness the greatest matchmaker in the world, and nothing designed so much with many as the laying of house to house and field to field, without regard had to any other consideration. 2. It was worse to be circumcised upon this principle. The Shechemites will embrace the religion of Jacob's family only in hopes of interesting themselves thereby in the riches of that family. Thus there are many with whom gain is godliness, and who are more governed and influenced by their secular interest than by any principle of their religion. Murder of the Shechemites, B.C. 1732. Verse 25. And it came to pass on the 3rd day, when they were sore, that the 2 sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. Verse 26. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. Verse 27. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. Verse 28. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field. Verse 29. And all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their wives took they captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. Verse 30. And Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, Ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And I, being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me, and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. Verse 31. And they said, Should he deal with our sister as with an harlot? Here we have Simeon and Levi, 2 of Jacob's sons, young men not above 20 years old, cutting the throats of the Shechemites, and thereby breaking the heart of their good father. Numeral 1. Here is the barbarous murder of the Shechemites. Jacob himself was used to the sheep hook, but his sons had got swords by their sides, as if they had been the seed of Esau, who was to live by his sword. We have them here. Number 1, slaying the inhabitants of Shechem, all the males, Hamor and Shechem particularly, with whom they had been treating in a friendly manner, but the other day, yet with a design upon their lives. Some think that all Jacob's sons, when they wheedled the Shechemites to be circumcised, designed to take advantage of their soreness, and to rescue Dinah from among them. But that Simeon and Levi, not content with that, would themselves avenge the injury, and they did it with a witness. Now, 1. It cannot be denied but that God was righteous in it. Had the Shechemites been circumcised in obedience to any command of God, their circumcision would have been their protection. But when they submitted to that sacred rite only to serve a turn, to please their prince, and to enrich themselves, it was just with God to bring this upon them. Note, as nothing secures us better than true religion, so nothing exposes us more than religion only to pretend to. 2. But Simeon and Levi were most unrighteous. 1. It was true that Shechem had wrought folly against Israel in defiling Dinah, but it ought to have been considered how far Dinah herself had been accessory to it. Had Shechem abused her in her own mother's tent, it would have been another matter, but she went upon his ground, and perhaps by her indecent carriage had struck the spark which began the fire. When we are severe upon the sinner, we ought to consider who was the tempter. 2. It was true that Shechem had done ill, but he was endeavoring to atone for it, and was as honest and honorable, ex post facto, after the deed, as the case would admit. It was not the case of the Levite's concubine that was abused to death, nor does he justify what he has done, but courts a reconciliation upon any terms. 3. It was true that Shechem had done ill, but what was that to all the Shechemites? Does one man sin, and will they be wroth with all the town? Must the innocent fall with the guilty? This was barbarous indeed. 4. But that which above all aggravated the cruelty was the most perfidious treachery that was in it. The Shechemites had submitted to their conditions, and had done that upon which they had promised, to become one people with them. Verse 16. Yet they act as sworn enemies to those to whom they had lately become sworn friends, making as light of their covenant as they did of the laws of humanity. And are those the sons of Israel? Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce. 5. This also added to the crime, that they made a holy ordinance of God subservient to their wicked design, so making that odious. As if it were not enough for them to shame themselves upon their family, they bring a reproach upon that honorable badge of their religion. Justly would it be called a bloody ordinance. Number 2. Seizing the prey of Shechem and plundering the town. They rescued Dinah, verse 26, and, if that was all they came for, they might have done that without blood, as appears by their own showing. Verse 17. But they aimed at the spoil, and though Simeon and Levi only were the murderers, yet it is intimated that others of the sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city. Verse 27. And so becoming accessory to the murder. In them it was manifest injustice, yet here we may observe the righteousness of God. The Shechemites were willing to gratify the sons of Jacob by submitting to the penance of circumcision upon this principle. Shall not their cattle and all their substance be ours? Verse 23. And see what was the issue. Instead of making themselves masters of the wealth of Jacob's family became masters of their wealth. Note, those who unjustly grasp at that which is another's justly lose that which is their own. Numeral 2. Here is Jacob's resentment of this bloody deed of Simeon and Levi. Verse 30. Two things he bitterly complains of. Number 1. The reproach they had brought upon him thereby. You have troubled me, put me into a disorder, for you have made me to stink among the inhabitants of the land. That is, you have rendered me and my family odious among them. What will they say of us in our religion? We shall be looked upon as the most perfidious, barbarous people in the world. Note, the gross misconduct of wicked children is the grief and shame of their godly parents. Children should be the joy of their parents, but wicked children are their trouble, sadden their hearts, break their spirits, and make them go mourning from day to day. Children should be an ornament to their parents, but wicked children are their reproach, and are as dead flies in the pot of ointment. But let such children know that, if they repent not, the grief they have caused to their parents, and the damage religion has sustained in its reputation through them, will come into the account and be reckoned for. Number 2. The ruin they had exposed him to. What could be expected but that the Canaanites, who were numerous and formidable, would confederate against him, and he and his little family would become an easy prey to them? I shall be destroyed, I and my house. If all the Shechemites must be destroyed for the offense of one, why not all the Israelites for the offense of 2? Jacob knew indeed that God had promised to preserve and perpetuate his house, but he might justly fear that these vile practices of his children would amount to a forfeiture and cut off the entail. Note, when sin is in the house, there is reason to fear ruin at the door. The tender parents foresee those bad consequences of sin which the wicked children have no dread of. One would think this should have made them to relent, and they should have humbled themselves to their good father and begged his pardon. But instead of this, they justify themselves and give him this insolent reply. Should he deal with our sister as a harlot? No, he should not. But if he do, must they be their own avengers? Will nothing less than so many lives and the ruin of a whole city serve to atone for an abuse done to one foolish girl? By their question, they tacitly reflect upon their father as if he would have been content to let them deal with his daughter as with a harlot. Note, it is common for those who run into one extreme to reproach and to censure those who keep the mean as if they ran into the other. Those who condemn the rigor of revenge shall be misrepresented as if they countenanced and justified the offense. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, chapter 35. Genesis, chapter 35. In this chapter we have 3 communions and 3 funerals. Numeral 1. 3 communions between God and Jacob. Number 1. God ordered Jacob to Bethel, and in obedience to that order, he purged his house of idols and prepared for the journey. Verses 1 through 5. Number 2. Jacob built an altar at Bethel to the honor of God that had appeared to him, and in performance of his vow. Verses 6 and 7. Number 3. God appeared to him again and confirmed the change of his name and covenant with him. Verses 9 through 13. of which appearance Jacob made a grateful acknowledgment, verses 14 and 15. Numeral 2. 3 funerals. Number 1, Deborah's, verse 8. Number 2, Rachel's, verses 16 through 20. Number 3, Isaac's, verses 27 through 29. Here is also Reuben's incest, verse 22, and an account of Jacob's sons, verses 23 through 26. Jacob summoned to Bethel, Jacob's journeys towards Bethel, BC 1732. Verse 1, And God said unto Jacob, Arise and go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto God that appeared unto thee when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother. Verse 2, Then Jacob said unto his household, and to all that were with him, Put away the strange gods that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments. Verse 3, And let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. Verse 4, And they gave unto Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. Verse 5, And they journeyed, and the terror of God was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. Here, numeral 1, God reminds Jacob of his vow at Bethel, and sends him thither to perform it. Verse 1, Jacob had said in the day of his distress, If I come again in peace, this stone shall be God's house. Chapter 28, verse 22. God had performed his part of the bargain, and had given Jacob more than bread to eat and raiment to put on. He had got an estate, and had become 2 bands, but it should seem he had forgotten his vow, or at least had too long deferred the performance of it. 7 or 8 years it was now since he came to Canaan. He had purchased ground there, and had built an altar in remembrance of God's last appearance to him when he called him Israel. Chapter 33, verses 19 and 20. But still, Bethel is forgotten. Note, time is apt to wear out the sense of mercies and the impressions made upon us by them. It should not be so, but so it is. God had exercised Jacob with a very sore affliction in his family. Chapter 34, to see if this would bring his vow to his remembrance, and put him upon the performance of it. But it had not this effect. Therefore, God comes himself, and puts him in mind of it. Arise, go to Bethel. Note, 1. As many as God loves, he will remind of neglected duties, one way or another, by conscience or by providences. 2. When we have vowed a vow to God, it is best not to defer the payment of it. Ecclesiastes 5, verse 4. Yet better late than never. God bade him go to Bethel and dwell there. That is, not only go himself, but take his family with him, that they might join with him in his devotions. Note, in Bethel, the house of God, we should desire to dwell. Psalms chapter 27, verse 4. That should be our home, not our inn. God reminds him not expressly of his vow, but of the occasion of it, when thou fleddest from the face of Esau. Note, the remembrance of former affliction should bring to mind the workings of our souls under them. Psalms chapter 66, verses 13 and 14. Numeral 2. Jacob commands his household to prepare for this solemnity, not only for the journey and remove, but for the religious services that were to be performed, verses 2 and 3. Note, 1. Before solemn ordinances, there must be solemn preparation. Wash you, make you clean, and then come and let us reason together. Isaiah chapter 1, verses 16 through 18. 2. Masters of families should use their authority for the promoting of religion in their families. Not only we, but our houses also should serve the Lord. Joshua chapter 24, verse 15. Observe the commands he gives his household, like Abraham. Chapter 18, verse 19. 1. They must put away the strange gods. Strange gods in Jacob's family? Strange things indeed. Could such a family that was taught the good knowledge of the Lord admit them? Could such a master, to whom God had appeared twice and oftener, connive at them? Doubtless this was his infirmity. Note, those that are good themselves cannot always have those about them so good as they should be. In those families where there is a face of religion and an altar to God, yet many times there is much amiss, and more strange gods than one would expect. In Jacob's family, Rachel had her teraphim, which, it is to be feared, she secretly made some superstitious use of. The captives of Shechem brought their gods along with them, and perhaps Jacob's sons took some with the plunder. However they came by them, now they must put them away. 2. They must be clean and change their garments. They must observe a due decorum and make the best appearance they could. Simeon and Levi had their hands full of blood. It concerned them particularly to wash, and to put off their garments that were so stained. These were but ceremonies, signifying the purification and change of the heart. What are clean clothes and new clothes without a clean heart and a new heart? Dr. Lightfoot, by their being clean, or washing themselves, understands Jacob's admission of the proselytes of Shechem and Syria into his religion by baptism, because circumcision had become odious. 3. They must go with him to Bethel, verse 3. Note, masters of families, when they go up to the house of God, should bring their families with them. 3. His family surrendered all they had that was idolatrous or superstitious, verse 4. Perhaps, if Jacob had called for them sooner, they would sooner have parted with them, being convicted by their own consciences of the vanity of them. Note, sometimes attempts for reformation succeed better than one could have expected, and people are not so obstinate against them as we feared. Jacob's servants had even the retainers of his family, gave him all the strange gods and the earrings they wore, either as charms or to the honor of their gods. They parted with all. Note, reformation is not sincere if it be not universal. We hope they parted with them cheerfully and without reluctance, as Ephraim did when he said, "What have I to do any more with idols?" Hosea chapter 14, verse 8. Get you hence. Isaiah chapter 30, verse 22. Jacob took care to bury their images. We may suppose in some place unknown to them, that they might not afterwards find them and return to them. Note, we must be wholly separated from our sins, as we are from those that are dead and buried out of our sight. Cast them to the moles and to the bats. Isaiah chapter 2, verse 20. 4. He removes without molestation from Shechem to Bethel. Verse 5. The terror of God was upon the cities. Though the Canaanites were much exasperated against the sons of Jacob for their barbarous usage of the Shechemites, yet they were so restrained by a divine power that they could not take this fair opportunity, which now offered itself, when they were upon their march to avenge their neighbor's quarrel. Note, the way of duty is the way of safety. While there was sin in Jacob's house, he was afraid of his neighbors. But now that the strange gods were put away, and they were all going together to Bethel, his neighbors were afraid of him. When we are about God's work, we are under special protection. God is with us while we are with him, and if he be for us, who can be against us? See Exodus chapter 34, verse 24. No man shall desire thy land when thou goest up to appear before the Lord. God governs the world more by secret terror on men's minds than we are aware of. Jacob's arrival at Bethel, B.C. 1732. Verse 6. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is, Bethel, he and all his people that were with him. Verse 7. And he built there an altar, and called the place El Bethel, because there God appeared unto him, when he fled from the face of his brother. Verse 8. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried between Bethel under an oak, and the name of it was called Elon Bakuth. Verse 9. And God appeared unto Jacob again, when he came out of Padan Aram, and blessed him. Verse 10. And God said unto him, Thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel. Verse 11. And God said unto him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful, and multiply. A nation and company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. Verse 12. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, to thee I will give it, and to thy seed after thee will I give the land. Verse 13. And God went up from him in the place where he talked with him. Verse 14. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone, and he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. Verse 15. And Jacob called the name of the place where God spake with him Bethel. Jacob and his retinue having safely arrived at Bethel, we are here told what passed there. Numeral 1. There he built an altar. Verse 7. And no doubt offered sacrifice upon it, perhaps the 10th of his cattle, according to his vow, I will give the 10th unto thee. With these sacrifices he joined praises for former mercies, particularly that which the sight of the place brought afresh to his remembrance, and he added prayers for the continuance of God's favors to him and his family. And he called the place, that is the altar, El Bethel, the God of Bethel, as, when he made a thankful acknowledgment of the honor God had lately done him in calling him Israel, he worshipped God by the name of El Elohi, Israel. So, now that he was making a grateful recognition of God's former favor to him at Bethel, he worships God by the name of El Bethel, the God of Bethel, because there God appeared to him. Note, the comfort which the saints have in holy ordinances is not so much from Bethel, the house of God, as from El Bethel, the God of the house. The ordinances are but empty things if we do not meet with God in them. Numeral 2. There he buried Deborah, Rebekah's nurse. Verse 8. We have reason to think that Jacob, after he came to Canaan, while his family dwelt near Shechem, went himself, it is likely often, to visit his father Isaac at Hebron. Rebekah probably was dead, but her old nurse, of whom mention is made, chapter 24, verse 59, survived her, and Jacob took her to his family, to be a companion to his wives, her countrywomen, and an instructor to his children. While they were at Bethel, she died, and died lamented, so much lamented that the oak under which she was buried was called Allon Bacuth, the Oak of Weeping. Note 1. Old servants in a family that have in their time been faithful and useful ought to be respected. Honor was done to this nurse, and her death by Jacob's family, though she was not related to them, and though she was aged. Former services in such a case must be remembered. 2. We do not know where death may meet us, perhaps at Bethel, the house of God. Therefore let us be always ready. Number 3. Family afflictions may come even when family reformation and religion are on foot. Therefore rejoice with trembling. Numeral 3. There God appeared to him, verse 9. Verse 9. To own his altar, to answer to the name by which he had called him, the God of Bethel, verse 7, and to comfort him under his affliction, verse 8. Note, God will appear to those in a way of grace that attend on him in a way of duty. Here, 1. He confirmed the change of his name, verse 10. It was done before by the angel that wrestled with him, chapter 32, verse 28. And here it was ratified before the divine majesty, or Sechenah, that appeared to him. There it was to encourage him against the fear of Esau, here against the fear of the Canaanites. Who can be too hard for Israel, a prince with God? It is below those who are thus dignified to droop and despond. 2. He renewed and ratified the covenant with him by the name El Shaddai. I am God Almighty, God all-sufficient. Verse 11. Able to make good the promise in due time, and to support thee and provide for thee in the meantime. 2 things are promised him, which we have met with often before. 1. That he should be the father of a great nation, great in number. A company of nations shall be of thee. Every tribe of Israel was a nation, and all the 12 a company of nations. Great in honor and power, kings shall come out of thy loins. 2. That he should be the master of a good land, verse 12, described by the grantees, Abraham and Isaac, to whom it was promised, not by the occupants, the Canaanites, in whose possession it now was. The land that was given to Abraham and Isaac is here entailed on Jacob and his seed. He shall not have children without an estate, which is often the case of the poor, nor an estate without children, which is often the grief of the rich, but both. These 2 promises had a spiritual signification, of which we may suppose Jacob himself had some notion, though not so clear and distinct as we now have. For without doubt, Christ is the promised seed, and heaven is the promised land. The former is the foundation, and the latter the topstone of all God's favors. 3. He then went up from him, and from over him, in some visible display of glory, which had hovered over him while he talked with him. Verse 13. Note, the sweetest communions the saints have with God in this world are short and transient, and soon have an end. Our vision of God in heaven will be everlasting. There we shall be ever with the Lord. It is not so here. Numeral 4. There Jacob erected a memorial of this. Verse 14. 1. He set up a pillar. When he was going to Padam Aram, he set up for a pillar that stone on which he had laid his head. This was agreeable enough to his low condition and his hasty flight. But now he took time to erect one more stately, more distinguishable and durable, probably placing that stone in it, in token of his intending it for a sacred memorial of his communion with God. He poured oil and the other ingredients of a drink offering upon it. His vow was, "This stone shall be God's house," that is, shall be set up for his honor, as houses to the praise of their builders. And here he performs it, transferring it to God by anointing it. 2. He confirmed the name he had formerly given to the place. Verse 15. Bethel, the house of God. Yet this very place afterwards lost the honor of its name, and became Beth-aven, a house of iniquity. For here it was that Jeroboam set up with one of his calves. It is impossible for the best man to entail upon a place so much as the profession and form of religion. Death of Rachel, B.C. 1732. Verse 16. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. Verse 17. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have this son also. Verse 18. And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin. Verse 19. And Rachel died, and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. Verse 20. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave, that is, a pillar of Rachel's grave, unto this day. We have here the story of the death of Rachel, the beloved wife of Jacob. 1. She fell in travail by the way, not able to reach Bethlehem, the next town, though they were near it. So suddenly does pain sometimes come upon a woman in travail, which she cannot escape or put off. We may suppose Jacob had soon a tent up, convenient enough for her reception. 2. Her pains were violent. She had hard labor, harder than usual. This was the effect of sin. Chapter 3, verse 16. Note: human life begins with sorrow, and the roses of its joy are surrounded with thorns. 3. The midwife encouraged her, verse 17. No doubt she had her midwife with her, ready at hand, yet that would not secure her. Rachel had said, when she bore Joseph, God shall add another son, which now the midwife remembers, and tells her her words were made good. Yet this did not avail to keep up her spirits. Unless God command away fear, no one else can. He only says of one having authority, Fear not. We are apt in extreme perils to comfort ourselves and our friends with the hopes of a temporal deliverance in which we may be disappointed. We had better found our comforts on that which cannot fail us, the hope of eternal life. 4. Her travail was to be the life of the child, but to her own death. Note: though the pains and perils of childbearing were introduced by sin, yet they have sometimes been fatal to very holy women who, though not saved in childbearing, are saved through it with an everlasting salvation. Rachel had passionately said, Give me children, or else I die. And now that she had children, for this was her second, she died. Her dying is here called the departing of her soul. Note: the death of the body is but the departure of the soul to the world of spirits. 5. Her dying lips called her newborn son Benoni, the son of my sorrow. And many a son, not born in such hard labor, yet proves the son of his parents' sorrow, and the heaviness of her that bore him. Children are enough the sorrow of their poor mothers in the breeding, bearing, and nursing of them. They should therefore, when they grow up, study to be their joy, and so, if possible, to make them some amends. But Jacob, because he would not renew the sorrowful remembrance of his mother's death, every time he called his son by his name, changed his name, and called him Benjamin, the son of my right hand, that is, very dear to me, set on my right hand for a blessing, the support of my age, like the staff in my right hand. 6. Jacob buried her near the place where she died, and she died in childbed. It was convenient to bury her quickly, and therefore he did not bring her to the burying place of his family. If the soul be at rest after death, it matters little where the body lies. In the place where the tree falls, there let it be. No mention is made of the mourning that was at her death, because that might easily be taken for granted. Jacob, no doubt, was a true mourner. Note: great afflictions sometimes befall us immediately after great comforts. Lest Jacob should be lifted up with the visions of the Almighty, with which he was honored, this was sent as a thorn in the flesh to humble him. Those that enjoy the favors peculiar to the children of God must yet expect the troubles that are common to the children of men. Deborah, who, had she lived, would have been a comfort to Rachel in her extremity, died but a little before. Note: when death comes into a family, it often strikes double. God by it speaks once, yea, twice. The Jewish writers say, the death of Deborah and Rachel was to expiate the murder of the Shechemites, occasioned by Dinah, a daughter of the family. 7. Jacob set up a pillar upon her grave, so that it was known long after to be Rachel's sepulchre. 1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 2. And Providence so ordered it that this place afterwards fell in the lot of Benjamin. Jacob set up a pillar in remembrance of his joys, verse 14, and here he sets up one in remembrance of his sorrows, for so it may be of use to ourselves to keep both in mind, so it may be of use to others to transmit the memorials of both. The church long afterwards owned that what God said to Jacob at Bethel, both by his word and by his rod, he intended for their instructions. Hosea chapter 112, verse 4. There he spoke with us. The disgrace of Reuben, BC 1716, verse 21. And Israel journeyed, and spread his tent beyond the tower of Edar, verse 22. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. Verse 23. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. Verse 24. The sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. Verse 25. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan and Naphtali. Verse 26. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padan Aram. Verse 27. And Jacob came unto Isaac his father unto Mamre, unto the city of Arbah, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. Verse 28. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. Verse 29. And Isaac gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days, and his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Here is 1. Jacob's removal, verse 21. He also, as his fathers, sojourned in the land of promise, as in a strange country, and was not long in a place. Immediately after the story of Rachel's death, he is here called Israel. Verse 21 and 22. and not often so afterwards. The Jews say, the historian does him this honor here, because he bore that affliction with such admirable patience and submission to providence. Note, those are Israel's indeed princes with God that support the government of their own passions. He that has this rule over his own spirit is better than the mighty. Israel, a prince with God, yet dwells in tents. The city is reserved for him in the other world. 2. The sin of Reuben. A piece of abominable wickedness it was that he was guilty of. Verse 22. That very sin which the apostle says, 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 1, it is not so much as named among the Gentiles that one should have his father's wife. It is said to have been when Israel dwelt in that land, as if he were then absent from his family, which might be the unhappy occasion of these disorders, though perhaps Bilhah was the greater criminal, and it is probable was abandoned by Jacob for it. Yet Reuben's crime was so provoking that for it he lost his birthright and blessing. Chapter 49, verse 4. The firstborn is not always the best, nor the most promising. This was Reuben's sin, but it was Jacob's affliction, and what a sore affliction it was, is intimated in a little compass, and Israel heard it. No more is said, that is enough. He heard it with the utmost grief and shame, horror and displeasure. Reuben thought to conceal it, that his father should never hear of it, but those that promise themselves secrecy in sin are generally disappointed. A bird of the air carries the voice. 3. A complete list of the sons of Jacob. Now that Benjamin the youngest was born, this is the first time we have the names of these heads of the 12 tribes together. Afterwards we find them very often spoken of and enumerated, even to the end of the Bible. Revelation chapter 7, verse 4, chapter 21, verse 12. 4. The visit which Jacob made to his father Isaac at Hebron. We may suppose he had visited him before since his return, for he sorely longed after his father's house, but never till now brought his family to settle with him, or near him. Verse 27. Probably he did this now upon the death of Rebekah, by which Isaac was left solitary, and not disposed to marry again. 5. The age and death of Isaac are here recorded, though it appears by computation that he died not till many years after Joseph was sold into Egypt, and much about the time that he was preferred there. Isaac, a mild, quiet man, lived the longest of all the patriarchs, for he was 180 years old. Abraham was but 175. Isaac lived about 40 years after he made his will. Chapter 27, verse 2. We shall not die an hour the sooner, but abundantly the better, for our timely setting our heart and house in order. Particular notice is taken of the amicable agreement of Esau and Jacob in solemnizing their father's funeral. Verse 29. To show how wonderfully God had changed Esau's mind since he vowed his brother's murder immediately after his father's death. Chapter 27, verse 41. Note, God has many ways of preventing bad men from doing the mischief they intended. He can either tie their hands or turn their hearts. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 36. Genesis chapter 36. In this chapter we have an account of the posterity of Esau, who from him were called Edomites. That Esau, who sold his birthright, and lost his blessing, and was not loved of God, as Jacob was. Here is a brief register kept of his family for some generations. Number 1. Because he was the son of Isaac, for whose sake this honor is put upon him. Number 2. Because the Edomites were neighbors to Israel, and their genealogy would be of use to give light to the following stories of what passed between them. Number 3. It is to show the performance of the promise to Abraham, that he should be the father of many nations, and of that answer which Rebekah had from the oracle she consulted. 2 nations are in thy womb, and of the blessing of Isaac. Thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth. We have here, numeral 1, Esau's wives, verse 1 through 5. Numeral 2, his removal to Mount Seir, verse 6 through 8. Numeral 3, the names of his sons, verses 9 through 14. Numeral 4, the dukes who descended of his sons, verses 15 through 19. Numeral 5, the dukes of the Horites, verses 20 through 30. Numeral 6, the kings and dukes of Edom, verses 31 through 43. Little more is recorded than their names, because the history of those that were out of the church, though perhaps it might have been serviceable in politics, would have been of little use in divinity. It is in the church that the memorable instances are found of special grace and special providence, for that is the enclosure, the rest is common. This chapter is abridged. 1 Chronicles chapter 1, verse 35. The generations of Esau, BC 1780, verse 1. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Verse 2. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon, the Hittite, and Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon, the Hivite. Verse 3. And Bashemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister to Nabajoth, verse 4, and Adah bare to Esau Eliphaz, and Bashemath bare Reuel, verse 5, and Aholibamah bare Jeush, and Jalam, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. Verse 6, and Esau took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the person of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. Verse 7, for their riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Verse 8, thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. Observe here, number 1. Concerning Esau himself, verse 1, he is called Edom, and again, verse 8, that name by which was perpetuated the remembrance of the foolish bargain he made, when he sold his birthright for that red pottage. The very mention of that name is enough to intimate the reason why his family is turned off with such a short account. Note, if men do a wrong thing, they must thank themselves when it is long afterwards remembered against them to their reproach. Number 2, concerning his wives and the children they bore him in the land of Canaan, he had 3 wives, and by them all but 5 sons. Many a one has more by one wife. God in his providence often disappoints those who take indirect courses to build up a family. Yet here the promise prevailed, and Esau's family was built up. Number 3. Concerning his removal to Mount Seir, which was the country God had given him for a possession, when he reserved Canaan for the seed of Jacob. God owns it long afterwards. I gave to Esau Mount Seir. Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 5. Joshua chapter 24, verse 4, which was the reason why the Edomites must not be disturbed in their possession. Those that have not a right by promise, such as Jacob had to Canaan, may have a very good title by providence to their estates, such as Esau had to Mount Seir. Esau had begun to settle among his wives' relations in Seir, before Jacob came from Paddan, chapter 32, verse 3. Isaac, it is likely, had sent him thither, as Abraham in his lifetime had sent the sons of the concubines from Isaac his son into the east country, chapter 25, verse 6, that Jacob might have the clearer way made for him to the possession of the promised land. During the life of Isaac, however, Esau had probably still some effects remaining in Canaan, but after his death he wholly withdrew to Mount Seir, took with him what came to his share of his father's personal estate, and left Canaan to Jacob, not only because he had the promise of it, but because Esau perceived that if they should continue to thrive as they had begun, there would not be room for both. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir, verse 8. Note, whatever opposition may be made, God's words will be accomplished. Even those that have opposed it will see themselves, sometime or other, under a necessity of yielding to it and acquiescing in it. Esau had struggled for Canaan, but now he tamely retires to Mount Seir, for God's counsel shall certainly stand concerning the times before appointed and the bounds of our habitation. The Dukes of Edom, B.C. 1729, verse 9. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. Verse 10. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau; Reuel, the son of Bashemath, the wife of Esau. Verse 11. And the sons of Eliphaz were Timon, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. Verse 12. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bare to Eliphaz Amulek. These were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. Verse 13. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nahath, and Zerah, Shema, and Mizah. These were the sons of Bashemath, Esau's wife. Verse 14. And these were the sons of Abilamabah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon, Esau's wife. And she bare to Esau Jeush, and Jalam, and Korah. Verse 15. These were the dukes of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the first son of Esau, Duke Timon, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, Duke Kenaz. Verse 16. Duke Korah, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adah. Verse 17. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Duke Nahath, Duke Zerah, Duke Shema, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Bashemath, Esau's wife. Verse 18. And these are the sons of Aholibamah, Esau's wife: Duke Jeush, Duke Jalam, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came of Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, Esau's wife. Verse 19. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. Observe here, number 1, that only the names of Esau's sons and grandsons are recorded. only their names, not their history. For it is the church that Moses preserves the records of, not the records of those that are without. Those elders that lived by faith alone obtained a good report. It is Zion that produces the men of renown, not Zaire. Psalms chapter 87, verse 5. Nor does the genealogy go any further than the third or fourth generation. The very names of all after are buried in oblivion. It is only the pedigree of the Israelites, who were to be the heirs of Canaan, and of whom were to come the promised seed and the holy seed, that is drawn out to any length, as far as there was occasion for it, even of all the tribes till Canaan was divided among them, and the royal line till Christ came. Number 2. That these sons and grandsons of Esau were called dukes, verse 15 through 19. Probably they were military commanders, dukes or captains, that had soldiers under them, for Esau and his family lived by the sword. Chapter 27, verse 40. Note, titles of honor have been more ancient out of the church than in it. Esau's sons were dukes, when Jacob's sons were but plain shepherds. Chapter 47, verse 3. This is not a reason why such titles should not be used among Christians, but it is a reason why men should not overvalue themselves or others for the sake of them. There is an honor that comes from God, and a name in his house that is infinitely more valuable. Edomites may be dukes with men, but Israelites indeed are made to our God kings and priests. Number 3. We may suppose those dukes had numerous families of children and servants that were their dukedoms. God promised to multiply Jacob and to enrich him, yet Esau increases and is enriched first. Note, it is no new thing for the men of this world to be full of children and to have their bellies too filled with hidden treasures. Psalms chapter 17, verse 14. God's promise to Jacob began to work late, but the effect of it remained longer, and it had its complete accomplishment in the spiritual Israel. Verse 20. These are the sons of Seir the Horite, who inhabited the land, Lotan and Shobal, and Zibeon and Anah. Verse 21. And Dishon and Ezer, and Dishon. These are the dukes of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. Verse 22. And the children of Lotan were Hori and Hemam, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. Verse 23. And the children of Shobal were these, Alvan, and Manahath, and Ebal, Shepo, and Onam. Verse 24. And these are the children of Zibeon, both Ajah and Anah. This was that Anah that found the mules in the wilderness as he fed the asses of Zibeon his father. Verse 25. And the children of Anah were these, Dishon and Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah. Verse 26. And these are the children of Dishon, Hemdan and Eshban, and Ithran and Sheran. Verse 27. The children of Ezer are these, Bilhan and Zavan and Akan. Verse 28. The children of Dishon are these, Uz and Aran. Verse 29. These are the dukes that came of the Horites, Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Zibeon, Duke Anah. Verse 30. Duke Dishon and Duke Ezer, Duke Dishon. These are the dukes that came of Hori, among their dukes in the land of Seir. In the midst of this genealogy of the Edomites, here is inserted the genealogy of the Horites, those Canaanites or Hittites, compare chapter 26, verse 34, that were the natives of Mount Seir. Mention is made of them. Chapter 14, verse 6. and their interest in Mount Seir before the Edomites took possession of it, Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 12 and 22. This comes in here not only to give light to the story, but to be a standing reflection upon the Edomites for intermarrying with them, by which it is probable they learned their way and corrupted themselves. Esau, having sold his birthright and lost his blessing, and entered into alliance with the Hittites, his posterity and the sons of Seir are here reckoned together. Note, those that treacherously desert God's church are justly numbered with those that were never in it. Apostate Edomites stand on the same ground with accursed Horites. Particular notice is taken of one Anah, who fed the asses of Zibeon his father, verse 24, and yet is called Duke Anah, verse 29. Note, those that expect to rise high should begin low. An honorable descent should not keep men from an honest employment, nor a mean employment hinder any man's preferment. This Anah was not only industrious in his business, but ingenious too, and successful, for he found mules, or, as some read it, waters, hot baths in the wilderness. Those that are diligent in their business sometimes find more advantages than they expected. Verse 31, and these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before there reigned any king over the children of Israel. Verse 32, and Bela the son of Beor reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. Verse 33, and Bela died, and Jobab the son of Zerah of Bozrah reigned in his stead. Verse 34, and Jobab died, and Husham of the land of Termani reigned in his stead. Verse 35, and Husham died, and Hadad the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Avith. Verse 36, and Hadad died, and Samalah of Masrekah reigned in his stead. Verse 37, and Simlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. Verse 38, and Saul died, and Baal-Hanan the son of Achbor reigned in his stead. Verse 39, and Baal-Hanan the son of Achbor died, and Hadar reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Peu, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. Verse 40, and these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places by their names. Duke Timnah, Duke Alva, Duke Jaheth. Verse 41, Duke Aholabama, Duke Elha, Duke Pinon. Verse 42, Duke Kenaz, Duke Teman, Duke Mibzar. Verse 43, Duke Magdiel, Duke Aram. These are the dukes of Edom according to their habitations in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomites. By degrees, it seems, the Edomites wormed out the Horites, obtained full possession of the country, and had a government of their own. Number 1, they were ruled by kings who governed the whole country, and seem to have come to the throne by election, not by lineal descent. So, Bishop Patrick observes, these kings reigned in Edom before there reigned any king over the children of Israel, that is, before Moses' time, for he was king in Jerusalem. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 5. God had lately promised Jacob that kings should come out of his loins. Chapter 35, verse 11. Yet Esau's blood becomes royal long before any of Jacob's did. Note, in external prosperity and honor, the children of the covenant are often cast behind, and those that are out of covenant get the start. The triumphing of the wicked may be quick, but it is short, soon ripe, and soon rotten. But the products of the promise, though they are slow, are sure and lasting. At the end it shall speak, and not lie. We may suppose it was a great trial to the fate of God's Israel to hear of the pomp and power of the kings of Edom, while they were bond slaves in Egypt. But those that look for great things from God must be content to wait for them. God's time is the best time. Number 2. They were afterwards governed by dukes, again here named, who I suppose ruled at the same time in the several places in the country. Either they set up this form of government in conformity to the Horites, who had used it, verse 29, or God's providence reduced them to it, as some conjecture, to correct them for their unkindness to Israel, and in refusing them passage through their country. Numbers chapter 20, verse 19. Note, when power is abused, it is just with God to weaken it by turning it into divers channels. For the transgression of a land, many are the princes thereof. Sin brought Edom from kings to dukes, from crowns to coronets. We read of the dukes of Edom, Exodus chapter 15, verse 15, yet long afterwards of their kings again. 3. Mount Seir is called the land of their possession, verse 43, while the Israelites dwelt in the house of bondage, and their Canaan was only the land of promise, the Edomites dwelt in their own habitations, and Seir was in their possession. Note, the children of this world have their all in hand, and nothing in hope. Luke chapter 16, verse 25. While the children of God have their all in hope, and next to nothing in hand. But all things considered, it is better to have Canaan in promise than Mount Seir in possession. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 37. At this chapter begins the story of Joseph, who in every subsequent chapter but one to the end of this book makes the greatest figure. He was Jacob's eldest son by his beloved wife Rachel, born, as many eminent men were, of a mother that had been long barren. His story is so remarkably divided between his humiliation and his exaltation that we cannot avoid seeing something of Christ in it, who was first humbled and then exalted, and, in many instances, so as to answer the type of Joseph. It also shows the lot of Christians, who must through many tribulations enter into the kingdom. In this chapter we have, Romans 1, the malice his brethren bore against him. They hated him, 1, because he informed his father of their wickedness, verses 1 to 2. 2, because his father loved him, verses 3 to 4. 3, because he dreamed of his dominion over them, verses 5 to 11. Romans 2, the mischiefs his brothers designed and did to him. 1, the kind visit he made them gave them an opportunity, verses 12 to 17. 2, they designed to slay him, but determined to starve him, verses 18 to 24. 3, they changed their purpose and sold him for a slave, verses 25 to 28. 4, they made their father believe that he was torn to pieces, verses 29 to 35. 5, he was sold into Egypt to Potiphar, verse 36. And all this was working together for good. The history of Joseph, B.C. 1729. Genesis chapter 37, verses 1 to 4. And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah, and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. Moses has no more to say of the Edomites, unless they happen to fall in Israel's way. But now he applies himself closely to the story of Jacob's family. These are the generations of Jacob. His is not a barren genealogy as that of Esau, chapter 36, verse 1, but a memorable, useful history. Here is 1. Jacob, a sojourner with his father Isaac, who was yet living, verse 1. We shall never be at home till we come to heaven. 2. Joseph, a shepherd, feeding the flock with his brethren, verse 2. Though he was his father's darling, yet he was not brought up in idleness or delicacy. Those do not truly love their children that do not inure them to business and labor and mortification. The fondling of children is with good reason commonly called the spoiling of them. Those that are trained up to do nothing are likely to be good for nothing. 3. Joseph, beloved by his father, verse 3, partly for his dear mother's sake that was dead, and partly for his own sake, because he was the greatest comfort of his old age. Probably he waited on him and was more observant of him than the rest of his sons. He was the son of the ancient to some, that is, when he was a child, he was as grave and discreet as if he had been an old man, a child, but not childish. Jacob proclaimed his affection to him by dressing him finer than the rest of his children. He made him a coat of divers colors, which probably was significant of further honors intended him. Note, though those children are happy that have that in them which justly recommends them to their parents' particular love, yet it is the prudence of parents not to make a difference between one child and another, unless there be a great and manifest cause given for it by the child's dutifulness or undutifulness. Parental government must be impartial and managed with a steady hand. 4. Joseph hated by his brethren. 1. Because his father loved him. When parents make a difference, children soon take notice of it, and it often occasions feuds and quarrels in families. 2. Because he brought to his father their evil report. Jacob's sons did that, when they were from under his eye, which they durst not have done if they had been at home with him. But Joseph gave his father an account of their bad carriage, that he might reprove and restrain them, not as a malicious tale-bearer to sow discord, but as a faithful brother who, when he durst not admonish them himself, represented their faults to one that had authority to admonish them. Note, 1. It is common for friendly monitors to be looked upon as enemies. Those that hate to be reformed hate those that would reform them. Proverbs chapter 9, verse 8. 2. It is common for those that are beloved of God to be hated by the world. Whom heaven blesses, hell curses. To those whom God speaks comfortably, wicked men will not speak peaceably. It is said here of Joseph, the lad was with the sons of Bilhah. Some read it, and he was servant to them. They made him their drudge. Verses 5 to 11. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet more. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and, lo, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheaf. And his brethren said unto him, Shalt thou indeed reign over us? Or shalt thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it his father, and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him, and said unto him, What is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come and bow ourselves to thee, to the earth? And his brethren envied them, but his father observed the saying. Here, 1. Joseph relates the prophetical dreams he had, verses 6, 7, 9, and 10. Though he was now very young, about 17 years old, yet he was pious and devout, and well inclined, and this fitted him for God's gracious discoveries of himself to him. Joseph had a great deal of trouble before him, and therefore God gave him betimes this prospect of his advancement, to support and comfort him under the long and grievous troubles with which he was to be exercised. Thus Christ had a joy set before him, and so have Christians. Note, God has ways of preparing his people beforehand for the trials which they cannot foresee, but which he has an eye to in the comforts with which he furnishes them. His dreams were, 1. That his brethren's sheaves all bowed to his, intimating upon what occasion they should be brought to do homage to him, namely, in seeking to him for corn, their empty sheaves should bow to his full one. 2. That the sun and moon and 11 stars did obeisance to him. Verse 9. Joseph was more of a prophet than a politician, else he would have kept this to himself, when he could not but know that his brethren did already hate him, and that this would but the more exasperate them. But if he told in his simplicity, yet God directed it for the mortification of his brethren. Observe, Joseph dreamed of his preferment, but he did not dream of his imprisonment. Thus many young people, when they are setting out in the world, think of nothing but prosperity and pleasure, and never dream of trouble. 2. His brethren take it very ill, and are more and more enraged against him. Verse 8. Shalt thou indeed reign over us? See here, 1. How truly they interpreted his dream, that he should reign over them. Those become the expositors of his dream who were enemies to the accomplishment of it, as in Gideon's story, Judges chapter 7, verses 13 and 14. They perceived that he spoke of them, Matthew chapter 21, verse 45. The event exactly answered to this interpretation, chapter 42, verse 6, etc. 2. How scornfully they resented it. Shalt thou, who are but one, reign over us who are many? Thou, who art the youngest, over us who are older? Note, the reign and dominion of Jesus Christ, our Joseph, have been and are despised and striven against by a carnal and unbelieving world, who cannot endure to think that this man should reign over them. The dominion also of the upright, in the morning of the resurrection, is thought of with the utmost disdain. 3. His father gives him a gentle rebuke for it, yet observes the saying, verses 10 and 11. Probably he checked him for it, to lessen the offense which his brethren would be apt to take at it, yet he took notice of it more than he seemed to do. He insinuated that it was but an idle dream, because his mother was brought in, who had been dead some time since, whereas the sun, moon, and 11 stars signify no more than the whole family that should have dependence upon him, and be glad to be beholden to him. Note, the faith of God's people in God's promises is often sorely shaken by their misunderstanding of the promises, and then suggesting the improbabilities that attend the performance. But God is doing his own work, and will do it, whether we understand him aright or no. Jacob, like Mary, Luke chapter 2, verse 51, kept these things in his heart, and no doubt remembered them long afterwards, when the event answered to the prediction. Verses 12 to 22. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock at Shechem. And Israel said unto Joseph, Do not thy brethren feed the flock at Shechem? Come, and I will send thee unto them. And he said to him, Here am I. And he said to him, Go, I pray thee, seek whether it be well with thy brethren, and well with the flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the vale of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What seekest thou? And he said, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray thee, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, They are departed hence, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them at Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Behold, the dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we will say, Some evil beast hath devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard of it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him again to his father. Here is 1. The kind visit which Joseph, in obedience to his father's command, made to his brethren, who were feeding the flock at Shechem, many miles off. Some suggest that they went thither on purpose, expecting that Joseph would be sent to see them, and that then they should have an opportunity to do him mischief. However, Joseph and his father had both of them more of the innocence of the dove than of the wisdom of the serpent, else he had never come thus into the hands of those that hated him. But God designed it all for good. See in Joseph an instance, 1. Of dutifulness to his father. Though he was his father's darling, yet he was made, and was willing to be, his father's servant. How readily does he wait his father's orders? Here I am, verse 13. Note, those children that are best beloved by their parents should be most obedient to their parents, and then their love is well bestowed and well returned. 2. Of kindness to his brethren. Though he knew they hated him and envied him, yet he made no objections against his father's commands, either from the distance of the place or danger of the journey, but cheerfully embraced the opportunity of showing his respect to his brethren. Note, it is a very good lesson, though it is learnt with difficulty and rarely practiced, to love those that hate us. If our relations do not their duty to us, yet we must not be wanting in our duty to them. This is thankworthy Joseph, who was sent by his father to Shechem to see whether his brethren were well there, and whether the country had not risen upon them and destroyed them, in revenge of their barbarous murder of the Shechemites some years before. But Joseph, not finding them there, went to Dothan, which showed that he undertook this journey not only in obedience to his father, for then he might have returned when he missed them at Shechem, having done what his father told him, but out of love to his brethren, and therefore he sought diligently till he found them. Thus let brotherly love continue, and let us give proofs of it. 2. The bloody and malicious plot of his brethren against him, who rendered good for evil, and, for his love, were his adversaries. Observe, 1. How deliberately they were in the contrivance of this mischief. When they saw him afar off, they conspired against him. Verse 18. It was not in a heat, or upon a sudden provocation, that they thought to slay him, but from malice prepense, and in cold blood. Note, whosoever hateth his brother is a murderer, for he will be one if he have an opportunity. 1 John 3, verse 15. Malice is a most mischievous thing, and is in danger of making bloody work, where it is harbored and indulged. The more there is of a project and contrivance in a sin, the worse it is. It is bad to do evil, but worse to devise it. 2. How cruel they were in their design, nothing less than blood would satisfy them. Come, and let us slay him, verse 20. Note, the old enmity hunts for the precious life. It is the bloodthirsty that hate the upright. Proverbs 29, verse 10. And it is the blood of the saints that the harlot is drunk with. 3. How scornfully they reproached him for his dreams, verse 19. This dreamer cometh, and verse 20. We shall see what will become of his dreams. This shows what it was that fretted and enraged them. They could not endure to think of doing homage to him. This was what they were plotting to prevent by the murder of him. Note, men that fret and rage at God's counsels are impiously aiming to defeat them, but they imagine a vain thing. Psalm 2, verses 1-3. God's counsels will stand. 4. How they agreed to keep one another's counsel, and to cover the murder with a lie. We will say, some evil beast hath devoured him. Whereas, in thus consulting to devour him, they proved themselves worse than the most evil beasts. For evil beasts prey not on those of their own kind, but they were tearing a piece of themselves. 3. Reuben's project to deliver him, verses 21-22. Note, God can raise up friends for his people, even among their enemies, for he has all hearts in his hands. Reuben, of all the brothers, had most reason to be jealous of Joseph, for he was the firstborn, and so entitled to those distinguishing favors which Jacob was conferring on Joseph. Yet he proves his best friend. Reuben's temper seems to have been soft and effeminate, which had betrayed him to the sin of uncleanness, while the temper of the next two brothers, Simeon and Levi, was fierce, which betrayed them to the sin of murder, a sin which Reuben startled at the thought of. Note, our natural constitution should be guarded against those sins to which it is most inclinable, and improved, as Reuben's here, against those sins to which it is most averse. Reuben made a proposal which they thought would effectually answer their intention of destroying Joseph, and yet which he designed should answer his intention of rescuing Joseph out of their hands, and restoring him to his father. probably hoping thereby to recover his father's favor, which he had lately lost. But God overruled all to serve his own purpose of making Joseph an instrument to save much people alive. Joseph was here a type of Christ. Though he was the beloved son of his father, and hated by a wicked world, yet the Father sent him out of his bosom to visit us in great humility and love. He came from heaven to earth to seek and save us, yet then malicious plots were laid against him. He came to his own, and his own not only received him not, but consulted against him. This is the heir, come let us kill him. Crucify him, crucify him. This he submitted to, in pursuance of his design to redeem and save us. Verses 23 to 30. And it came to pass, when Joseph was coming unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colours that was on him, and they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty, there was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites come from Gilead, with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come, and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and not let our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianite merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver, and they brought Joseph into Egypt. And Reuben returned unto the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes, and he returned unto his brethren, and said, The child is not, and I, whither shall I go? We have here the execution of their plot against Joseph. 1. They stripped him, each striving to seize the envied coat of many colours, verse 23. Thus, in imagination, they degraded him from the birthright, of which perhaps this was the badge, grieving him, affronting their father, and making themselves sport, while they insulted over him. Now, Joseph, where is thy fine coat? Thus our Lord Jesus was stripped of his seamless coat, and thus his suffering saints have first been industriously divested of their privileges and honours, and then made the offscouring of all things. 2. They went about to starve him, throwing him into a dry pit, to perish there with hunger and cold, so cruel were their tender mercies, verse 24. Note, where envy reigns, pity is banished, and humanity itself is forgotten. Proverbs chapter 27, verse 4. So full of deadly poison is malice, that the more barbarous anything is, the more grateful it is. Now Joseph begged for his life in the anguish of his soul. Chapter 42, verse 21. Entreated, by all imaginable endearments, that they would be content with his coat and spare his life. He pleads innocence, relation, affection, submission. He weeps and makes supplication, but all in vain. Reuben alone relents and intercedes for him. Chapter 42, verse 22. But he cannot prevail to save Joseph from the horrible pit, in which they resolve he shall die by degrees, and be buried alive. Is this he to whom his brethren must do homage? Note, God's providences often seem to contradict his purposes, even when they are serving them and working at a distance toward the accomplishment of them. 3. They slighted him when he was in distress, and were not grieved for the affliction of Joseph. For when he was pining away in the pit, bemoaning his own misery, and with a languishing cry, calling to them for pity, they sat down to eat bread, verse 25. 1. They felt no remorse of conscience for the sin. If they had, it would have spoiled their appetite for their meat, and the relish of it. Note, a great force put upon conscience commonly stupefies it, and for the time deprives it both of sense and speech. Daring sinners are secure ones, but the consciences of Joseph's brethren, though asleep now, were roused long afterwards. Chapter 43, verse 21. 2. They were pleased to think how they were freed from the fear of their brother's dominion over them, and that, on the contrary, they had turned the wheel upon him. They made merry over him, as the persecutors over the 2 witnesses that had tormented them. Revelations chapter 11, verse 10. Note, those that oppose God's counsels may possibly prevail so far as to think they have gained their point, and yet be deceived. 4. They sold him. A caravan of merchants very opportunely passed by, Providence so ordering it, and Judah made the motion that they should sell Joseph to them, to be carried far enough off into Egypt where, in all probability, he would be lost and never heard of more. 1. Judah proposed it in compassion to Joseph, verse 26. What profit is it if we slay our brother? It will be less guilt and more gain to sell him. Note, when we are tempted to sin, we should consider the unprofitableness of it. It is what there is nothing to be got by. 2. They acquiesced in it, because they thought that if he were sold for a slave, he would never be a lord. If sold into Egypt, he would never be their lord. Yet all this was working towards it. Note, the wrath of man shall praise God, and the remainder of wrath he will restrain. Psalm 76, verse 10. Joseph's brethren were wonderfully restrained from murdering him, and their selling him was as wonderfully turned to God's praise. As Joseph was sold by contrivance of Judah for 20 pieces of silver, so was our Lord for 30, and by one of the same name too, Judas. Reuben, it seems, had gone away from his brethren when they sold Joseph, intending to come round some other way to the pit, and to help Joseph out of it, and return him safely to his father. This was a kind project, but if it had taken effect, what had become of God's purpose concerning his preferment in Egypt? Note, there are many devices in man's heart, many devices of the enemies of God's people to destroy them, and of their friends to help them, which perhaps are both disappointed, as these were. But the counsel of the Lord, that shall stand. Reuben thought himself undone, because the child was sold. Whither shall I go? Verse 30. He being the eldest, his father would expect from him an account of Joseph, but, as it proved, they would all have been undone if he had not been sold. Verses 31 to 36. And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, This we have found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no. And he knew it, and said, It is my son's coat. An evil beast hath devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. And Jacob rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted, and said, For I will go down into the grave unto my son mourning. Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's, and captain of the guard. 1. Joseph would soon be missed. Great inquiry would be made for him, and therefore his brethren have a further design, to make the world believe that Joseph was torn into pieces by a wild beast, and this they did. 1. To clear themselves, that they might not be suspected to have done him any mischief. Note, we have all learned of Adam to cover our transgression, Job chapter 31, verse 33. When the devil has taught men to commit one sin, he then teaches them to conceal it with another, theft and murder with lying and perjury. But he that covers his sin shall not prosper long. Joseph's brethren kept their own and one another's counsel for some time, but their villainy came to light at last, and it is here published to the world, and the remembrance of it transmitted to every age. 2. To grieve their good father. It seemed designed by them on purpose to be revenged upon him for his distinguishing love of Joseph. It was contrived on purpose to create the utmost vexation to him. They sent him Joseph's coat of many colors, with one color more than it had had, a bloody color, verse 32. They pretended that they had found it out in the fields, and Jacob himself must be scornfully asked, Is this thy son's coat? Now the badge of his honor is the discovery of his fate, and it is rashly inferred from the bloody coat that Joseph without doubt is rent in pieces. Love is always apt to fear the worst concerning the person beloved. There is a love that casteth out fear, but that is perfect love. Now let those that know the heart of a parent suppose the agonies of poor Jacob, and put their souls into his soul's stead. How strongly does he represent to himself the direful idea of Joseph's misery. Sleeping or waking, he imagines he sees the wild beast setting upon Joseph, thinks he hears his piteous shrieks when the lion roared against him, and makes himself tremble and grow chill many a time when he fancies how the beast sucked his blood, tore him limb from limb, and left no remains of him but the coat of many colors, to carry the tidings. and no doubt it added no little to the grief that he had exposed him by sending him all alone on this dangerous journey which proved so fatal to him. This cuts him to the heart, and he is ready to look upon himself as an accessory to the death of his son. Now, 1. Endeavors were used to comfort him. His sons basely pretended to do it, verse 35, but miserable, hypocritical comforters were they all. Had they really desired to comfort him, they might easily have done it, by telling him the truth. Joseph is alive. He is indeed sold into Egypt, but it will be an easy thing to send thither and ransom him. This would have loosened his sackcloth, and girded him with gladness presently. I wonder their countenance did not betray their guilt, and with what face they could pretend to condole with Jacob on the death of Joseph, when they knew he was alive. Note, the heart is strangely hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. But, 2, it was all in vain. Jacob refused to be comforted, verse 35. He was an obstinate mourner, resolved to go down into the grave mourning. It was not a sudden transport of passion, like that of David. Would God I had died for thee, my son, my son. But, like Job, he hardened himself in sorrow. Note, 1. Great affliction to any creature does not prepare for so much the greater affliction, when it is either removed from us or embittered to us. Inordinate love commonly ends in immoderate grief. As much as the sway of the pendulum throws one way, so much it will throw the other way. 2. Those consult neither the comfort of their souls nor the credit of their religion, that are determined in their sorrow upon any occasion whatever. We must never say, we will go to our grave mourning, because we know not what joyful days Providence may yet reserve for us, and it is our wisdom and duty to accommodate ourselves to Providence. 3. We often perplex ourselves with imaginary troubles. We fancy things worse than they are, and then afflict ourselves more than we need. Sometimes there needs no more to comfort us than to undeceive us. It is good to hope the best. 2. The Ishmaelites and Midianites, having bought Joseph only to make their market of him, here we have him sold again, with gain enough to the merchants, no doubt, to Potiphar, verse 36. Joseph was lamenting the loss of his life. Had he known all, he would have lamented, though not so passionately, the loss of liberty. Shall Jacob's freeborn son exchange the best robe of his family for the livery of an Egyptian lord, and all the marks of servitude? How soon was the land of Egypt made a house of bondage to the seed of Jacob? Note, it is the wisdom of parents not to bring up their children too delicately, because they know not to what hardships and mortifications Providence may reduce them before they die. Jacob little thought that his ever-beloved Joseph would be thus bought and sold for a servant. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 38. This chapter gives us an account of Judah and his family, and such an account it is that one would wonder that, of all Jacob's sons, our Lord should spring out of Judah. Hebrews chapter 7, verse 14. If we were to form a character of him by this story, we should not say, Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Chapter 49, verse 8. But God will show that his choice is of grace and not of merit, and that Christ came into the world to save sinners, even the chief, and is not ashamed, upon their repentance, to be allied to them, also that the worth and worthiness of Jesus Christ are personal, of himself, and not derived from his ancestors. Humbling himself to be made in the likeness of sinful flesh, he was pleased to descend from some that were infamous. How little reason had the Jews, who were so called from this Judah, to boast, as they did, that they were not born of fornication. John chapter 8, verse 41. We have in this chapter, 1. Judah's marriage and issue, and the untimely death of his 2 eldest sons, verses 1 to 11. 2. Judah's incest with his daughter-in-law Tamar, without his knowing it, verses 12 to 23. 3. His confusion when it was discovered, verses 24 to 26. 4. The birth of his twin sons, in whom his family was built up, verse 27, etc. Judah's profligacy, B.C. 1717. Verses 1 to 11. And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren, and turned in to a certain Adulamite, whose name was Hira. And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua. And he took her, and went in with her. And she conceived, and bare a son. And he called his name And she conceived again, and bare a son. And she called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived, and bare a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Chezib when she bare him. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his, and it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Judah to Tamar his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. For he said, Lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. Here is 1. Judah's foolish friendship with a Canaanite man. He went down from his brethren, and withdrew for a time from their society and his father's family, and got to be intimately acquainted with one Hira, an Adulamite, verse 1. It is computed that he was now not much above 15 or 16 years of age, an easy prey to the tempter. Note, when young people that have been well educated begin to change their company, they will soon change their manners, and lose their good education. Those that go down from their brethren, that despise and forsake the society of the seed of Israel, and pick up Canaanites for their companions, are going down the hill apace. It is of great consequence to young people to choose proper associates, for these they will imitate, study to recommend themselves to, and, by their opinion of them, value themselves. An error in this choice is often fatal. 2. His foolish marriage with a Canaanite woman, a match made not by his father, who, it should seem, was not consulted, but by his new friend, Hira, verse 2. Many have been drawn into marriages scandalous and pernicious to themselves and their families by keeping bad company and growing familiar with bad people. One wicked league entangles men in another. Let young people be admonished by this to take their good parents for their best friends, and to be advised by them, and not by flatterers, who wheedle them to make a prey of them. 3. His children by this Canaanite, and his disposal of them. 3 sons he had by her, Onan, and Shelah. It is probable that she embraced the worship of the God of Israel, at least in profession, but, for aught that appears, there was little of the fear of God in the family. Judah married too young, and very rashly. He also married his sons too young, when they had neither wit nor grace to govern themselves, and the consequences were very bad. 1. His firstborn, was notoriously wicked. He was so in the sight of the Lord, that is, in defiance of God and his law. Or, if perhaps he was not wicked in the sight of the world, he was so in the sight of God, to whom all men's wickedness is open. And what came of it? Why, God cut him off presently, verse 7. The Lord slew him. Note, sometimes God makes quick work with sinners, and takes them away in his wrath, when they are but just setting out in a wicked course of life. 2. The next son, Onan, was, according to the ancient usage, married to the widow, to preserve the name of his deceased brother that died childless. Though God had taken away his life for his wickedness, yet they were solicitous to preserve his memory, and their disappointment therein, through Onan's sin, was a further punishment of his wickedness. The custom of marrying the brother's widow was afterwards made one of the laws of Moses, Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 5. Onan, though he consented to marry the widow, yet, to the great abuse of his own body, of the wife that he had married, and the memory of his brother that was gone, he refused to raise up seed unto his brother, as he was in duty bound. This was so much worse because the Messiah was to descend from Judah, and, had he not been guilty of this wickedness, he might have had the honor of being one of his ancestors. Note, those sins that dishonor the body and defile it are very displeasing to God, and evidences of vile affections. 3. Shelah, the third son, was reserved for the widow, verse 11, yet with the design that he should not marry so young as his brothers had done, lest he die also. Some think that Judah never intended to marry Shelah to Tamar, but unjustly suspected her to have been the death of her 2 former husbands, whereas it was their own wickedness that slew them, and then sent her to her father's house with a charge to remain a widow. If so, it was an inexcusable piece of prevarication that he was guilty of. However, Tamar acquiesced for the present and waited the issue. Verses 12 to 23. And in process of time the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died, and Judah was comforted, and went up into his sheep shearers to Timnath, he and his friend Hira the Adulamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnath, for she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given unto him to wife. When Judah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, because she covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go, I pray thee, let me come unto thee. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me? And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, Wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it? And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet, and thy bracelets, and thy staff that is in thine hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adulamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Judah, and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said, that there is no harlot in this place. And Judah said, Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her. It is a very ill-favored story that is here told concerning Judah. One would not have expected such folly in Israel. Judah had buried his wife, and widowers have need to stand upon their guard with the utmost caution and resolution against all fleshly lusts. He was unjust to his daughter-in-law, either through negligence or design, in not giving her his surviving son, and this exposed her to temptation. 1. Tamar wickedly prostituted herself as a harlot to Judah, that, if the son might not, the father might raise up seed to the deceased. Some excuse this by suggesting that, though she was a Canaanite, yet she had embraced the true religion, and believed the promise made to Abraham and his seed, particularly that of the Messiah, who was to descend from the loins of Judah, and that she was therefore thus earnestly desirous to have a child by one of that family, that she might have the honor, or at least stand fair for the honor, of being the mother of the Messiah. And, if this was indeed her desire, it had its success. She is one of the 4 women particularly named in the genealogy of Christ. Matthew chapter 1, verse 3. Her sinful practice was pardoned, and her good intention was accepted, which magnifies the grace of God, but can by no means be admitted to justify or encourage the like. Bishop Patrick thinks it probable that she hoped Shelah, who was by right her husband, might have come along with his father, and that he might have been allured to her embraces. There was a great deal of plot and contrivance in Tamar's sin. 1. She took an opportunity for it, when Judah had a time of mirth and feasting with his sheep-shearers. Note, time of jollity often prove times of temptation, particularly to the sin of uncleanness, when men are fed to the full. The reins are apt to be let loose. 2. She exposed herself as a harlot in an open place, verse 14. Those that are, and would be, chaste, must be keepers at home. Titus chapter 2, verse 5. It should seem it was the custom of harlots in those times to cover their faces, that, Though they were not ashamed, yet they might seem to be so. The sin of uncleanness did not then go so barefaced as it does now. 2. Judah was taken in the snare, and though it was ignorantly that he was guilty of incest with his daughter-in-law, not knowing who she was, yet he was wilfully guilty of fornication. Whoever she was, he knew she was not his wife, and therefore not to be touched. Nor was his sin capable, in the least, of such a charitable excuse as some make for Tamar, that though the action was bad the intention possibly might be good. Observe, 1. Judah's sin began in the eye, verse 15. He saw her. Note, those have eyes and hearts too, full of adultery, as it is 2 Peter 2, verse 14, that catch at every bait that presents itself to them, and are as tinder to every spark. We have need to make a covenant with our eyes, and to turn them from beholding vanity, lest the eye infect the heart. 2. It added to the scandal that the hire of a harlot, than which nothing is more infamous, was demanded, offered, and accepted, a kid from the flock, a goodly price at which her chastity and honor were valued. Nay, had the consideration been thousands of rams and 10,000 rivers of oil, it had not been a valuable consideration. The favor of God, the purity of the soul, the peace of conscience, and the hope of heaven are too precious to be exposed to sale at any such rates. The topaz of Ethiopia could not equal them. What are those profited that lose their souls to gain the world? 3. It turned to the reproach of Judah that he left his jewels in pawn for a kid. Note, fleshly lusts are not only brutish but sottish, and ruining to men's secular interests. It is plain that whoredom, as well as wine, and new wine, takes away the heart first, else it would never take away the signet and the bracelets. 3. He lost his jewels by the bargain. He sent the kid, according to this promise, to redeem his pawn, but the supposed harlot could not be found. He sent it by his friend, who was indeed his back friend, because he was aiding and abetting in his evil deeds, the Adulamite, who came back without the pledge. It is a good account, if it be but true, of any place which they here gave. There was no harlot in this place, for such sinners are the scandals and plagues of any place. Judah sits down content to lose the signet and his bracelets, and forbids his friend to make any further inquiry after them, giving this reason, lest we be shamed. Verse 23. Either, 1. Lest his sin should come to be known publicly, and be talked of. Fornication and uncleanness have ever been looked upon as scandalous things, and the reproach and shame of those that are convicted of them. Nothing will make those blush that are not ashamed of these. 2. Lest he should be laughed at as a fool for trusting a strumpet with his signet and his bracelets. He expresses no concern about the sin, to get that pardoned, only about the shame, to prevent that. Note, there are many who are more solicitous to preserve their reputation with men than to secure the favor of God and a good conscience. Lest we be shamed goes further with them than lest we be damned. Birth of Phares and Zerah, B.C. 1714. Verses 24 to 30. And it came to pass about 3 months after, that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar thy daughter-in-law hath played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Judah said, Bring her forth, and let her be burnt. When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, By the man whose these are, I with child. And she said, Discern, I pray thee, who these are, the signet, bracelets, and staff. And Judah acknowledged them, and said, She hath been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah my son, and he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in time of her travail, that, behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass, when she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, This came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that, behold, his brother came out, and she said, How hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Phares. And afterward came out his brother, that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah. Here is 1. Judah's rigor against Tamar when he heard she was an adulteress. She was, in the eye of the law, Shelah's wife, and therefore her being with child by another was looked upon as an injury and reproach to Judah's family. Bring her forth, therefore, says Judah, the master of the family, and let her be burnt. Not burnt to death, but burnt in the cheek or forehead, stigmatized for a harlot. This seems probable. Verse 24. Note, it is a common thing for men to be severe against those very sins in others in which yet they allow themselves, and so, in judging others, they condemn themselves. Romans chapter 2, verse 1, chapter 14, verse 22. If he designed that she should be burnt to death, perhaps, under pretense of zeal against the sin, he was contriving how to get rid of his daughter-in-law, being loath to marry Shelah to her. Note, it is a common thing, but a very bad thing, to cover malice against men's persons with a show of zeal against their vices. 2. Judah's shame, when it was made to appear that he was the adulterer. She produced the ring and the bracelets in court, which justified the fathering of the child upon Judah, verses 25 and 26. Note, the wickedness that has been most secretly committed and most industriously concealed, yet sometimes is strangely brought to light, to the shame and confusion of those who have said, "No eye sees." A bird of the air may carry the voice. However, there is a destroying day coming when all will be laid open. Some of the Jewish writers observe that as Judah had said to his father, "See, is this thy son's coat?" Chapter 37, verse 32. So it was now said to him, "See, are these thy signet and bracelets?" Judah, being convicted by his own conscience, 1. Confesses his sin. She has been more righteous than I. He owns that a perpetual mark of infamy should be fastened rather upon him, who had been so much accessory to it. Note, those offenders ought to be treated with the greatest tenderness to whom we have in any way given occasion of offending. If servants purloin, and their masters, by withholding from them what is due, tempt them to it, they ought to forgive them. 2. He never returned to it again. He knew her again no more. Note, those do not truly repent their sins that do not forsake them. 3. The building up of Judah's family hereby, notwithstanding, in the birth of Pharez and Zerah, from whom descended the most considerable families of the illustrious tribe of Judah. It should seem, the birth was hard to the mother, by which she was corrected for her sin. The children also, like Jacob and Esau, struggled for the birthright, and Pharez obtained it, who is ever named first, and from him Christ descended. He had his name from his breaking forth before his brother. This breach be upon thee, which is applicable to those that sow discord, and create distance between brethren. The Jews, as Zerah, bade fair for the birthright, and were marked with a scarlet thread, as those that came out first. But the Gentiles, like Pharez, as a son of violence, got the start of them, by that violence which the kingdom of heaven suffers, and attained to the righteousness of which the Jews came short. Yet, when the fullness of time is come, all Israel shall be saved. Both these sons are named in the genealogy of our Saviour, Matthew chapter 1, verse 3, to perpetuate the story, as an instance of the humiliation of our Lord Jesus. Some observe that the 4 eldest sons of Jacob fell under very foul guilt, Reuben and Judah under the guilt of incest, Simeon and Levi under that of murder. Yet they were patriarchs, and from Levi descended the priests, from Judah the kings and Messiah. Thus they became examples of repentance and monuments of pardoning mercy. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 39. At this chapter we return to the story of Joseph. We have him here, Roman 1, a servant, a slave in Potiphar's house, verse 1, and yet there greatly honored and favored, 1, by the providence of God which made him, in effect, a master, verses 2 to 6, 2, by the grace of God which made him more than a conqueror over a strong temptation to uncleanness, verses 7 to 12. Roman 2, we have him here a sufferer, falsely accused, verses 13 to 18, imprisoned, verses 19 and 20, and yet his imprisonment made both honorable and comfortable by the tokens of God's special presence with him, verses 21 to 23. And herein Joseph was a type of Christ, who took upon him the form of a servant, and yet then did that which made it evident that God was with him, who was tempted by Satan, but overcame the temptation, who was falsely accused and bound, and yet had all things committed to his hand. The history of Joseph, B.C. 721. Verses 1 to 6. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him out of the hands of the Ishmaelites, which had brought him down thither. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master the Egyptian. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him. And he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass from that time that he made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored. Here is 1 Joseph bought, verse 1. And he that bought him, whatever he gave for him, had a good bargain of him. It was better than the merchandise of silver. The Jews have a proverb, if the world did but know the worth of good men, they would hedge them about with pearls. He was sold to an officer of Pharaoh, with whom he might get acquainted with public persons and public business, and so be fitted for the preferment for which he was designed. Note, 1. What God intends men for, he will be sure, somewhere or another, to qualify them for. 2. Providence is to be acknowledged in the disposal of even poor servants and in their settlements, and therein may perhaps be working towards something great and important. 2. Joseph blessed, wonderfully blessed, even in the house of his servitude. 1. God prospers him, verses 2 and 3. Perhaps the affairs of Potiphar's family had remarkably gone backward before, but upon Joseph's coming into it, a discernible turn was given to them, and the face and posture of them altered on a sudden. Though, at first, we may suppose that his hand was put to the meanest services, even in those appeared his ingenuity and industry. A particular blessing of heaven attended him, which, as he rose in his employment, became more and more discernible. Note, 1. Those that have wisdom and grace have that which cannot be taken away from them, whatever else they are robbed of. Joseph's brethren had stripped him of his coat of many colors, but they could not strip him of his virtue and prudence. 2. Those that can separate us from all our friends, yet cannot deprive us of the gracious presence of our God. When Joseph had none of all his relations with him, he had his God with him, even in the house of the Egyptian. Joseph was separated from his brethren, but not from his God, banished from his father's house, but the Lord was with him and comforted him. 3. It is God's presence with us that makes all we do prosperous. Those that would prosper must therefore make God their friend, and those that do prosper must therefore give God the praise. 2. His master preferred him by degrees, made him steward of his household. Verse 4. Note, 1. Industry and honesty are the surest and safest way both of rising and thriving. Seest thou a man prudent and faithful, and diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings at length, and not always before mean men. 2. It is the wisdom of those that are in any sort of authority to countenance and employ those with whom it appears that the presence of God is. Psalm 101, verse 6. Potiphar knew what he did when he put all into the hands of Joseph, for he knew it would prosper better there than in his own hand. 3. He that is faithful in a few things stand fair for being made ruler over many things. Matthew chapter 25, verse 21. Christ goes by this rule with his servants. 4. It is a great ease to a master to have those employed under him that are trustworthy. Potiphar was so well satisfied with Joseph's conduct that he knew aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. Verse 6. The servant had all the care and trouble of the estate. The master had only the enjoyment of it. An example not to be imitated by any master, unless he could be sure that he had one in all respects like Joseph for a servant. 3. God favored his master for his sake. Verse 5. He blessed the Egyptian's house, though he was an Egyptian, a stranger to the true God, for Joseph's sake. And he himself, like Laban, soon learned it by experience. Chapter 30, verse 27. Note, paren 1. Good men are the blessings of the places where they live. Even good servants may be so, though mean and lightly esteemed. Paren 2. The prosperity of the wicked is, one way or other, for the sake of the godly. Here was a wicked family blessed for the sake of one good servant in it. Verses 7 to 12. And it came to pass after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, Lie with me. But he refused, and said unto his master's wife, Behold, my master wotteth not what is with me in the house. He hath committed all that he hath to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I. Neither hath he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God? And it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time, that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by his garment, saying, Lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and got him out. Here is, Roman 1, a most shameful instance of impudence and immodesty in Joseph's mistress, the shame and scandal of her sex, perfectly lost to all virtue and honor, and not to be mentioned nor thought of without the utmost indignation. It was well that she was an Egyptian, for we must have shared in the confusion if such folly had been found in Israel. Observe. 1. Her sin began in the eye. She cast her eyes upon Joseph, verse 7, who was a goodly person and well favored, verse 6. Note, paren 1. Remarkable beauty, either of men or women, often proves a dangerous snare both to themselves and others, which forbids pride in it, and commands constant watchfulness against the temptation that attends it. Favor is deceitful, deceiving. Paren 2. We have great need to make a covenant with our eyes. Job chapter 31, verse 1. Lest the eye infect the heart. Joseph's mistress had a husband that ought to have been to her for a covering of the eyes from all others. Chapter 20, verse 16. 2. She was daring and shameless in the sin. With an impudent face and a harlot's forehead, she said, Lie with me, having already, by her wanton looks and unchaste desires, committed adultery with him in her heart. Note, where the unclean spirit gets possession and dominion in a soul, it is as with the possessed of the devils. Luke chapter 8, verses 27 and 29. The clothes of modesty are thrown off, and the bands and fetters of shame are broken in pieces. When lust has got head, it will stick at nothing, blush at nothing. Decency and reputation and conscience are all sacrificed to the Baal Peor. 3. She was urgent and violent in the temptation. Often she had been denied with the strongest reasons, and yet as often renewed her vile solicitations. She spoke to him day by day, verse 10. Now this was, paren 1, great wickedness in her, and showed her heart fully set to do evil. Paren 2, a great temptation to Joseph. The hand of Satan, no doubt, was in it, who, when he found he could not overcome him with troubles and the frowns of the world, for in them he still held fast his integrity, assaulted him with soft and charming pleasures, which have ruined more than the former, and have slain their 10,000s. Roman 2. Here is a most illustrious instance of virtue and resolved chastity in Joseph, who, by the grace of God, was enabled to resist and overcome this temptation, and, all things considered, his escape was, for aught I know, as great an instance of the divine power as the deliverance of the 3 children out of the fiery furnace. 1. The temptation he was assaulted with was very strong. Never was a more violent onset made on the fort of chastity than this recorded here. 1. The sin he was tempted to was uncleanness, which, considering his youth, his beauty, his single state, and his plentiful living at the table of a ruler, was a sin which, one would think, might most easily beset him and betray him. 2. The tempter was his mistress, a person of quality, whom it was his place to obey and his interest to oblige, whose favor would contribute more than anything to his preferment, and by whose means he might arrive at the highest honors of the court. On the other hand, it was at his utmost peril if he slighted her and made her his enemy. 3. Opportunity makes a thief, makes an adulterer, and that favored the temptation. The tempter was in the house with him. His business led him to be, without any suspicion, where she was. None of the family were within, verse 11. There appeared no danger of its ever being discovered, or, if it should be suspected, his mistress would protect him. 4. To all this was added importunity, frequent, constant importunity, to such degree that, at last, she laid violent hands on him. 2. His resistance of the temptation was very brave, and the victory truly honorable. The almighty grace of God enabled him to overcome this assault of the enemy. 1. By strength of reason. And wherever right reason may be heard, religion no doubt will carry the day. He argues from the respect he owed both to God and his master, verses 8 and 9. 1. He would not wrong his master, nor do such an irreparable injury to his honor. He considers and urges how kind his master had been to him, what a confidence he had reposed in him, in how many instances he had befriended him, for which he abhorred the thought of making such an ungrateful return. Note, we are bound in honor, as well as justice and gratitude, not in anything to injure those that have a good opinion of us and place a trust in us, how secretly soever it may be done. See how he argues, verse 9, There is none greater in this house than I, therefore I will not do it. Note, those that are great, instead of being proud of their greatness, should use it as an argument against sin. Is none greater than I? Then I will scorn to do a wicked thing. It is below me to serve a base lust. I will not disparage myself so much. 2. He would not offend his God. This is the chief argument with which he strengthens his aversions to the sin. How can I do this? Not only how shall I, or how dare I, but how can I? Id possumus quod jure possumus. We can do that which we can do lawfully. It is good to shut out sin with the strongest bar, even that of an impossibility. He that is born of God cannot sin. 1 John 3, verse 9. 3 arguments Joseph urges upon himself. First, he considers who he was that was tempted. Others perhaps may take their liberty, but I cannot. I that am an Israelite in covenant with God, that profess religion and relation to him, it is next to impossible for me to do so. Secondly, what the sin was to which he was tempted. This great wickedness. Others might look upon it as a small matter, a peccadillo, a trick of youth. But Joseph had another idea of it. In general, when at any time we are tempted to sin, we must consider the great wickedness there is in it. Let sin appear sin. Romans 7, verse 13. Call it by its own name, and never go about to lessen it. Particularly let the sin of uncleanness always be looked upon as great wickedness, and as exceedingly sinful sin, that wars against the soul as much as any other. Thirdly, against whom he was tempted to sin, against God. Not only, how shall I do it and sin against my master, my mistress, myself, my own body and soul, but against God. Note, gracious souls look upon this as the worst thing in sin, that it is against God, against his nature and his dominion, against his love and his design. Those that love God do for this reason hate sin. 2. By steadfast resolution. The grace of God enabled him to overcome the temptation by avoiding the tempter. 1. He hearkened not to her, so much as to be with her, verse 10. Note, those that would be kept from harm must keep themselves out of harm's way. Avoid it, pass not by it. Nay, sub 2. When she laid hold of him, he left his garment in her hand. Verse 12. He would not stay so much as to parley with the temptation, but flew out from it with the utmost abhorrence. He left his garment as one escaping for his life. Note, it is better to lose a good coat than a good conscience. Verses 13 to 18. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and fled forth, that she called unto the men of the house, and spake unto them, saying, See, he hath brought in a Hebrew unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled, and got him out. And she laid up his garment by her until his Lord came home. And she spake unto him according to these words, saying, The Hebrew servant, which thou hast brought unto us, came unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled out. Joseph's mistress, having tried in vain to make him a criminal, now endeavors to represent him as one, so to be revenged on him for his virtue. Now was her love turned into the utmost rage and malice, and she pretends she cannot endure the sight of him whom a while ago she could not endure out of her sight. Chaste and holy love will continue, though slighted, but sinful love, like Amnon's to Tamar, is easily changed into sinful hatred. 1. She accused him to his fellow servants, verses 13 to 15, and gave him a bad name among them. Probably they envied him his interest in their master's favor and his authority in the house, and perhaps found themselves aggrieved sometimes by his fidelity, which prevented their purloining, and therefore they were glad to hear anything that might tend to his disgrace, and, if there was room for it, incensed their mistress yet more against him. Observe, when she speaks of her husband, she does not call him her husband, or my lord, but only he, for she had forgotten the covenant of her God that was betwixt them. Thus the adulteress, Proverbs chapter 7, verse 19, calls her husband the good man. Note, innocence itself cannot secure a man's reputation. Not everyone that keeps a good conscience can keep a good name. She accused him to his master, who had power in his hand to punish him, which his fellow servants had not. Verses 17 and 18. Observe, paren 1, what an improbable story she tells, producing his garment as an evidence that he had offered violence to her, which was a plain indication that she had offered violence to him. Note, those that have broken the bonds of modesty will never be held by the bonds of truth. No marvel that she who had impudence enough to say, Lie with me, had front enough to say, He would have lain with me. Had the lie been told to conceal her own crime, it would have been bad enough, yet in some degree excusable. But it was told to be revenged upon his virtue, a most malicious lie. And yet, paren 2, she manages it so as to incense her husband against him, reflecting upon him for bringing this Hebrew servant among them, perhaps at first against her mind, because he was a Hebrew. Note, it is no new thing for the best of men to be falsely accused of the worst of crimes by those who themselves are the worst of criminals. As this matter was represented, one would have thought chaste Joseph was a very bad man, and his wanton mistress a virtuous woman. It is well that there is a day of discovery coming, in which all shall appear in their true characters. This was not the first time that Joseph's coat was made use of as a false witness concerning him. His father had been deceived by it before, now his master. Verses 19 to 23. And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his wife, which she spake unto him, saying, After this manner did thy servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him into prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound, and he was there in prison. But the Lord was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison, and whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because the Lord was with him, and that which he did, the Lord made it to prosper. Here is, 1. Joseph wronged by his master. He believed the accusation, and either Joseph durst not make his defense by telling the truth, as it would reflect too much upon his mistress, or his master would not hear it, or would not believe it, and there is no remedy. He is condemned to perpetual imprisonment. Verses 19 to 20. God restrained his wrath, else he had put him to death. And that wrath which imprisoned him God made to turn to his praise, in order to which providence so disposed that he should be shut up among the king's prisoners, the state prisoners. Potiphar, it is likely, chose that prison because it was the worst, for there the iron entered into the soul. Psalm 105, verse 18. But God designed to pave the way to his enlargement. He was committed to the king's prison that he might thence be preferred to the king's person. Note, many an action of false imprisonment will, in the great day, be found to lie against the enemies and persecutors of God's people. Our Lord Jesus, like Joseph here, was bound and numbered with the transgressors. 2. Joseph owned and righted by his God, who is and will be the just and powerful patron of oppressed innocents. Joseph was at a distance from all his friends and relations, had not them with him to comfort him, or to minister to him, or to mediate for him. But the Lord was with Joseph and showed him mercy. Verse 21. Note, paren 1. God despises not his prisoners. Psalm 69, verse 33. No gates nor bars can shut out his gracious presence from his people, for he has promised that he will never leave them. Paren 2. Those that have a good conscience in a prison have a good God there. Integrity and uprightness qualify us for the divine favor wherever we are. Joseph is not long a prisoner before he becomes a little ruler even in the prison, which is to be attributed, under God, sub 1, to the keeper's favor. God gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. Note, God can raise up friends for his people even where they little expect to find them, and can make them to be pitied, even of those that carry them captive. Psalm 106, verse 46. Sub 2. To Joseph's fitness for business. The keeper saw that God was with him, and that everything prospered under his hand, and therefore entrusted him with the management of the affairs of the prison. Verses 22 and 23. Note, wisdom and virtue will shine in the narrowest spheres. A good man will do good wherever he is, and will be a blessing, even in bonds and banishment. For the Spirit of the Lord is not bound nor banished. Witness St. Paul, Philippians chapter 1, verses 12 and 13. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 40. In this chapter, things are working, though slowly, towards Joseph's advancement. 1. 2 of Pharaoh's servants are committed to prison, and there to Joseph's care, and so become witnesses of his extraordinary conduct, verses 1 to 4. 2. They dreamed each of them a dream, which Joseph interpreted, verses 5 to 19, and the event verified the interpretation, verses 20 to 22, and so they became witnesses of his extraordinary skill. 3. Joseph recommends his case to one of them, whose preferment he foresaw, verses 14 and 15, but in vain, verse 23. The history of Joseph, B.C. 1717. Verses 1 to 4. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord, the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was wroth against 2 of his officers, against the chief of the butlers and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them, and they continued a season in ward. We should not have had this story of Pharaoh's butler and baker recorded in Scripture if it had not been serviceable to Joseph's preferment. The world stands for the sake of the church, and is governed for its good. Observe, 1. 2 of the great officers of Pharaoh's court, having offended the king, are committed to prison. Note, high places are slippery places, nothing more uncertain than the favor of princes. Those that make God's favor their happiness and his service their business will find him a better master than Pharaoh was, and not so extreme to mark what they do amiss. Many conjectures there are concerning the offense of these servants of Pharaoh. Some make it no less than an attempt to take away his life. Others no more than the casual lighting of a fly into his cup, and a little sand into his bread. Whatever it was, Providence by this means brought them into the prison where Joseph was. 2. The captain of the guard himself, who was Potiphar, charged Joseph with them, verse 4, which intimates that he began now to be reconciled to him, and perhaps to be convinced of his innocence, though he durst not release him for fear of disobliging his wife. John Baptist must lose his head to please Herodias. Verses 5 to 19. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and, behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his lord's house, saying, Wherefore look ye so sadly today? And they said unto him, We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto them, Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me them, I pray you. And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded, and her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thine head, and restore thee unto thy place, and thou shalt deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, after the former manner when thou wast his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with thee, and show kindness, I pray thee, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. When the chief baker saw the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head, and in the uppermost basket there was all manner of bake meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. And Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head from off thee, and shall hang thee on a tree, and the birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee. Observe, 1. The special providence of God, which filled the heads of these 2 prisoners with unusual dreams, such as made extraordinary impressions upon them, and carried with them evidence of a divine origin, both in one night. Note, God has immediate access to the spirits of men, which he can make serviceable to his own purposes whenever he pleases, quite beyond the intention of those concerned. To him all hearts are open, and anciently he spoke not only to his own people, but to others in dreams. Job chapter 33, verse 15. Things to come were thus foretold, but very obscurely. 2. The impression which was made upon these prisoners by their dreams, verse 6. They were sad. It was not the prison that made them sad. They were pretty well used to that, and perhaps lived jovially there. But the dream. Note, God has more ways than one to sadden the spirits of those that are to be made sad. Those sinners that are hardy enough under outward troubles, and will not yield to them, yet God can find out a way to punish. He can take off their wheels by wounding their spirits and laying loads upon them. 3. Joseph's great tenderness and compassion towards them. He inquired with concern, Wherefore look you so sad today? Verse 7. Joseph was their keeper, and in that office he was mild. Note, it becomes us to take cognizance of the sorrows even of those that are under our cheek. Joseph was their companion in tribulation. He was now a prisoner with them, and had been a dreamer too. Note, communion in sufferings helps to work compassion towards those that do suffer. Let us learn hence, 1. To concern ourselves in the sorrows and troubles of others, and to inquire into the reason of the sadness of our brethren's countenances. We should be often considering the tears of the oppressed. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 1. It is some relief to those that are in trouble to be taken notice of. 2. To inquire into the causes of our own sorrow. Wherefore do I look so sadly? Is there a reason? Is it a good reason? Is there not a reason for comfort sufficient to balance it, whatever it is? Why art thou cast down, O my soul? 4. The dreams themselves and the interpretation of them. That which troubled these prisoners was that being confined they could not have recourse to the diviners of Egypt who pretended to interpret dreams. There is no interpreter here in the prison, verse 8. Note, there are interpreters which those that are in prison and sorrow should wish to have with them, to instruct them in the meaning and design of providence. Elihu alludes to such, when he says, If there be an interpreter, one among 1,000, to show unto man his uprightness. Job chapter 33, verses 23 and 24. Interpreters to guide their consciences, not to satisfy their curiosity. Joseph hereupon directed them which way to look. Do not interpretations belong to God? He means the God whom he worshipped, to the knowledge of whom he endeavors thereby to lead them. Note, it is God's prerogative to foretell things to come. Isaiah chapter 46, verse 10. He must therefore have the praise of all the gifts of foresight which men have, ordinary or extraordinary. Joseph premises a caveat against his own praise, and is careful to transmit the glory to God, as Daniel chapter 2, verse 30. Joseph suggests, if interpretations belong to God, he is a free agent, and may communicate the power to whom he pleases, and therefore tell me your dreams. Now, 1. The chief butler's dream was a happy presage of his enlargement and readvancement within 3 days, and so Joseph explained it to him, verses 12 and 13. Possibly it had been usual with him to press the full ripe grapes immediately into Pharaoh's cup, the simplicity of that age not being acquainted with the modern arts of making the wine fine. Observe, Joseph foretold the chief butler's deliverance, but he did not foresee his own. He had long before dreamt of his own honor, and the obeisance which his brethren should do to him, with the remembrance of which he must now support himself without any new or fresh discoveries. The visions that are for the comfort of God's saints are for a great while to come, and relate to things that are very far off, while the foresights of others, like this recorded there, look but 3 days before them. 2. The chief baker's dream portended his ignominious death, verses 18 and 19. The happy interpretation of the other's dream encouraged him to relate his. Thus hypocrites, when they hear good things promised to good Christians, would put in for a share, though they have no part nor lot in the matter. It was not Joseph's fault that he brought him no better tidings. Ministers are but interpreters. They cannot make the thing otherwise than it is. If therefore they deal faithfully, and their message prove unpleasing, it is not their fault. Bad dreams cannot expect a good interpretation. 5. The improvement Joseph made of this opportunity to get a friend at court, verses 14 and 15. He modestly bespoke the favor of the chief butler, whose preferment he foretold. But think of me when it shall be well with thee. Though the respect paid to Joseph made the prison as easy to him as a prison could be, yet none can blame him for being desirous of liberty. See here, 1. What a modest representation he makes of his own case, verse 15. He does not reflect upon his brethren that sold him. He only says, I was stolen out of the land of the Hebrews, that is, unjustly sent thence, no matter where the fault was. Nor does he reflect on the wrong done him in this imprisonment by his mistress, that was his prosecutrix, and his master, that was his judge, but mildly avers his own innocence. Here have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. Note, when we are called to vindicate ourselves, we should carefully avoid, as much as may be, speaking ill of others. Let us be content to prove ourselves innocent, and not be fond of upbraiding others with their guilt. 2. What a modest request he makes to the chief butler. Only think of me. Pray do me a kindness, if it lie in your way. And his particular petition is, bring me out of this house. He does not say, bring me into Pharaoh's house, get me a place at court. No, he begs for enlargement, not preferment. Note, Providence sometimes designs the greatest honors for those that least covet or expect them. Verses 20 to 23. And it came to pass the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgat him. Here is, 1, the verifying of Joseph's interpretation of the dreams on the very day prefixed. The chief butler and baker were both advanced, one to his office, the other to the gallows, and both at 3 days' end. Note, very great changes, both for the better and for the worse, often happen in a very little time, so sudden are the revolutions of the wheel of nature. The occasion of giving judgment severally upon their case was the solemnizing of Pharaoh's birthday, on which, all his servants being obliged by custom to attend him, these two came to be inquired after, and the cause of their commitment looked into. The solemnizing of the birthday of princes has been an ancient piece of respect done them, and if it be not abused, as Jeroboam's was, Hosea chapter 7 verse 5, and Herod's, Mark chapter 6 verse 21, is a usage innocent enough, and we may all profitably take notice of our birthdays, with thankfulness for the mercies of our birth, sorrow for the sinfulness of it, and an expectation of the day of our death as better than the day of our birth. On Pharaoh's birthday he lifted up the head of these two prisoners, that is, arraigned and tried them. When Naboth was tried, he was set on high among the people. 1 Kings chapter 21 verse 9. And he restored the chief butler, and he hanged the chief baker. If the butler was innocent and the baker guilty, we must own the equity of Providence in clearing up the innocency of the innocent and making the sin of the guilty to find him out, if both were either equally innocent or equally guilty. It is an instance of the arbitrariness of such great princes as pride themselves in that power which Nebuchadnezzar set up for, Daniel chapter 5 verse 19, whom he would he slew, and whom he would he kept alive, forgetting that there is a higher than they to whom they are accountable. 2. The disappointing of Joseph's expectation from the chief butler. He remembered not Joseph, but forgot him. Verse 23. 1. See here an instance of base ingratitude. Joseph had deserved well at his hands, had ministered to him, sympathized with him, helped him to a favorable interpretation of his dream, had recommended himself to him as an extraordinary person upon all accounts, and yet he forgot him. We must not think it strange if in this world we have hatred shown us for our love, and slights for our respects. 2. See how apt those that are themselves at ease are to forget others in distress. Perhaps it is in allusion to this story that the prophet speaks of those that drink wine in bowls, and are not grieved for the affliction of Joseph. Amos chapter 6, verse 6. Let us learn hence to cease from man. Joseph perhaps depended too much upon his interest in the chief butler, and promised himself too much from him. He learned by his disappointment to trust in God only. We cannot expect too little from man, nor too much from God. Some observe the resemblance between Joseph and Christ in this story. Joseph's fellow sufferers were like the two thieves that were crucified with Christ, the one saved, the other condemned. It is Dr. Lightfoot's remark from Mr. Broughton. One of these, when Joseph said to him, "Remember me when it shall be well with thee," forgot him. But one of those, when he said to Christ, "Remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom," was not forgotten. We justly blame the chief butler's ingratitude to Joseph, yet we conduct ourselves much more disingenuously towards the Lord Jesus. Joseph had but foretold the chief butler's enlargement, but Christ wrought ours, mediated with the King of Kings for us, yet we forget him, though often reminded of him, though we have promised never to forget him. Thus ill do we requite him, like foolish people and unwise. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 41. Two things Providence is here bringing about. 1. The advancement of Joseph. 2. the maintenance of Jacob and his family in a time of famine. For the eyes of the Lord run to and fro through the earth, and direct the affairs of the children of men for the benefit of those whose hearts are upright with him. In order to these we have here 1. Pharaoh's dreams, verses 1-8; 2. The recommendation of Joseph to him for an interpreter, verses 9-13; 3. The interpretation of the dreams and the prediction of 7 years of plenty and 7 years of famine in Egypt, with the prudent advice given to Pharaoh thereupon, verses 14-36; 4. The preferment of Joseph to a place of the highest power and trust in Egypt, verses 37-45; 5. The accomplishment of Joseph's prediction and his fidelity to his trust, verse 46, etc. Pharaoh's portentous dream, B.C. 1715, verses 1-8. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and, behold, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favoured kine, and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them out of the river, ill-favoured and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favoured and lean-fleshed kine did eat up the 7 well-favoured and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke. And he slept and dreamed the second time, and behold, 7 ears of corn came up upon one stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt, and all the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dreams, but there was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Observe, 1. The delay of Joseph's enlargement. It was not till the end of 2 full years, verse 1. So long he waited after he had entrusted the chief butler with his case, and began to have some prospect of relief. Note, we have need of patience, not only bearing, but waiting patience. Joseph lay in prison until the time that his word came. Psalm 105, verse 19. There is a time set for the deliverance of God's people. That time will come, though it seem to tarry, and when it comes, it will appear to have been the best time, and therefore we ought to wait for it. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 3. And not think 2 full years too long to continue waiting. 2. The means of Joseph's enlargement, which were Pharaoh's dreams, here related. If we were to look upon them as ordinary dreams, we might observe them from the follies and absurdities of a roving, working fancy, how it represents to itself tame cows as beasts of prey, nay, even more ravenous than any, eating up those of their own kind, and ears of corn as devouring one another. Surely in the multitude of dreams, nay, even in one dream, there are divers vanities. Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 7. Now that God no longer speaks to us in that way, I think it is no matter how little we either heed them or tell them. Foolish dreams related can make no better than foolish talk. But these dreams, which Pharaoh dreamed, carried their own evidence with them that they were sent of God, and therefore when he awoke his spirit was troubled. Verse 8. It cannot but put us into a concern to receive any extraordinary message from heaven, because we are conscious to ourselves that we have no reason to expect any good tidings thence. His magicians were puzzled, the rules of their art failed them. These dreams of Pharaoh, it seemed, did not fall within the compass of them, so that they could not offer at the interpretation of them. This was to make Joseph's performance by the Spirit of God the more admirable. Human reason, prudence, and foresight must be nonplussed, that divine revelation may appear the more glorious in the contrivance of our redemption. 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verses 13 and 14. Compare with this story Daniel chapter 2, verse 27, chapter 4, verse 7, and chapter 5, verse 8. Joseph's own dreams were the occasion of his troubles, and now Pharaoh's dreams were the occasion of his enlargement. Joseph brought before Pharaoh, B.C. 1715. Verses 9-16. Then spake the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, I do remember my faults this day. Pharaoh was wroth with his servants, and put me in ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, a Hebrew, a servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams, to each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored unto mine office, and him he hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself, and changed his raiment, and came unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of thee, that thou canst understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not me. God shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. Here is 1. The recommending of Joseph to Pharaoh for an interpreter. The chief butler did it in more compliment to Pharaoh to oblige him than in gratitude to Joseph or in compassion for his case. He makes a fair confession, verse 9. I remember my faults this day, in forgetting Joseph. Note, it is best to remember our duty and do it in its time, but if we have neglected it, it is next best to remember our faults and repent of them, and do our duty at last. Better late than never. Some think he means his faults against Pharaoh, for which he was imprisoned, and then he would insinuate that, though Pharaoh had forgiven him, he had not forgiven himself. The story he had to tell was, in short, that there was an obscure young man in the king's prison who had very properly interpreted his dream and the chief baker's, the event corresponding in each with the interpretation, and that he would recommend him to the king his master for an interpreter. Note, God's time for enlargement of his people will appear at last to be the fittest time. If the chief butler had at first used his interest for Joseph's enlargement and had obtained it, it is probable that upon his release he would have gone back to the land of the Hebrews again, which he spoke of so feelingly, chapter 40, verse 15. And then he would neither have been so blessed himself, nor such a blessing to his family, as afterwards he proved. But staying 2 years longer, and coming out now upon this occasion, at last, to interpret the king's dreams, way was made for his very great preferment. Those that patiently wait for God shall be paid for their waiting, not only principal but interest. Lamentations chapter 3, verse 26. 2. The introducing of Joseph to Pharaoh. The king's business requires haste. Joseph is sent for out of the dungeon with all speed. Pharaoh's order discharged him both from his imprisonment and from his servitude, and made him a candidate for some of the highest trusts at court. The king can scarcely allow him time, but that decency required it, to shave himself and to change his raiment. Verse 14. It is done with all possible expedition, and Joseph is brought in, perhaps almost as much surprised as Peter was. Acts chapter 12, verse 19. So suddenly is his captivity brought back that he is as one that dreams. Psalm 126, verse 1. Pharaoh immediately, without inquiring who or whence he was, tells him his business, that he expected he should interpret his dream. Verse 15. To which Joseph makes him a very modest, decent reply, verse 16, in which, 1. He gives honor to God. It is not me, God must give it. Note, great gifts appear most graceful and illustrious when those that have them use them humbly, and take not the praise of them to themselves, but give it to God. To such God gives more grace. 2. He shows respect to Pharaoh, and hearty goodwill to him and his government, in supposing that the interpretation would be an answer of peace. Note, those that consult God's oracles may expect an answer of peace. If Joseph be made the interpreter, hope the best. Joseph interprets Pharaoh's dream, BC 1715. Verses 17 to 32. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, In my dream, behold, I stood on the bank of the river, and, behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean-fleshed. such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored, as at the beginning. So I awoke. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up in one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered, thin, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this unto the magicians, but there was none that could declare it to me. And Joseph said unto Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is one. God hath showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good kine are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kine that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty ears, blasted with the east wind, shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. What God is about to do he showeth unto Pharaoh. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt, and there shall rise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine shall consume the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Here, Roman 1, Pharaoh relates his dream. He dreamt that he stood upon the bank of the river Nile, and saw the kine, both the fat ones and the lean ones, come out of the river. For the kingdom of Egypt had no rain, as appears, Zechariah chapter 14, verse 18, but the plenty of the year depended upon the overflowing of the river, and it was about one certain time of the year that it overflowed. If it rose to 15 or 16 cubits, there was plenty. If to 12 or 13 only, or under, there was scarcity. See how many ways Providence has of dispensing its gifts. Yet whatever the second causes are, our dependence is still the same upon the first cause, which makes every creature that to us that it is, be it rain or river. Roman 2. Joseph interprets his dream, and tells him that it signifies 7 years of plenty now immediately to ensue, which should be succeeded by as many years of famine. Observe, 1. The 2 dreams signified the same thing, but the repetition was to denote the certainty, the nearness, and the importance of the event. Verse 32. Thus God has often shown the immutability of his counsel by 2 immutable things. Hebrews chapter 6, verses 17 and 18. The covenant is sealed with 2 sacraments, and in the one of them there are both bread and wine, wherein the dream is one, and yet it is doubled, for the thing is certain. 2. Yet the 2 dreams had a distinct reference to the 2 things wherein we most experience plenty and scarcity, namely grass and corn. The plenty and scarcity of grass for the cattle were signified by the fat kine and the lean ones, the plenty and scarcity of herb for the service of man by the full ears and the thin ones. 3. See what changes the comforts of this life are subject to. After great plenty may come great scarcity. How strong soever we may think our mountain stands, if God speak the word, it will soon be moved. We cannot be sure that tomorrow will be as this day, next year as this, and much more abundant. Isaiah chapter 56, verse 12. We must learn how to want as well as how to abound. 4. See the goodness of God in sending the 7 years of plenty before those of famine, that provision might be made accordingly. Thus he sets the one over against the other. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 14. With what wonderful wisdom has Providence, that great housekeeper, ordered the affairs of this numerous family from the beginning hitherto. Great variety of seasons there have been, and the produce of the earth is sometimes more and sometimes less. Yet take one time with another, what was miraculous concerning the manna is ordinarily verified in the common course of Providence. He that gathers has much nothing over, and he that gathers little has no lack. Exodus chapter 16, verse 18. 5. See the perishing nature of our worldly enjoyments. The great increase of the years of plenty was quite lost and swallowed up in the years of famine, and the overplus of it, which seemed very much, yet did but just serve to keep men alive. Verses 29 to 31. Meats for the belly, and the belly for meats, but God shall destroy both it and them. 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 13. There is bread which endures to everlasting life, which shall not be forgotten, and which is worth while to labor for. John chapter 6, verse 27. Those that make the things of this world their good things will find but little pleasure in remembering that they have received them. Luke chapter 16, verse 25. Observe, God revealed this beforehand to Pharaoh, who as king of Egypt was to be the father of his country, and to make prudent provision for them. Magistrates are called shepherds, whose care it must be not only to rule but to feed. Joseph's exaltation, BC 1715, verses 33 to 45. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt in the 7 plenteous years, and let them gather all of the food of those good years that come, and lay up corn under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. And that food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land perish not through the famine. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants, Can we find such a one as this is, a man in whom the Spirit of God is? And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, Forasmuch as God hath showed thee all this, there is none so discreet and wise as thou art. Thou shalt be over my house, and according unto thy word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than thou. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, See, I have set thee over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand, and put it on Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the 2nd chariot which he had, and they cried before him, Bow the knee. And he made him ruler over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without thee shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zephnath-paneah, and he gave him to wife Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. Here is, Roman 1, the good advice that Joseph gave to Pharaoh, which was, 1. That in the years of plenty he should lay up for the years of famine, buy up corn when it was cheap, that he might both enrich himself and supply the country when it would be dear and scarce. Note, fair warning should always be followed with good counsel. Therefore the prudent man foresees the evil, that he may hide himself. God has in his word told us of a day of trial and exigence before us, when we shall need all the grace we can get, and all little enough. Now, therefore, provide accordingly. Note, further, times of gathering must be diligently improved, because there will come a time of spending. Let us go to the ant and learn of her this wisdom. Proverbs chapter 6, verses 6 to 8. 2. Because that which is everybody's work commonly proves nobody's work, he advises Pharaoh to appoint officers who should make it their business, and to select some one person to preside in the affair. Verse 33. Probably, if Joseph had not advised this, it would not have been done. Pharaoh's counselors could no more improve the dream than his magicians interpret it. Therefore it is said of him, Psalm 105, verse 22, that he taught the senators wisdom. Hence we may justly infer with Solomon, Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 13, Better is a poor and wise child than an old and foolish king. Roman 2. The great honor that Pharaoh did to Joseph. 1. He gave him honorable testimony. Here is a man in whom the Spirit of God is. And this puts a great excellency upon any man. Such men ought to be valued. Verse 38. He is a none such for prudence. There is none so discreet and wise as thou art. Verse 39. Now he is abundantly recompensed for the disgrace that had been done him, and his righteousness is as the morning light. Psalm 37, verse 6. 2. He put him into an honorable office, not only employed by him to buy up corn, but made by him prime minister of state, comptroller of the household. Thou shalt be over my house, chief justice of the kingdom. According to thy word shall all my people be ruled, or armed, as some read it. And then it bespeaks of him general of the forces. His commission was very ample. I have set thee over all the land of Egypt, verse 41. Without thee shall no man lift up his hand or foot, verse 44. All the affairs of the kingdom must pass through his hand. Nay, verse 40, only in the throne will I be greater than thou. Note, it is the wisdom of princes to prefer those, and the happiness of people to have those preferred, to places of power and trust, in whom the Spirit of God is. It is probable that there were those about the court who opposed Joseph's preferment, which occasioned Pharaoh so often to repeat the grant, and with that solemn sanction, verse 44, I am Pharaoh. When the proposal was made that there should be a corn master general nominated, it is said, verse 37, Pharaoh's servants were all pleased with the proposal, each hoping for the place. But when Pharaoh said to them, Joseph shall be the man, we do not read that they made him any answer, being uneasy at it, and acquiescing only because they could not help it. Joseph had enemies, no doubt, archers that shot at him and hated him, chapter 49, verse 23, as Daniel, chapter 6, verse 4. 3. He put on him all the marks of honor imaginable, to recommend him to the esteem and respect of the people as the king's favorite, and one whom he delighted to honor. 1. He gave him his own ring as a ratification of his commission, and in token of peculiar favor, or it was like delivering him the great seal. 2. He put fine clothes upon him instead of his prison garments. For those that are in the king's palaces must wear soft clothing. He that, in the morning, was dragging his fetters of iron, before night was adorned with a chain of gold. 3. He made him ride in the second chariot to his own, and ordered all to do homage to him, bow the knee as to Pharaoh himself. 4. He gave him a new name to show his authority over him, and yet such a name as bespoke the value he had for him. Zaphnath-Paneah, a revealer of secrets. 5. He married him honorably to a prince's daughter. Where God had been liberal in giving wisdom and other merits, Pharaoh was not sparing in conferring honors. Now this preferment to Joseph was, sub 1, an abundant recompense for his innocence and patient suffering, a lasting instance of the equity and goodness of providence, and an encouragement to all good people to trust in a good God. Sub 2, it was typical of the exaltation of Christ, that great revealer of secrets, John chapter 1, verse 18, or, as some translate Joseph's new name, the Savior of the world. The brightest glories of the upper world are put upon him, the highest trust is lodged in his hand, and all power is given to him both in heaven and earth. He is gatherer, keeper, and disposer of all the stores of divine grace, and the chief ruler of the kingdom of God among men. The work of ministers is to cry before him, bow the knee, kiss the Son. The famine in Egypt and Canaan, verses 46 to 57. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt, and laid up the food in the cities, the food of the field, which was round about every city, he laid up in the same. And Joseph gathered corn, as the sand of the sea, very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, which Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On, bore to him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh. For God, said he, hath made me forget all my toil and all my father's house. And the name of the second he called Ephraim, for God hath caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenteousness that was in the land of Egypt were ended, and the 7 years of dearth began to come, according as Joseph had said. And the dearth was in all lands, but in the land of Egypt there was bread. And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Egyptians, Go unto Joseph, what he saith to you, do. And the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses, and sold unto the Egyptians. And the famine waxed sore in the land of Egypt. And all countries came into Egypt to Joseph to buy corn, because that the famine was so sore in all lands. Observe here, Roman 1, the building of Joseph's family in the birth of two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, verses 50-52. In the names he gave them, he owned the divine providence giving this happy turn to his affairs. 1. He was made to forget his misery, Job chapter 11, verse 16. We should bear our afflictions when they are present as those that know not, but providence may so outweigh them by after comforts, as that we may even forget them when they are past. But could he be so unnatural as to forget all his father's house? He means the unkindness he received from his brethren, or perhaps the wealth and honor he expected from his father with the birthright. The robes he wore now made him forget the coat of divers colors which he wore in his father's house. 2. He was made fruitful in the land of his affliction. It had been the land of his affliction, and in some sense it was still so, for it was not Canaan, the land of promise. His distance from his father was still his affliction. Note, light is sometimes sown for the righteous in a barren and unlikely soil, and yet if God sow it and water it, it will come up again. The afflictions of the saints promote their fruitfulness. Ephraim signifies fruitfulness, and Manasseh forgetfulness, for these two often go together. When Jeshurun waxed fat, he forgot God his Maker. Roman 2. The accomplishment of Joseph's predictions. Pharaoh had great confidence in the truth of them, perhaps finding in his own mind, beyond what another person could, an exact correspondence between them and his dreams, as between the key and the lock, and the event showed that he was not deceived. The 7 plenteous years came, verse 47, and at length they were ended, verse 53. Note, we ought to foresee the approaching period of the days both of our prosperity and of our opportunity, and therefore must not be secure in the enjoyment of our prosperity, nor slothful in the improvement of our opportunity. Years of plenty will end, therefore. Whatever thy hand finds to do, do it, and gather in gathering time. The morning cometh, and also the night, Isaiah chapter 21, verse 12. The plenty and also the famine. The 7 years of dearth began to come, verse 54. See what changes of condition we are liable to in this world, and what need we have to be joyful in a day of prosperity and in a day of adversity to consider. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 14. This famine, it seems, was not only in Egypt, but in other lands, in all lands, that is, all the neighboring countries. Fruitful lands were soon turned into barrenness for the iniquity of those that dwell therein. Psalm 107, verse 34. It is here said that in the land of Egypt there was bread, meaning probably not only that which Joseph had bought up for the king, but that which private persons, by his example and upon public notice of this prediction, as well as by the rules of common prudence, had laid up. Roman 3. The performance of Joseph's trust. He was found faithful to it, as a steward ought to be. 1. He was diligent in laying up while the plenty lasted, verses 48 and 49. He that thus gathers is a wise son. 2. He was prudent and careful in giving out when the famine came, and kept the markets low by furnishing them at reasonable rates out of his stores. The people in distress cried to Pharaoh, as that woman to the king of Israel, 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 26. Help, my lord, O king. He sent them to his treasurer. Go to Joseph. Thus God in the gospel directs those that apply to him for mercy and grace to go to the Lord Jesus, in whom all fullness dwells, and what he saith to you, do. Joseph, no doubt, with wisdom and justice, fixed the price of corn he sold, so that Pharaoh, whose money had bought it up, might have a reasonable profit, and yet the country might not be oppressed, nor advantage taken of their prevailing necessity, while he that withholdest corn when it is dear, and in hopes it will yet grow dearer, though people perish for want of it, has many a curse for so doing, and it is not a curse causeless. Blessing shall be upon the head of him that thus selleth it. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 26. And let the price be determined by that golden rule of justice, to do as we would be done by. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of the Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Harrell. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 42. We had, in the foregoing chapter, the fulfilling of the dreams which Joseph had interpreted. In this and the following chapters, we have the fulfilling of the dreams which Joseph himself had dreamed, that his father's family should do homage to him. The story is very largely and particularly related of what passed between Joseph and his brethren, not only because it is an entertaining story, and probably was much talked of, both among the Israelites and among the Egyptians, but because it is very instructive, and it gave occasion for the removal of Jacob's family into Egypt, on which so many great events afterward depended. We have in this chapter, numeral 1, the humble application of Jacob's sons to Joseph to buy corn, verses 1 through 6. Numeral 2, the fright Joseph put them into for their trial, verses 7 through 20. Numeral 3, the conviction they were now under of their sin concerning Joseph long before, verses 21 through 24. Numeral 4, their return to Canaan with corn, and the great distress their good father was in upon hearing the account of their expedition, verses 25 and following. Jacob sends to Egypt to buy corn, B.C. 1706. Now when Jacob saw that there was corn in Egypt, Jacob said unto his sons, Why do ye look one upon another? And he said, Behold, I have heard that there is corn in Egypt. Get you down thither, and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die. And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy corn in Egypt. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Jacob sent not with his brethren, for he said, Lest peradventure mischief befall him. And the sons of Israel came to buy corn among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land, and he it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. Though Jacob's sons were all married and had families of their own, yet it should seem they were still incorporated in one society, under the conduct and presidency of their father Jacob. We have here, numeral 1, the orders he gave them to go and buy corn in Egypt, verses 1 and 2. Observe, number 1, the famine was grievous in the land of Canaan. It is observable that all the 3 patriarchs, to whom Canaan was the land of promise, met with famine in that land, which was not only to try their faith, whether they could trust God though he should slay them, though he should starve them, but to teach them to seek the better country, that is, the heavenly. Hebrews 11, verses 14 and 16. We have need of something to wean us from this world, and make us long for a better. Number 2, still, when there was famine in Canaan, there was corn in Egypt. Thus Providence orders it, that one place should be a succor and a supply to another, for we are all brethren. The Egyptians, the seed of accursed Ham, have plenty, when God blessed Israel want. Thus God, in dispensing common favors, often crosses hands. Yet observe, the plenty Egypt now had was owing, under God, to Joseph's prudence and care. If his brethren had not sold him into Egypt, but respected him according to his merits, who knows but he might have done the same thing for Jacob's family, which now he had done for Pharaoh, and the Egyptians might then have come to them to buy corn. But those who drive away from among them wise and good men know not what they do. Number 3, Jacob saw that there was corn in Egypt. He saw the corn that his neighbors had bought there and brought home. It is a spur to exertion to see whether supplies are to be had, and to see others supplied. Shall others get food for their souls, and shall we starve while it is to be had? Number 4, he reproved his sons for delaying to provide corn for their families. Why do you look one upon another? Note, when we are in trouble and want, it is folly for us to stand looking upon one another. That is, to stand desponding and despairing, as if there were no hope, no help, to stand disputing either which shall have the honor of going first, or which shall have the safety of coming last, to stand deliberating and debating what we shall do, and doing nothing, to stand dreaming under a spirit of slumber, as if we had nothing to do, and to stand delaying, as if we had time at command. Let it never be said, we left that to be done tomorrow, which we could as well have done today. Number 5, he quickened them to go to Egypt. Get you down thither. Masters of families must not only pray for daily bread for their families and food convenient, but must lay out themselves with care and industry to provide it. Numeral 2, their obedience to these orders. Verse 3, they went down to buy corn. They did not send their servants, but very prudently went themselves, to lay out their own money. Let none think themselves too great nor too good to take pains. Masters of families should see with their own eyes, and take heed of leaving too much to servants. Only Benjamin went not with them, for he was his father's darling. To Egypt they came, among others, and having a considerable cargo of corn to buy, they were brought before Joseph himself, who probably expected they would come, and according to the laws of courtesy, they bowed down themselves before him. Verse 6, now their empty sheaves did obeisance to his full one. Compare this with Isaiah 60, verse 14, and Revelation 3:9. Joseph speaks roughly to his brethren. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them, and spake roughly unto them. And he said unto them, Whence come ye? And they said, From the land of Canaan to buy food. And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew him not. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them, and said unto them, Ye are spies, to see the nakedness of the land ye are come. And they said unto him, Nay, my lord, but to buy food are thy servants come. We are all one man's sons. We are true men. Thy servants are no spies. And he said unto them, Nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come. And they said, Thy servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not. And Joseph said unto them, That is it that I spake unto you, saying, Ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh ye shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither. Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother. And ye shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved, whether there be any truth in you. Or else, by the life of Pharaoh, surely ye are spies. And he put them all together in the ward 3 days. And Joseph said unto them the 3rd day, This do and live, for I fear God. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye, carry corn for the famine of your houses. But bring your youngest brother unto me, so shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die. And they did so. We may well wonder that Joseph, during the 20 years that he had now been in Egypt, especially during the last 7 years that he had been in power there, never sent to his father to acquaint him with his circumstances. Nay, it is strange that he who so often went throughout all the land of Egypt, chapter 41, verses 45 and 46, never made an excursion to Canaan to visit his aged father when he was in the borders of Egypt that lay next to Canaan. Perhaps it would not have been above 3 or 4 days' journey for him in his chariot. It is a probable conjecture that his whole management of himself in this affair was by special direction from heaven, that the purpose of God concerning Jacob and his family might be accomplished. When Joseph's brethren came, he knew them by many a satisfactory token. But they knew him not, little thinking to find him there. Verse 8. He remembered the dreams. Verse 9. But they had forgotten them. The laying up of God's oracles in our hearts will be of excellent use to us in all our conduct. Joseph had an eye to his dreams, which he knew to be divine, in his carriage toward his brethren, and aimed at the accomplishment of them and the bringing of his brethren to repentance for their former sins, and both these points were gained. Numeral 1. He showed himself very rigorous and harsh with them. The very manner of his speaking, considering the post he was in, was enough to frighten them, for he spoke roughly to them. Verse 7. He charged them with bad designs against the government. Verse 9. Treated them as dangerous persons, saying, "You are spies," and protesting by the life of Pharaoh that they were so. Verse 16. Some make this an oath, others make it no more than a vehement assertivation, like that, "As thy soul liveth." However, it was more than yea, yea, and nay, nay, and therefore came of evil. Note, bad words are soon learned by converse with those that use them, but not no soon unlearned. Joseph, by being much at court, got the courtier's oath. By the life of Pharaoh, perhaps designing hereby to confirm his brethren in their belief that he was an Egyptian and not an Israelite. They knew this was not the language of a son of Abraham. When Peter would prove himself no disciple of Christ, he cursed and swore. Now, why was Joseph thus hard upon his brethren? We may be sure it was not from a spirit of revenge, that he might now trample upon those who had formerly trampled upon him. He was not a man of that temper. But, number 1, it was to enrich his own dreams and complete the accomplishment of them. Number 2, it was to bring them to repentance. Number 3, it was to get out of them an account of the state of their family, which he longed to know. They would have discovered him if he had asked as a friend. Therefore he asks as a judge. Not seeing his brother Benjamin with them, perhaps he began to suspect that they had made away with him too, and therefore gives them occasion to speak of their father and brother. Note, God in his providence sometimes seems harsh with those he loves, and speaks roughly to those for whom he yet has great mercy in store. Numeral 2, they hereupon were very submissive. They spoke to him with all the respect imaginable. "Nay, my Lord," verse 10, a great change since they said, "Behold, this dreamer comes." They very modestly deny the charge. "We are no spies." They tell him their business, that they came to buy food, a justifiable errand, and the same that many strangers came to Egypt upon at this time. They undertake to give a particular account of themselves and their family. Verse 13, and this was what they wanted. Numeral 3, he clapped them all up in prison for 3 days. Verse 17. Thus God deals with the souls he designs for special comfort and honor. He first humbles them and terrifies them, and brings them under a spirit of bondage, and then binds up their wounds by the spirit of adoption. Numeral 4, he concluded with them at last that one of them should be left as a hostage, and the rest should go home and fetch Benjamin. It was a very encouraging word he said to them. Verse 18, I fear God, as if he had said, You may assure yourselves that I will do you no wrong. I dare not, for I know that, high as I am, there is one higher than I. Note, with those that fear God, we have reason to expect fair dealing. The fear of God will be a check upon those that are in power, to restrain them from abusing their power to oppression and tyranny. Those that have no one else to stand in awe of ought to stand in awe of their own consciences. See Nehemiah 5, verse 15. So did not I, because of the fear of God. Reflections of Joseph's brethren. And they said one to another, We are verily guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, and we would not hear him. Therefore is this distress come upon us. And Reuben answered them, saying, Spake I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child? And ye would not hear? Therefore, behold, also his blood is required. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spake unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Simeon, and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with corn, and to restore every man's money in his sack, and to give them provision for the way. And thus did he unto them. And they laded their asses with the corn, and departed thence. And as one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender in the inn, he espied his money, for behold, it was in his sack's mouth. And he said unto his brethren, My money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them, and they were afraid, saying one to another, What is this that God has done unto us? Here is numeral 1, the penitent reflection Joseph's brethren made upon the wrong they had formerly done to him. Verse 21. They talked the matter over in the Hebrew tongue, not suspecting that Joseph, whom they took for a native of Egypt, understood them, much less that he was the person they spoke of. Number 1, they remembered with regret the barbarous cruelty wherewith they persecuted him. We are verily guilty concerning our brother. We do not read that they said this during their 3 days' imprisonment, but now, when the matter had come to some issue, and they saw themselves still embarrassed, now they began to relent. Perhaps Joseph's mention of the fear of God, verse 18, put them upon consideration and exhorted this reflection. Now see here, subpoint 1, the office of conscience. It is a remembrancer to bring to mind things long since said and done, to show us wherein we have erred, though it was long ago, as the reflection here mentioned was above 20 years after the sin was committed. As time will not wear out the guilt of sin, so it will not blot out the records of conscience. When the guilt of the sin of Joseph's brethren was fresh, they made light of it, and sat down to eat bread. But now, long afterwards, their consciences reminded them of it. Subpoint 2, the benefit of affliction. They often prove the happy and effectual means of awakening conscience and bringing sin to our remembrance. Job 8:26. Subpoint 3, the evil of guilt concerning our brethren, of all their sins, it was this that conscience now reproached them for. Whenever we have think wrong done us, we ought to remember the wrong we have done to others. Ecclesiastes 8, verses 21 and 22. Number 2, Reuben alone remembered with comfort that he had been an advocate for his brother, and had done what he could to prevent the mischief they did him. Verse 22. Spoke I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child? Note, subpoint 1, it is an aggravation of any sin that it was committed against admonitions. Subpoint 2, when we come to share with others in their calamities, it will be a comfort to us if we have the testimony of our consciences for us that we did not share with them in their iniquities, but in our places witnessed against them. This shall be our rejoicing in the day of evil, and shall take out the sting. Numeral 2, Joseph's tenderness towards them upon this occasion. He retired from them to weep. Verse 24. Though his reason directed that he should still carry himself as a stranger to them, because they were not as yet humbled enough, yet natural affection could not but work, for he was a man of a tender spirit. This represents the tender mercies of our God towards repenting sinners. See Jeremiah 31:20. Since I spoke against him to do earnestly, remember him still. See Judges 10, verse 16. Numeral 3, the imprisonment of Simeon, verse 24. He chose him for the hostage, probably because he remembered him to have been his most bitter enemy, or because he observed him now to be least humbled and concerned. He bound him before their eyes to affect them all. Or perhaps it is intimated that though he bound him with some severity before them, yet afterwards, when they were gone, he took off his bonds. Numeral 4, the dismission of the rest of them. They came for corn, and corn they had. And not only so, but every man had his money restored in his sack's mouth. Thus Christ our Joseph gives out supplies without money and without price. Therefore the poor are invited to buy. Revelation 3, verses 17 and 18. This put them into great consternation. Verse 28. Their heart failed them, and they were afraid, saying one to another, What is this that God hath done to us? Number one, it was really a merciful event, for I hope they had no wrong done to them when they had their money given them back, but a kindness. Yet they were thus terrified by it. Note, subpoint 1. Guilty consciences are apt to take good providences in a bad sense, and to put wrong constructions even upon those things that make for them. They flee when none pursues. Subpoint 2. Wealth sometimes brings as much care along with it as want does, and more too. If they had been robbed of their money, they could not have been worse frightened than they were now when they found their money in their sacks. Thus he whose ground brought forth plentifully said, What shall I do? Luke 12:17. Number 2, yet in their circumstances it was very amazing. They knew that the Egyptians abhorred a Hebrew. Chapter 43, verse 32. And therefore, since they could not expect to receive any kindness from them, they concluded that this was done with a design to pick a quarrel with them, and the rather because the man, the lord of the land, had charged them as spies. Their own consciences also were awake, and their sins set in order before them, and this put them into confusion. Note, subpoint 1. When men's spirits are sinking, everything helps to sink them. Subpoint 2. When the events of providence concerning us are surprising, it is good to inquire what is it that God has done and is doing with us, and to consider the operation of his hands. The report made to Jacob. And they came unto Jacob their father unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell unto them, saying, The man, who was the lord of the land, spake roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. And we said unto him, We are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brethren, sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me. Then shall I know that ye are no spies, but that ye are true men. So will I deliver you your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land. And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that, behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Jacob their father said unto them, Me ye have bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and ye will take Benjamin away. All these things are against me. And Reuben spake unto his father, saying, Slay my 2 sons, if I bring him not to thee. Deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to thee again. And he said, My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in which ye go, then shall ye bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Here is number 1, the report which Jacob's sons made to their father of the great distress they had been in Egypt, how they had been suspected and threatened, and obliged to leave Simeon a prisoner there, till they should bring Benjamin with them thither. Who would have thought of this when they left home? When we go abroad, we should consider how many sad accidents that we little think of may befall us before we return home. We know not what a day may bring forth. We ought therefore to be always ready for the worst. Number 2, the deep impression this made upon the good man. The very bundles of money which Joseph returned in kindness to his father frightened him. Verse 35, for he concluded it was done with some mischievous design, or perhaps suspected his own sons to have committed some offense, and so to have run themselves into a penalty, which is intimated in what he says. Verse 36, Me have you bereaved. He seems to lay the fault upon them, knowing their characters. He feared they had provoked the Egyptians, and perhaps forcibly or fraudulently brought home their money. Jacob is here much out of temper. Subpoint 1, he has very melancholy apprehensions concerning the present state of his family. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, whereas Joseph was in honor, and Simeon in the way to it. Note, we often perplex ourselves with our own mistakes, even in matters of fact. True griefs may arise from false intelligence and suppositions. 2 Samuel 13, verse 31. Jacob gives up Joseph for gone, and Simeon and Benjamin as being in danger, and he concludes, All these things are against me. It proved otherwise, that all these were for him, were working together for his good and the good of his family. Yet here he thinks them all against him. Note, through our ignorance and mistake and the weakness of our faith, we often apprehend that to be against us which is really for us. We are afflicted in body, estate, name, and relations, and we think all these things are against us, whereas these are really working for us the weight of glory. Subpoint 2. He is at present resolved that Benjamin shall not go down. Reuben will undertake to bring him back in safety, verse 37, not so much as putting in, if the Lord will, nor expecting the common disasters of travelers, but he foolishly bids Jacob slay his 2 sons, which it is likely he was very proud of, if he brought him not back, as if the death of 2 grandsons could satisfy Jacob for the death of a son. No, Jacob's present thoughts are, my son shall not go down with you. He plainly intimates a distrust of them, remembering that he never saw Joseph since he had been with them. Therefore, Benjamin shall not go with you, by the way in which you go, for you will bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Note, it is bad with a family when children conduct themselves so ill that their parents know not how to trust them. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Harrell. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 43. Here the story of Joseph's brethren is carried on, and very particularly related. Numeral 1, their melancholy parting with their father Jacob in Canaan, verses 1 through 14. Numeral 2, their pleasant meeting with Joseph in Egypt, verse 15, and so on. For on this occasion nothing occurs there but what is agreeable and pleasant. Jacob unwilling to part with Benjamin, B.C. 1707. And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass, when they had eaten up the corn which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said unto them, Go again, buy us a little food. And Judah spake unto him, saying, The man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. If thou wilt send our brother with us, we will go down, and buy thee food. But if thou wilt not send him, we will not go down. For the man said unto us, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. And Israel said, Wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother? And they said, The man asked us straitly of our state, and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? And we told him according to the tenor of these words. Could we certainly know that he would say, Bring your brother down? And Judah said unto Israel his father, Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and thou, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him, of my hand shalt thou require him. If I bring him not unto thee, and set him before thee, then let me bear the blame forever. For except we had lingered, surely now we had returned this second time. Here, number 1, Jacob urges his sons to go and buy more corn in Egypt, verses 1 and 2. The famine continued, and the corn they had brought was all spent, for it is meat that perisheth. Jacob, as a good master of a family, is in care to provide for those of his own house food convenient. And shall not God provide for his children, for the household of faith? Jacob bids them go again and buy a little food. Now, in time of scarcity, a little must suffice, for nature is content with a little. Number 2, Judah urges him to consent that Benjamin should go down with them, how much soever it went against his feelings and previous determination. Note, it is not at all inconsistent with the honor and duty which children owe their parents, humbly and modestly to advise them, and, as occasion is, to reason with them. Plead with your mother. Plead. Hosea 2:2. Subscript 1. He insists upon the absolute necessity that they were under of bringing Benjamin with them, of which he, who was a witness to all that had passed in Egypt, was a more competent judge than Jacob could be. Joseph's protestation, verse 3, may be alluded to show upon what terms we must draw nigh to God. Unless we bring Christ along with us in the arms of our faith, we cannot see the face of God with comfort. Subscript 2, he engages to take all possible care of him, and to do his utmost for his safety, verses 8 and 9. Judah's conscience had lately smitten him for what he had done a great while ago against Joseph, chapter 43, verse 21. And as an evidence of the truth of his repentance, he is ready to undertake, as far as a man could do it, for Benjamin's security. He will not only not wrong him, but will do all he can to protect him. This is a restitution, as far as the case will admit, which he knew not how he could restore Joseph. He would make some amends for the irreparable journey he had done to him by doubting his care concerning Benjamin. Joseph's brethren again sent to Egypt. And their father Israel said unto them, If it must be so now, do this. Take of the best fruits of the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm, and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. And take double money in your hand, and the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand. Peradventure it was an oversight. Take also your brother, and arise, go again unto the man. And God Almighty give you mercy before the man, that he may send away your other brother and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. Observe here, numeral 1, Jacob's persuasibleness. He would be ruled by reason, though they were his inferiors that urged it. He saw the necessity of the case, and since there was no remedy, he consented to yield to the necessity. Verse 11, If it must be so now, take your brother. If no corn can be had but upon those terms, we may as well expose him to the perils of the journey as suffer ourselves and families, and Benjamin amongst the rest, to perish for want of bread. Skin for skin, and all that a man has, even a Benjamin, the dearest of all, will he give for his life. No death so dreadful as that by famine. Lamentations 4:9. Jacob had said, chapter 43, verse 38, My son shall not go down. But now he is over-persuaded to consent. Note, it is no fault, but our wisdom and duty, to alter our purposes and resolutions where there is a good reason for our doing so. Constancy is a virtue, but obstinacy is not. It is God's prerogative not to repent, and to make unchangeable resolves. Numeral 2, Jacob's prudence and justice, which appeared in three things. Number 1, he sent back the money which they had found in the sacks' mouths, with this discreet construction of it. Peradventure it was an oversight. Note, honesty obliges us to make restitution, not only of that which comes to us by our own fault, but of that which comes to us by the mistakes of others. Though we get it by oversight, if we keep it when the oversight is discovered, it is kept by deceit. In the stating of accounts, errors must be accepted, even those that make for us as well as those that make against us. Jacob's words furnish us with a favorable construction to put upon that which we are tempted to resent as an injury and affront, pass it by, and say, Peradventure it was an oversight. Number 2, he sent double money, as much again as they took the time before, upon supposition that the price of corn might have risen, or that if it should be insisted upon, they might pay a ransom for Simeon, or his prison fees, or to show a generous spirit, that they might be the more likely to find generous treatment with the man, the lord of the land. Number 3, he sent a present of such things as the land afforded, and as were scarce in Egypt, balm and honey, and so forth. Verse 11, the commodities that Canaan exported. Chapter 37, verse 25. Note, subscript 1, Providence dispenses its gifts variously. Some countries produce one commodity, others another, that commerce may be preserved. Subscript 2, honey and spice will never make up the want of bread corn. The famine was sore in Canaan, and yet they had balm and myrrh and so forth. We may live well enough upon plain food without dainties, but we cannot live upon dainties without plain food. Let us thank God that that which is most needful and useful is generally most cheap and common. Subscript 3. A gift in secret pacifies wrath. Proverbs 21, verse 14. Jacob's sons were unjustly accused as spies, yet Jacob was willing to be at the expense of a present to pacify the accuser. Sometimes we must not think it too much to buy peace, even where we may justly demand it, and insist upon it as our right. Numeral 3. Jacob's piety appearing in his prayer. God Almighty give you mercy before the man. Verse 14. Jacob had formerly turned an angry brother into a kind one with a present and a prayer, and here he betakes himself to the same tried method, and it sped well. Note, those that would find mercy with men must seek it of God, who has all hearts in his hands and turns them as he pleases. Numeral 4. Jacob's patience. He concludes all with this: If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. If I must part with them thus one after another, I must acquiesce and say, The will of the Lord be done. Note, it is our wisdom to reconcile ourselves to the sorest afflictions, and make the best of them, for there is nothing got by striving with our Maker. 2 Samuel 15, verses 25 and 26. Joseph entertains his brethren. And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin, and rose up and went down to Egypt, and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, Bring these men home, and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the man did as Joseph bade, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Joseph's house. And they said, Because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen, and our asses. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said, O sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food. And it came to pass, when we came to the inn, that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. And other money have we brought down in our hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks. And he said, Peace be to you, fear not. Your God, and the God of your father, hath given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money. And he brought Simeon out unto them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their asses provender. And they made ready the present against Joseph came at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there. Jacob's sons, having got leave to take Benjamin with them, were observant of the orders their father had given them, and went down the second time into Egypt to buy corn. If we should ever know what a famine of the word means, let us not think it much to travel as far for spiritual food as did they for corporal food. Now, here we have an account of what passed between them and Joseph's steward, who, some conjecture, was in the secret, and knew them to be Joseph's brethren, and helped to humor the thing. I rather think not, because no man was permitted to be present when Joseph afterwards made himself known to them. Chapter 45, verse 1. Observe, number 1, Joseph's steward had orders from his master, who was busy selling corn and receiving money, to take them to his house and make ready for their entertainment. Though Joseph saw Benjamin there, he would not leave his work at working time, nor trust another with it. Note, business must take place of civility in its season. Our needful employments must not be neglected, no, not to pay respects to our friends. Number 2, even this frightened them. They were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house. Verse 18. The just challenges of their own consciences and Joseph's violent suspicions of them forbade them to expect any favor, and suggested to them that this was done with a bad design upon them. Note, Those that are guilty and timorous are apt to make the worst of everything. Now they thought they should be reckoned with about the money in the sacks' mouths, and should be charged as cheats, and men not fit to be dealt with, who had taken advantage of the hurry of the market to carry off their corn unpaid for. They therefore laid the case before the steward, that he, being apprised of it, might stand between them and danger, and as a substantial proof of their honesty, before they were charged with taking back their money, they produced it. Note, integrity and uprightness will preserve us, and will clear themselves as the light of the morning. Number 3, the steward encouraged them. Verse 23. Peace be to you, fear not. Though he knew not what his master drove at, yet he was aware these were men whom he meant no harm to, while he thus amused them. And therefore he directs them to look at the divine providence in the return of their money. Your God, and the God of your father, has given you treasure in your sacks. Observe. Subscript 1. Hereby he shows that he had no suspicion at all of dishonesty in them. For of what we get by deceit, we cannot say, God gives it to us. Subpoint 2. Hereby he silences their further inquiry about it. Ask not how it came thither. Providence brought it to you, and let that satisfy you. Subscript 3. It appears by what he said that, by his good master's instructions, he was brought to the knowledge of the true God, the God of the Hebrews. It may justly be expected that those who are servants in religious families should take all fit occasions to speak of God and his providence with reverence and seriousness. Subscript 4. He directs them to look up to God and acknowledge his providence in the good bargain they had. We must own ourselves indebted to God as our God and the God of our fathers, a God in covenant with us and them, for all our successes and advantages, and the kindnesses of our friends, for every creature is that to us, and no more, which God makes it to be. The steward encouraged them, not only in words but in deeds, for he made very much of them till his master came. Verse 24. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, Is your father well, the old man of whom you spake? Is he yet alive? And they answered, Thy servant our father is in good health, he is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads, and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, Is this your younger brother, of whom you spake unto me? And he said, God be gracious unto thee, my son. And Joseph made haste, for his bowels did yearn upon his brother, and he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber, and wept there. And he washed his face, and went out, and refrained himself, and said, Set on bread. And they set on for himself by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians which did eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination unto the Egyptians. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one at another. And he took and sent messes unto them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times as much as any of theirs. And they drank, and were merry with him. Here is numeral 1, the great respect that Joseph's brethren paid to him. When they brought him the present, they bowed themselves before him. Verse 26. And again, when they gave him an account of their father's health, they made obeisance, and called him, Thy servant our father. Verse 28. Thus were Joseph's dreams fulfilled more and more, and even the father, by the sons, bowed before him, according to the dream, chapter 37, verse 10. Probably Jacob had directed them, if they had occasion to speak of him to the man, the lord of the land, to call him his servant. Numeral 2, the great kindness that Joseph showed to them, while they little thought it was a brotherly kindness. Here is number 1, his kind inquiry concerning Jacob. Is he yet alive? A very fit question to be asked concerning any, especially concerning old people, for we are dying daily. It is strange that we are yet alive. Jacob had said many years before, I will go to the grave to my son, but he is yet alive. We must not die when we will. Number 2, the kind notice he took of Benjamin, his own brother. Subscript 1, he put up a prayer for him. God be gracious unto thee, my son. Verse 29. Joseph's favor, though he was the lord of the land, would do him little good unless God were gracious to him. Many seek the ruler's favor, but Joseph directs him to seek the favor of the ruler of rulers. Subscript 2, he shed some tears for him. Verse 30. His natural affection to his brother, his joy to see him, his concern at seeing him, and the rest of them in distress for bread, and the remembrance of his own griefs since he last saw him, produced a great agitation in him, which perhaps was the more uneasy because he endeavored to stifle and suppress it. But he was forced to retire into his closet, there to give vent to his feelings by tears. Note, subpoint 1, tears of tenderness and affection are no disparagement at all, even to great and wise men. Subscript 2, gracious weepers should not proclaim their tears. My soul shall weep in secret, says the prophet, Jeremiah 13, verse 17. Peter went out and wept bitterly. See Matthew 26, verse 75. Number 3, his kind entertainment of them all. When his weeping had subsided so that he could refrain himself, he sat down to dinner with them, treated them nobly, and yet contrived everything to amuse them. Subscript 1, he ordered 3 tables to be spread, one for his brethren, another for the Egyptians that dined with him, for so different were their customs that they did not care to eat together, another for himself, who durst not own himself a Hebrew, and yet would not sit with the Egyptians. See here an instance, subpoint 1, of hospitality and good housekeeping, which are very commendable, according as the ability is. Subpoint 2, of compliance with people's humors, even whimsical ones, as Bishop Patrick calls this of the Egyptians not eating with the Hebrews. Though Joseph was the lord of the land, and orders were given that all people should obey him, yet he would not force the Egyptians to eat with the Hebrews against their minds, but let them enjoy their humors. Spirits truly generous hate to impose. Subpoint 3, of the early distance between Jews and Gentiles, one table would not hold them. Subscript 2, he placed his brethren according to their seniority, verse 33, as if he could certainly divine. Some think they placed themselves so according to their custom, but if so, I see not why such particular notice is taken of it, especially as a thing they marveled at. Subscript 3, he gave them a very plentiful entertainment, sent messes to them from his own table, verse 34. This was the more generous in him, and the more obliging to them, because of the present scarcity of provisions. In a day of famine, it is enough to be fed, but here they were feasted. Perhaps they had not had such a good dinner for many months. It is said, they drank and were merry. Their cares and fears were now over, and they ate their bread with joy, concluding they were now upon good terms with the man, the Lord of the land. If God accept our works, our present, we have reason to be cheerful. Yet when we sit, as they here did, to eat with the ruler, we should consider what is before us, and not indulge our appetite, nor be desirous of dainties. Proverbs 23, verses 1 through 3. Joseph gave them to understand that Benjamin was his favorite, for his mess was 5 times as much as any of theirs, not as if he would have him eat so much more than the rest, for then he must eat more than would do him good, and is no act of friendship, but rather an injury and unkindness, to press any either to eat or drink to excess. But thus he would testify his particular respect for him, that he might try whether his brother would envy Benjamin his larger messes, as formerly they had envied himself his finer coat. And it must be our rule, in such cases, to be content with what we have, and not to grieve at what others have. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Dolinger. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 44. Joseph, having entertained his brethren, dismissed them. But here we have them brought back in a greater fright than any they had been in yet. Observe numeral 1, what method he took both to humble them further, and also to try their affection to his brother Benjamin, by which he would be able to judge of the sincerity of their repentance for what they had done against himself, of which he was desirous to be satisfied before he manifested his reconciliation to them. This he contrived to do by bringing Benjamin into distress, verses 1 through 17. Numeral 2, the good success of the experiment. He found them all heartily concerned, and Judah particularly, both for the safety of Benjamin and for the comfort of their aged father, verses 18 and continued. Joseph's policy, B.C. 1707, verses 1 through 17. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, Fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth, and put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his corn money. And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their asses. And when they were going out of the city, and not yet far off, Joseph said unto his steward, Up, follow after the men. And when thou dost overtake them, say unto them, Wherefore have ye rewarded evil for good? Is not this it in which my Lord drinketh, and whereby indeed he divineth? Ye have done evil in so doing. And he overtook them, and he spake unto them these same words. And they said unto him, Wherefore saith my Lord these words? God forbid that thy servants should do according to this thing. Behold, the money we found in our sacks' mouths, we brought again unto thee out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of thy Lord's house silver or gold? With whomsoever of thy servants it be found, both let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen. And he said, Now also let it be according unto your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and ye shall be blameless. Then they speedily took down every man's sack to the ground, and opened every man's sack. And he searched, and began at the eldest, and left at the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes, and laded every man his ass, and returned to the city. And Judah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there, and they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them, What deed is this that ye have done? Wot ye not that such a man as I can certainly divine? And Judah said, What shall we say unto my lord? What shall we speak, or how shall we clear ourselves? God hath found out the iniquity of thy servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he also with whom the cup is found. And he said, God forbid that I should do so, but the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get you up in peace unto your father. Joseph heaps further kindness upon his brethren, fills their sacks, returns their money, and sends them away full of gladness. But he also exercises them with further trials. Our God thus humbles those whom he loves and loads with benefits. Joseph ordered his steward to put a fine silver cup which he had, and which, it is likely, was used at his table when they dined with him, into Benjamin's sack's mouth, that it might seem as if he had stolen it from the table, and put it here himself, after his corn was delivered to him. If Benjamin had stolen it, it had been the basest piece of dishonesty and ingratitude that could be, and if Joseph, by ordering it to be there, had designed really to take advantage against him, it had been in him most horrid cruelty and oppression. But it proved, in the issue, that there was no harm done, nor any designed, on either side. Observe. Numeral 1. How the pretended criminals were pursued and arrested on suspicion of having stolen a silver cup. The steward charged them with ingratitude, rewarding evil for good, and with folly in taking away a cup of daily use, and which therefore would soon be missed, and diligent search made for it. For so it may be read, Is not this it in which my Lord drinketh? As having a particular fondness for it, and for which he would search thoroughly? Verse 5. Or, by which, leaving it carelessly at your table, he would make trial whether you were honest men or no. Numeral 2. How they pleaded for themselves. They solemnly protested their innocence and detestation of so base a thing, verse 7. Urged it as an instance of their honesty that they had brought their money back, verse 8, and offered to submit to the severest punishment if they should be found guilty, verses 9 and 10. Numeral 3. How the theft was fastened upon Benjamin. In his sack the cup was found, to whom Joseph had been particularly kind. Benjamin, no doubt, was ready to deny, upon oath, the taking of the cup, and we may suppose him as little liable to suspicion as any of them. But it is in vain to confront such notorious evidence. The cup is found in his custody. They dare not arraign Joseph's justice, nor so much as suggest that perhaps he that had put their money in their sacks' mouths had put the cup there. But they throw themselves upon Joseph's mercy, and, numeral 4, here is their humble submission, verse 16. Number 1. They acknowledge the righteousness of God. God hath found out the iniquity of thy servants, perhaps referring to the injury they had formerly done to Joseph, for which they thought God was now reckoning with them. Note, even in those afflictions wherein we apprehend ourselves wronged by men, yet we must own that God is righteous, and finds out our iniquity. Number 2. They surrender themselves prisoners to Joseph. We are my Lord's servants. Now Joseph's dreams were accomplished to the utmost. Their bowing so often and doing homage might be looked upon but as a compliment, and no more than what other strangers did. But the construction they themselves, in their pride, had put upon his dreams was, Shalt thou have dominion over us? Chapter 37, verse 8. And in this sense it is not at length fulfilled. They own themselves his vassals, since they did invidiously so understand it. So it shall be fulfilled in them. Numeral 5. Joseph, with an air of justice, gives sentence that Benjamin only should be kept in bondage, and the rest should be dismissed. For why should any suffer by the guilty? Perhaps Joseph intended hereby to try Benjamin's temper, whether he could bear such a hardship as this with the calmness and composure of mind that became a wise and good man. In short, whether he was indeed his own brother, in spirit as well as blood. For Joseph himself had been falsely accused, and had suffered hard things in consequence, and yet kept possession of his own soul. However, it is plain he intended hereby to try the affection of his brethren to Benjamin and to their father. If they had gone away contentedly and left Benjamin in bonds, no doubt Joseph would have soon released and promoted him, and seen notice to Jacob. And he would have left the rest of his brethren justly to suffer for their hard-heartedness. But they proved to be better affected to Benjamin than he feared. Note, we cannot judge what men are by what they have been formerly, nor what they will do by what they have done. Age and experience may make men wiser and better. Those that had sold Joseph would not now abandon Benjamin. The worst may mend in time. Judah's appeal on behalf of Benjamin, B.C. 1707, verses 18 through 34. Then Judah came near unto him and said, O my Lord, let thy servant, I pray thee, speak a word in my Lord's ear, and let not thine anger burn against thy servant, for thou art even as Pharaoh. My Lord asked his servants, saying, Have ye a father or a brother? And we said unto my Lord, We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one, and his brother is dead. And he alone is left of his mother, and his father loveth him. And thou saidst unto thy servants, Bring him down unto me, that I may set mine eyes upon him. And we said unto my Lord, The lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die. And thou saidst unto thy servants, Except your youngest brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more. And it came to pass, when we came up unto thy servant my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, Go again, and buy us a little food. And we said, We cannot go down, if our youngest brother be with us. Then we will go down. For we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. And thy servant my father said unto us, Ye know that my wife bare me 2 sons. And the one went out from me, and I said, Surely he is torn in pieces, and I saw him not since. And if ye take this also from me, and mischief befall him, ye shall bring down my grey hairs with sorrow to the grave. Now therefore, when I come to thy servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass, when he seeth that the lad is not with us, that he will die. And thy servants shall bring down the grey hairs of thy servant our father with sorrow to the grave. For thy servant became surety for the lad unto my father, saying, If I bring him not unto thee, then I shall bear the blame to my father for ever. Now therefore I pray thee, let thy servant abide instead the lad, a bondman to my lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me, lest peradventure I see the evil that shall come on my father? We have here a most ingenious and pathetic speech which Judah made to Joseph on Benjamin's behalf, to obtain his discharge from the sentence passed upon him. Perhaps Judah was a better friend to Benjamin than the rest were, and more solicitous to bring him off. Or he thought himself under greater obligations to attempt it than the rest, because he had passed his word to his father for his safe return. Or the rest chose him for their spokesman, because he was a man of better sense and better spirit, and he had a greater command of language than any of them. His address, as it is here recorded, is so very natural and so expressive of his present feelings that we cannot but suppose Moses, who wrote it so long after, to have written it under a special direction of him that made man's mouth. Numeral 1. A great deal of unaffected art and unstudied, unforced rhetoric there is in this speech. Number 1. He addresses himself to Joseph with a great deal of respect and deference, calls him his lord, himself and his brethren his servants, begs his patient hearing, and ascribes sovereign authority to him. Thou art even as Pharaoh, one whose favor we desire and whose wrath we dread, as we do Pharaoh's. Religion does not destroy good manners, and it is prudence to speak respectfully to those at whose mercy we lie. Titles of honor to those that are entitled to them are not flattering titles. Number 2. He represented Benjamin as one well worthy of his compassionate consideration. Verse 20. He was a little one, compared with the rest of them, the youngest, not acquainted with the world, nor even inured to hardship, having always been brought up tenderly with his father. It made the case the more pitiable that he alone was left of his mother, and his brother was dead, namely Joseph. Little did Judah think what a tender point he touched upon now. Judah knew that Joseph was sold, and therefore had reason enough to think that he was alive. At least he could not be sure that he was dead. But they had made their father believe he was dead, and now they had told the lie so long that they had forgotten the truth, and begun to believe the lie themselves. Number 3. He urged it very closely that Joseph had himself constrained them to bring Benjamin with them, had expressed a desire to see him, verse 21, and had forbidden them his presence, unless they brought Benjamin with them, verses 23 and 26. All which intimated that he designed him some kindness, and must he be brought with so much difficulty to the preferment of perpetual slavery. Was he not brought to Egypt in obedience, purely in obedience to the command of Joseph? And would he not show him some mercy? Some observe that Jacob's sons, in reasoning with their father, had said, We will not go down unless Benjamin go with us. Chapter 43, verse 5. But that when Judah comes to relate the story, he expresses it more decently. We cannot go down with any exception to speed well. Indecent words spoken in haste to our superiors should be recalled and amended. Number 4. The great argument he insisted upon was the insupportable grief it would be to his aged father if Benjamin should be left behind in servitude. His father loveth him, verse 20. This they had pleaded against Joseph's insisting on his coming down, verse 22. If he should leave his father would die. Much more if now he be left behind, never more to return to him. This old man of whom they spoke had pleaded against his going down. If mischief befall him, you shall bring down my gray hairs, that crown of glory, with sorrow to the grave. Verse 29. This therefore Judah presses with a great deal of earnestness. His life is bound up in the lad's life. Verse 30. When he sees that the lad is not with us, he will faint away and die immediately. Verse 31. Or will abandon himself to such a degree of sorrow as will in a few days make an end of him. And lastly, Judah pleads that, for his part, he could not bear to see this. Let me not see that evil that shall come on my father. Verse 34. Note, it is the duty of children to be very tender to their parents' comfort, and to be afraid of everything that may be an occasion of grief to them. Thus the love that descended first must again ascend, and something must be done towards recompense for their care. Number 5. Judah, in honor to the justice of Joseph's sentence, and to show his sincerity in this plea, offers himself to become a bondsman instead of Benjamin. Verse 33. Thus the law would be satisfied. Joseph would be no loser, for we may suppose Judah a more able-bodied man than Benjamin and fitter for service, and Jacob would better bear the loss of him than Benjamin. Now so far is he from grieving at his father's particular fondness for Benjamin, that he was himself willing to be a bondman to indulge it. Now had Joseph been, as Judah supposed him, an utter stranger to the family, yet even common humanity could not be wrought upon by such powerful reasonings as these. For nothing could be said more moving, more tender. It was enough to melt a heart of stone. But Joseph, who was nearer akin to Benjamin than Judah himself was, and who, at this time, felt a greater affection both for him and his aged father than Judah did, nothing could be more pleasing nor more happily said. Neither Jacob nor Benjamin needed an intercessor with Joseph, for he himself loved them. Numeral 2. Upon the whole matter, let us take notice. Number 1. How prudently Judah suppressed all mention of the crime that was charged upon Benjamin. Had he said anything by the way of acknowledgment of it, he would have reflected on Benjamin's honesty and seemed too forward to suspect that. Had he said anything by way of denial of it, he would have reflected on Joseph's justice and the sentence he had passed. Therefore he wholly waives that head and appeals to Joseph's pity. Compare with this that of Job in humbling himself before God. Job chapter 9, verse 15. Though I were righteous, yet would I not answer. I would not argue, but petition. I would make supplication to my judge. Number 2. What good reason dying Jacob had to say, Judah, thou art whom thy brethren shall praise. Chapter 49, verse 8. For he excelled them all in boldness, wisdom, eloquence, and especially tenderness for their father and family. Number 3. Judah's faithful adherence to Benjamin, now in his distress, was recompensed long after by the constant adherence of the tribe of Benjamin to the tribe of Judah, when all the other 10 tribes deserted it. Number 4. How fitly does the apostle, when he is discoursing of the meditation of Christ, observe that our Lord sprang out of Judah. Hebrews chapter 7, verse 14. For like his father Judah, he not only made intercession for the transgressors, but he became a surety for them, as it follows there, verse 22, testifying therein a very tender concern, both for his father and for his brethren. End of chapter 44. Recording by Ken Dolinger.
Chapter 45 of the commentary on the book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Harrell. Commentary on the book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 45. It is a pity that this chapter and the foregoing should be parted and read asunder. There we had Judah's intercession for Benjamin, with which, we may suppose, the rest of his brethren signified their concurrence. Joseph let him go on without interruption, heard all he had to say, and then answered it all in one word: I am Joseph. Now he found his brethren humbled for their sins, mindful of himself, for Judah had mentioned him twice in his speech, respectful to their father, and very tender of their brother Benjamin. Now they were ripe for the comfort he designed them, by making himself known to them, the story of which we have in this chapter. It was to Joseph's brethren as clear shining after rain. Nay, it was to them as life from the dead. Here is numeral 1, Joseph's discovery of himself to his brethren, and his discourse with them upon that occasion, verses 1 through 15. Numeral 2, the orders Pharaoh hereupon gave to fetch Jacob and his family down to Egypt, and Joseph's dispatch of his brethren, accordingly back to his father with those orders, verses 16 through 24. Numeral 3, the joyful tidings of this brought to Jacob, verse 25 and following. Joseph discovers himself to his brethren, B.C. 1707. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him, and he cried, Cause every man to go out from me. And there stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren. And he wept aloud, and the Egyptians in the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph. Doth my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Joseph said unto his brethren, Come near to me, I pray you. And they came near. And he said, I am Joseph your brother, whom ye sold into Egypt. Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither, for God did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years hath the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years, in which there shall be neither earing nor harvest. And God sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but God. And he hath made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Egypt. Haste ye, and go up to my father, and say unto him, Thus saith thy son Joseph, God hath made me lord of all Egypt. Come down unto me, tarry not. And thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou shalt be near unto me, thou, and thy children, and thy children's children, and thy flocks, and thy herds, and all that thou hast. And there will I nourish thee, for yet there are 5 years of famine, lest thou and thy household, and all that thou hast, come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaketh unto you. And ye shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and of all that ye have seen, and ye shall haste and bring down my father hither. And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck, and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover he kissed all his brethren, and wept upon them, and after that his brethren talked with him. Judah and his brethren were waiting for an answer, and could not be but amazed to discover, instead of the gravity of a judge, the natural affection of a father or brother. Numeral 1, Joseph ordered all his attendants to withdraw. Verse 1. The private conversations of friends are the most free. When Joseph would put on love, he puts off state, and it was not fit his servants should be witnesses of this. Thus Christ graciously manifests himself and his loving kindness to his people, out of the sight and hearing of the world. Numeral 2, tears were the preface or introduction to his discourse. Verse 2. He had dammed up this stream a great while, and with much ado. But now it swelled so high that he could no longer contain, but he wept aloud, so that those whom he had forbidden to see him could not but hear him. These were tears of tenderness and strong affection, and with these he threw off that austerity with which he had hitherto carried himself towards his brethren, for he could bear it no longer. This represents the divine compassion towards returning penitents, as much as that of the father of the prodigal. Luke 15:20, Hosea 14, verses 8 and 9. Numeral 3, he very abruptly, as one uneasy till it was out, tells them who he was. I am Joseph. They knew him only by his Egyptian name, Zaphenath Paneah, his Hebrew name being lost and forgotten in Egypt. But now he teaches them to call him by that, I am Joseph. Nay, that they might not suspect it was another of the same name. He explains himself, verse 4, I am Joseph, your brother. This would both humble them yet more for their sin in selling him, and would encourage them to hope for kind treatment. Thus, when Christ would convince Paul, he said, I am Jesus. And when he would comfort his disciples, he said, It is I, be not afraid. This word at first startled Joseph's brethren. They started back through the fear, or at least stood still astonished. But Joseph called kindly and familiarly to them. Come near, I pray you. Thus, when Christ manifests himself to his people, he encourages them to draw near to him with a true heart. Perhaps, being about to speak of their selling him, he would not speak aloud, lest the Egyptians should overhear, and it should make the Hebrews to be yet more an abomination to them. Therefore he would have them come near, that he might whisper with them, which, now that the tide of his passion was a little over, he was able to do, whereas at first he could not but cry out. Numeral 4. He endeavors to assuage their grief for the injuries they had done him by showing them that whatever they designed, God meant it for good, and had brought much good out of it. Verse 5. Be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves. Sinners must grieve, and be angry with themselves, for their sins. Yea, though God by his power brings good out of them, for no thanks are due to the sinner for this. But true penitents should be greatly affected when they see God thus bringing good out of evil, meat out of the eater. Though we must not with this consideration extenuate our own sins, and so take off the edge of our repentance, yet it may be well thus to extenuate the sins of others, and so take off the edge of our angry resentments. Thus Joseph does here. His brethren needed not to fear that he would avenge upon them an injury which God's providence had made to turn so much to his advantage and that of his family. Now he tells them how long the famine was likely to last. 5 years. Yet, verse 6, what a capacity he was in of being kind to his relations and friends, which is the greatest satisfaction that wealth and power can give to a good man. Verse 8. See what a favorable color he puts upon the injury they had done to him. God sent me before you. Verses 5 and 7. Note, number 1, God's Israel is the particular care of God's providence. Joseph reckoned that his advancement was not so much designed to save a whole kingdom of Egyptians as to preserve a small family of Israelites. For the Lord's portion is his people. Whatever becomes of others, they shall be secured. Number 2, providence looks a great way forward and has a long reach. Even long before the years of plenty, providence was preparing for the supply of Jacob's house in the years of famine. The psalmist praises God for this. Psalm 105, verse 17. He sent a man before them, even Joseph. God sees his work from the beginning to the end, but we do not. Ecclesiastes 3, verse 11. How admirable are the projects of providence! How remote its tendencies! What wheels there are within wheels, and yet all directed by the eyes in the wheels, and the spirit of the living creature. Let us therefore judge nothing before the time. Number 3, God often works by contraries. The envy and contention of brethren threaten the ruin of families. Yet in this instance, they prove the occasion of preserving Jacob's family. Joseph could never have been the shepherd and stone of Israel if his brethren had not shot at him and hated him. Even those that had wickedly sold Joseph into Egypt, yet themselves reaped the benefit of the good God brought out of it, as those that put Christ to death were many of them saved by his death. God must have all the glory of the seasonable preservations of his people, by what way soever they are effected. It was not you that sent me hither, but God. Verse 8. As on the one hand they must not fret at it, because it ended so well, so on the other hand they must not be proud of it, because it was God's doing, and not theirs. They designed, by selling him into Egypt, to defeat his dreams, but God thereby designed to accomplish them. Isaiah 10, verse 7. howbeit he meaneth not so. Numeral 5. He promises to take care of his father and all the family during the rest of the years of famine. Number 1. He desires that his father may speedily be made glad with the tidings of his life and dignity. His brethren must hasten to Canaan, and must inform Jacob that his son Joseph was Lord of all Egypt. Verse 9. They must tell him of all his glory there. Verse 13. He knew it would be a refreshing oil to his hoary head, and a sovereign cordial to his spirits. If anything would make him young again, this would. He desires them to give themselves, and to take with them to their father all possible satisfaction of the truth of these surprising tidings. Your eyes see that it is my mouth. Verse 12. If they would recollect themselves, they might remember something of his features, speech, and so forth, and be satisfied. Number 2, he is very earnest that his father and all his family should come to him to Egypt. Come down unto me, tarry not. Verse 9. He allots his dwelling in Goshen, that part of Egypt which lay towards Canaan, that they might be mindful of the country from which they were to come out. Verse 1. He promises to provide for him. I will nourish thee. Verse 11. Note, it is the duty of children, if the necessity of their parents do at any time require it, to support and supply them to the utmost of their ability, and Corban will never excuse them. Mark 7, verse 11. This is showing piety at home. 1 Timothy 4. Our Lord Jesus, being like Joseph, exalted to the highest honors and powers of the upper world, it is his will that all that are his should be with him where he is. John 17:24. This is his commandment, that we be with him now in faith and hope and heavenly conversation, and this is his promise, that we shall be forever with him. Numeral 6. Endearments were interchanged between him and his brethren. He began with the youngest, his own brother Benjamin, who was but about a year old when Joseph was separated from his brethren. They wept on each other's neck. Verse 14. Perhaps to think of their mother Rachel, who died in travail of Benjamin. Rachel, in her husband Jacob, had been lately weeping for her children, because in his apprehension they were not. Joseph gone, and Benjamin going, and now they were weeping for her, because she was not. After he had embraced Benjamin, he in like manner caressed them all. Verse 15. And then his brethren talked with him freely and familiarly of all the affairs of their father's house. After the tokens of true reconciliation follow the instances of a sweet communion. Pharaoh's kindness to Joseph. And the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brethren are come. And it pleased Pharaoh well, and his servants. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, Say unto thy brethren, This do ye, lade your beasts, and go, get you unto the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come unto me, and I will give you the good of the land of Egypt, and ye shall eat the fat of the land. Now thou art commanded, this do ye, take your wagons out of the land of Egypt for your little ones, and for your wives, and bring your father, and come. Also regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Egypt is yours. And the children of Israel did so. And Joseph gave them wagons, according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provisions for the way. To all of them he gave each man changes of raiment. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver, and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father he sent after this manner, 10 asses laden with the good things of Egypt, and 10 she-asses laden with corn and bread and meat for his father by the way. So he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said unto them, See that ye fall not out by the way. Here is, number 1, the kindness of Pharaoh to Joseph, and to his relations for his sake. He bade his brethren welcome, verse 16, though it was a time of scarcity, and they were likely to be a charge to him. Nay, because it pleased Pharaoh, it pleased his servants too, at least they pretended to be pleased, because Pharaoh was. He engaged Joseph to send for his father down to Egypt, and promised to furnish them with all conveniences, both for his removal thither and his settlement there. If the good of all the land of Egypt, as it was not better stocked than any other land, thanks to Joseph under God, would suffice him, he was welcome to it all. It was all his own, even the fat of the land, verse 18, so that they need not regard their stuff. Verse 20. What they had in Canaan he reckoned but stuff, in comparison with what he had for them in Egypt. And therefore, if they should be constrained to leave some of that behind them, let them not be discontented. Egypt would afford them enough to make up the losses of their removal. Thus, those for whom Christ intends shares in his heavenly glory ought not to regard the stuff of this world. The best of its enjoyments are but stuff, but lumber. We cannot make sure of it while we are here, much less can we carry it away with us. Let us not therefore be solicitous about it, nor set our eyes or hearts upon it. There are better things reserved for us in that blessed land, whither our Joseph has gone to prepare a place. Numeral 2. The kindness of Joseph to his father and brethren. Pharaoh was respectful to Joseph in gratitude, because he had been an instrument of much good to him and his kingdom, not only preserving it from the common calamity, but helping to make it considerable among the nations. For all their neighbors would say, "Surely the Egyptians are a wise and understanding people, that are so well stocked in a time of scarcity." For this reason, Pharaoh never thought anything too much that he could do for Joseph. Note, there is a gratitude owing even to inferiors, and when any have shown us kindness, we should study to requite it, not only to them, but to their relations. And Joseph likewise was respectful to his father and brethren in duty, because they were his near relations, though his brethren had been his enemies, and his father long a stranger. Number 1, he furnished them for necessity. Verse 21. He gave them wagons and provisions for the way, both going and coming. For we never find that Jacob was very rich, and at this time, when the famine prevailed, we may suppose he was rather poor. Number 2, he furnished them for ornament and delight. To his brethren he gave 2 suits apiece of good clothes. To Benjamin 5 suits, and money besides in his pocket. Verse 22. To his father he sent a very handsome present of the varieties of Egypt. Verse 25. Note, those that are wealthy should be generous and devise liberal things. What is an abundance good for, but to do good with it? Number 3, he dismissed them with a seasonable caution. See that you fall not out by the way. Verse 24. He knew they were but too apt to be quarrelsome, and what had lately passed, which revived the remembrance of what they had done formerly against their brother, might give them occasion to quarrel. Joseph had observed them to contend about it. Chapter 13, verse 22. To one they would say, "It was you that first upbraided him with his dreams." To another, "It was you that said, 'Let us kill him.' To another, 'It was you that stripped him of his fine coat.' To another, 'It was you that threw him into the pit,' and so forth. Now Joseph, having forgiven them all, lays this obligation upon them, not to upbraid one another. This charge our Lord Jesus has given to us, that we love one another, that we live in peace, that whatever occurs, or whatever former occurrences are remembered, we fall not out. For subpoint 1, we are brethren, we have all one Father. Subpoint 2, we are his brethren, and we shame our relation to him who is our peace, if we fall out. Subpoint 3, we are guilty, verily guilty, and instead of quarreling with one another, have a great deal of reason to fall out with ourselves. Subpoint 4, we are, or hope to be, forgiven of God whom we have all offended, and therefore should be ready to forgive one another. Subpoint 5, we are by the way, a way that lies through the land of Egypt, where we have many eyes upon us, that seek occasion and advantage against us, a way that leads to Canaan, where we hope to be forever in perfect peace. The history of Joseph, B.C. 1707. And they went up out of Egypt, and came into the land of Canaan unto Jacob their father. And he told him, saying, Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Egypt. And Jacob's heart fainted, for he believed them not. And they told him all the words of Joseph, which he had said unto them. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob their father revived. And Israel said, It is enough. Joseph my son is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die. We have here the good news brought to Jacob. Number 1, the relation of it at first sunk his spirits, when, without any preamble, his sons came in, crying, Joseph is yet alive, each striving which should first proclaim it. Perhaps he thought they bantered him, and the affront grieved him, or the very mention of Joseph's name revived his sorrow, so that his heart fainted. It was a good while before he came to himself. He was in such care and fear about the rest of them that at this time it would have been joy enough to him to hear that Simeon was released and that Benjamin had come safely home, for he had been ready to despair concerning both these. But to hear that Joseph is alive is too good news to be true. He faints, for he believes it not. Note, we faint because we do not believe. David himself had fainted if he had not believed. Psalm 27, verse 13. Number 2, the confirmation of it by degrees revived his spirit. Jacob had easily believed his sons formerly when they told him, Joseph is dead, but he can hardly believe them now that they tell him Joseph is alive. Weak and tender spirits are influenced more by fear than hope, and are more apt to receive impressions that are discouraging than those that are encouraging. But at length Jacob is convinced of the truth of the story, especially when he sees the wagons which were sent to carry him. For seeing is believing. Then his spirit revived. Death is as the wagons which are sent to fetch us to Christ. The very sight of it approaching should revive us. Now Jacob is called Israel, verse 28, for he begins to recover his wonted vigor. Subpoint 1, it pleases him to think that Joseph is alive. He says nothing of Joseph's glory, of which they told him. It was enough to him that Joseph was alive. Note, those that would be content with less degrees of comfort are best prepared for greater. Subpoint 2, it pleases him to think of going to see him. Though he was old and the journey long, yet he would go to see Joseph, because Joseph's business would not permit him to come to see him. Observe, he says, I will go and see him, not I will go and live with him. Jacob was old and did not expect to live long. But I will go and see him before I die, and then let me depart in peace. Let my eyes be refreshed with this sight before they are closed. And then it is enough. I need no more to make me happy in this world. Note, it is good for us all to make death familiar to us, and to speak of it as near, that we may think how little we have to do before we die, that we may do it with all our might, and may enjoy our comforts as those that must quickly die and leave them. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 46. Genesis chapter 46. Jacob is here removing to Egypt in his old age, forced thither by a famine, and invited thither by a son. Here, numeral 1, God sends him thither, verse 1 through 4. Numeral 2, all his family goes with him, verses 5 through 27. Numeral 3, Joseph bids him welcome, verses 28 through 34. Jacob sacrifices at Beersheba, B.C. 1707. Verse 1, and Israel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices unto the God of his father Isaac. Verse 2, and God spake unto Israel in the visions of the night, and said, Jacob, Jacob. And he said, Here am I. Verse 3, and he said, I am God, the God of thy father. Fear not to go down into Egypt, for I will there make of thee a great nation. Verse 4, I will go down with thee into Egypt, and I will also surely bring thee up again, and Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes. The divine precept is, in all thy ways acknowledge God, and the promise annexed to it is, he shall direct thy paths. Jacob has here a very great concern for him, not only a journey, but a removal, to settle in another country, a change which was very surprising to him, for he never had any other thoughts than to live and die in Canaan, and which would be of great consequence to his family for a long time to come. Now here we are told. Numeral 1, how he acknowledged God in this way. He came to Beersheba from Hebron, where he now dwelt, and there he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. Verse 1. He chose that place in remembrance of the communion which his father and grandfather had with God in that place. Abraham called on God there. Chapter 21, verse 33. So did Isaac. Chapter 26, verse 25. And therefore Jacob made it the place of his devotion, the rather because it lay in his way. In his devotion, number 1, he had an eye to God as the God of his father Isaac, that is, a God in covenant with him, for by Isaac the covenant was entailed upon him. God had forbidden Isaac to go down to Egypt when there was a famine in Canaan, chapter 26, verse 2, which perhaps Jacob calls to mind when he consults God as the God of his father Isaac, with this thought, Lord, though I am very desirous to see Joseph, yet if thou forbid me to go down to Egypt, as thou didst my father Isaac, I will submit, and very contentedly stay where I am. Number 2, he offered sacrifices, extraordinary sacrifices, besides those at his stated times. These sacrifices were offered, number 1, by way of thanksgiving for the late blessed change of the face of his family, for the good news he had received concerning Joseph, and for the hopes he had of seeing him again. Note, we should give God thanks for the beginnings of mercy, though they are not yet perfected, and this is a decent way of begging further mercy. Number 2, by way of petition for the presence of God with him in his intended journey. He desired by these sacrifices to make his peace with God, to obtain the forgiveness of sin, that he might take no guilt along with him in his journey, for that is a bad companion. By Christ, the great sacrifice, we must reconcile ourselves to God and offer up our requests to him. Number 3, by way of consultation, the heathen consulted their oracles by sacrifice. Jacob would not go till he had asked God's leave. Shall I go down to Egypt, or back to Hebron? Such must be our inquiries in doubtful cases, and though we cannot expect immediate answers from heaven, yet if we diligently attend to the directions of the Word, conscience, and providence, we shall find it is not in vain to ask counsel of God. Numeral 2. How God directed his paths. In the visions of the night, probably the very next night after he had offered his sacrifices, as 2 Chronicles chapter 1, verse 7, God spoke unto him, verse 2. Note, those who desire to keep up communion with God shall find that it never fails on his side. If we speak to him as we ought, he will not fail to speak to us. God called him by name, by his old name Jacob, to remind him of his low estate. His present fears did scarcely become an Israel. Jacob, like one well acquainted with the visions of the Almighty, and ready to obey them, answers, Here I am, ready to receive orders. And what has God to say to him? Number 1, he renews the covenant with him. I am God, the God of thy father, verse 3. That is, I am what thou ownest me to be. Thou shalt find me a God, a divine wisdom and power engaged for thee. And thou shalt find me the God of thy father, true to the covenant made with him. Number 2, he encourages him to make his removal of his family. Fear not to go down into Egypt. It seems, though Jacob, upon the first intelligence of Joseph's life and glory in Egypt, resolved without any hesitation, I will go and see him. Yet, upon second thoughts, he saw some difficulties in it, which he knew not well how to get over. Note, even those changes that seem to have in them the greatest joys and hopes, yet have an alloy of cares and fears. Nulla est sincera voluptas. There is no unmingled pleasure. We must always rejoice with trembling. Jacob had many careful thoughts about this journey, which God took notice of. Number 1, He was old, 130 years old, and it is mentioned as one of the infirmities of old people that they are afraid of that which is high, and fears are in the way. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 5. It was a long journey, and Jacob was unfit for travel, and perhaps remembered that his beloved Rachel died in a journey. Number 2. He feared lest his sons should be tainted with the idolatry of Egypt, and forget the God of their fathers, or enamored with the pleasures of Egypt, and forget the land of promise. Number 3. Probably he thought of what God had said to Abraham concerning the bondage and affliction of his seed, chapter 15, verse 13, and was apprehensive that his removal to Egypt would issue in that. Present satisfaction should not take us off from the consideration and prospect of future inconveniences, which possibly may arise from what now appears most promising. Number 4. He could not think of laying his bones in Egypt, but whatever his discouragements were, this was enough to answer them all. Fear not to go down into Egypt. Number 3. He promises him comfort in the removal. 1. That he should multiply in Egypt. I will there, where thou fearest that thy family will sink and be lost, make it a great nation. That is the place infinite wisdom has chosen for the accomplishment of that promise. 2. That he should have God's presence with him. I will go down with thee into Egypt. Note, those that go whither God sends them shall certainly have God with them, and that is enough to secure them wherever they are and to silence their fears. We may safely venture even into Egypt, if God go down with us. Number 3. That neither he nor his should be lost in Egypt. I will surely bring thee up again. Though Jacob died in Egypt, yet this promise was fulfilled. Number 1. In the bringing up of his body to be buried in Canaan, about which, it appears, he was very solicitous. Chapter 49, verse 29 and verse 32. 2. In the bringing up of his seed to be settled in Canaan. Whatever low or darksome valley we are called into at any time, we may be confident, if God go down with us into it, that he will surely bring us up again. If he go with us down to death, he will surely bring us up again to glory. 4. That living and dying his beloved Joseph should be a comfort to him. Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes. This is a promise that Joseph should live as long as he lived, that he should be with him at his death, and close his eyes with all possible tenderness and respect, as the dearest relations used to do. Probably Jacob, in the multitude of his thoughts with him, had been wishing that Joseph might do this last office of love for him. Ille meos oklos comprimat, let him close my eyes. And God thus answered him in the letter of his desire. Thus God sometimes gratifies the innocent wishes of his people, and makes not only their death happy, but the very circumstances of it agreeable. Jacob's removal to Egypt, B.C. 1706, verse 5. And Jacob rose up at Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father, and their little ones and their wives, in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. Verse 6. And they took their cattle and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came into Egypt, Jacob and all his seed with him. Verse 7. His sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into Egypt. Verse 8. And these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt. Jacob and his sons, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn. Verse 9. And the sons of Reuben, Hanoch and Phalu, and Hezron, and Carmi. Verse 10. And the sons of Simeon, Jemiel, and Jamin, and Ohad, and Jachin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanitish woman. Verse 11. And the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Verse 12. And the sons of Judah, and Onan, and Shelah, and Pharez, and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Pharez were Hezron and Hamuel. Verse 13. And the sons of Issachar, Tola and Puvah, and Job and Shimron. Verse 14. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered and Elon and Jaleel. Verse 15. These be the sons of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob in Padan Aram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. Verse 16. And the sons of Gad, Ziphion and Haggai, Shuni and Esbon, Eri and Erodi and Ereli. Verse 17. And the sons of Asher, Jimnah and Ishua, and Izzi, and Beriah, and Serah, their sister. And the sons of Beriah, Heber and Malchiel. Verse 18. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter, and these she bare unto Jacob, even 16 souls. Verse 19. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. Verse 20. And unto Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, which Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On, bare unto him. Verse 21. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela and Bechir, and Ashbel, Gera and Naaman, Ehi and Rosh, Mupim and Hupim, and Ard. Verse 22. These are the sons of Rachel, which were born to Jacob. All the souls were 14. Verse 23. And the sons of Dan, Hushim. Verse 24. And the sons of Naphtali, Jeziel, and Guni, and Jezer, and Shillem. Verse 25. These are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave unto Rachel his daughter, and she bare these unto Jacob. All the souls were 7. Verse 26. All the souls that came with Jacob into Egypt, which came out of his loins, besides Jacob's sons' wives, all those souls were 66. Verse 27. And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Egypt, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, which came into Egypt, were 70. Old Jacob is here flitting. Little did he think of ever leaving Canaan. He expected, no doubt, to die in his nest, and to leave his seed in actual possession of the promised land. But Providence orders it otherwise. Note, those that think themselves well settled may yet be unsettled in a little time. Even old people who think of no other removal than that to the grave, which Jacob had much upon his heart, chapter 37, verse 35, and chapter 42, verse 38, sometimes live to see great changes in their family. It is good to be ready, but not only for the grave, but for whatever may happen betwixt us and the grave. Observe, 1. How Jacob was conveyed, not in a chariot, though chariots were then used, but in a wagon. Verse 5. Jacob had the character of a plain man, who did not affect anything stately or magnificent. His son rode in a chariot. Chapter 41, verse 43. But a wagon would serve him. Number 2. The removal of what he had with him. 1. His effects, verse 6. Cattle and goods. These he took with him, that he might not wholly be beholden to Pharaoh for a livelihood, and that it might not afterwards be said of them that they came beggars to Egypt. 2. His family, all his seed, verse 7. It is probable that they had continued to live together in common with their father, and therefore, when he went, they all went, which perhaps they were the more willing to do, because, though they had heard that the land of Canaan was promised them, yet to this day they had none of it in possession. We have here a particular account of the names of Jacob's family, his sons, most of whom are afterwards mentioned as heads of houses in the several tribes. See Numbers chapter 26, verse 5, etc. Bishop Patrick observes that Issachar called his eldest son Tola, which signifies a worm, probably because when he was born he was a very little weak child, a worm and no man likely to live, and yet there sprang from him a very numerous offspring. 1 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 2. Note, living and dying do not go by probability. The whole number that went down into Egypt was 66. Verse 26. To which add Joseph and his 2 sons, who were there before, and Jacob himself, the head of the family, and you have the number of 70. Verse 27. The LXX makes them 75, and Stephen follows them. Acts chapter 7, verse 14. The reason of which we leave to the conjecture of the critics. But let us observe. 1. Masters of families ought to take care of all under their charge, and to provide for those of their own house food convenient for both body and soul. When Jacob himself removed to a land of plenty, he would not leave any of his children behind him to starve in a barren land. 2. Though the accomplishment of promises is always sure, yet it is often slow. It was now 215 years since God had promised Abraham to make of him a great nation. Chapter 12, verse 2. And yet that branch of his seed on which the promise was entailed had increased only to 70, of which this particular account is kept, that the power of God in multiplying these 70 to so vast a multitude, even in Egypt, may appear the more illustrious. When God pleases, a little one shall become 1,000. Isaiah chapter 60, verse 22. Meeting between Jacob and Joseph, B.C. 1706. Verse 28. And he sent Judah before him unto Joseph, to direct his face unto Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. Verse 29. And Joseph made ready his chariot, and went out to meet Israel his father to Goshen, and presented himself unto him. And he fell on his neck, and wept on his neck a good while. Verse 30. And Israel said unto Joseph, Now let me die, since I have seen thy face, because thou art yet alive. Verse 31. And Joseph said unto his brethren, and unto his father's house, I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say unto him, My brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me. Verse 32. And the men are shepherds, for their trade hath been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds, and all that they have. Verse 33. And it shall come to pass that Pharaoh shall call you, and shall say, What is your occupation? Verse 34. That ye shall say, Thy servant's trade hath been 250 about cattle from our youth even until now, both we and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination unto the Egyptians. We have here, numeral 1, the joyful meeting between Jacob and his sons Joseph, in which we observe, number 1, Jacob's prudence in sending Judah before him to Joseph to give him notice of his arrival in Goshen. This was a piece of respect owing to the government, under the protection of which these strangers had come to put themselves. Verse 28. We should be very careful not to give offense to any, especially not to the higher powers. Number 2. Joseph's filial respect to him. He went in his chariot to meet him, and in the interview showed, 1. How much he honored him. He presented himself unto him. Note, it is the duty of children to reverence their parents, yea, though providence as to outward condition has advanced them above their parents. 2. How much he loved him. Time did not wear out the sense of his obligations. but his tears which he shed abundantly upon his father's neck, for to joy to see him, were real indications of the sincere and strong affection he had for him. See how near sorrow and joy are to each other in this world, when tears serve for the expression of both. In the other world weeping will be restrained to sorrow only. In heaven there is perfect joy, but no tears of joy. All tears, even those, shall there be wiped away, because the joys there are as no joys are here, without any alloy. When Joseph embraced Benjamin, he wept upon his neck, but when he embraced his father, he wept upon his neck a good while. His brother Benjamin was dear, but his father Jacob must be dearer. Number 3. Jacob's great satisfaction in this meeting. Now let me die. Verse 30. Not but that it was further desirable to live with Joseph, and to see his honor and usefulness, but he had so much pleasure and satisfaction in this first meeting, that he thought it too much to desire or expect any more in this world, where our comforts must always be imperfect. Jacob wished to die immediately, and lived 17 years longer, which, as our lives go, is a considerable part of a man's age. Note, death will not always come just when we call for it, whether in a passion or sorrow or in a passion of joy. Our times are in God's hands, and not in our own. We must die just when God pleases, and not either just when we are surfeited with the pleasures of life, or just when we are overwhelmed with its griefs. Numeral 2. Joseph's prudent care concerning his brethren's settlement. It was justice to Pharaoh to let him know that such a colony had come to settle in his dominions. Note, if others repose a confidence in us, we must not be so base and disingenuous as to abuse it by imposing upon them. If Jacob and his family should come to be a charge to the Egyptians, yet it should never be said that they came among them clandestinely and by stealth. Thus Joseph took care to pay his respect to Pharaoh. Verse 31. But how shall we dispose of his brethren? Time was when they were contrived to get rid of him. Now he is contriving to settle them to their satisfaction and advantage. This is rendering good for evil. Now, 1. He would have them to live by themselves, separate as much as might be from the Egyptians, in the land of Goshen, which lay nearest to Canaan, and which perhaps was more thinly peopled by the Egyptians, and well furnished with pastures for cattle. He desired that they live separately, that they might be in the less danger, both of being infected by the vices of the Egyptians, and of being insulted by the malice of the Egyptians. Shepherds, it seems, were an abomination to the Egyptians. That is, they looked upon them with contempt, and scorned to converse with them. And he would not send for his brethren to Egypt to be trampled upon, and yet, 2, he would have them to continue shepherds, and not to be ashamed to own that as their occupation before Pharaoh, he could have employed them under himself in the corn trade, or perhaps, by his interest in the king, might have procured places for them at court, or in the army, and some of them at least were deserving enough. But such preferments would have exposed them to the envy of the Egyptians, and would have tempted them to forget Canaan, and the promises made unto their fathers. Therefore he contrives to continue them in their old employment. Note, 1. An honest calling is no disparagement, nor ought we to account it so either in ourselves or in our relations, but rather reckon it as a shame to be idle, or to have nothing to do. 2. It is generally best for people to abide in the callings that they have been bred to and used to. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 24. Whatever employment or condition God, in his providence, has allotted for us, let us accommodate ourselves to it, and satisfy ourselves with it, and not mind high things. It is better to be the credit of a mean post than the shame of a high one. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, chapter 47. Genesis chapter 47. In this chapter we have instances. Numeral 1. Of Joseph's kindness and affection to his relations, presenting his brethren first and then his father to Pharaoh, verses 1 through 10, settling them in Goshen and providing for them there, verses 11 and 12, and paying his respects to his father when he sent for him, verses 27 through 31, numeral 2. Of Joseph's justice between prince and people in a very critical affair, selling Pharaoh's corn to his subjects with reasonable profits to Pharaoh, and yet without any wrong to them, verse 13, etc. Thus he approved himself wise and good, both in his private and in his public capacity. Pharaoh's generosity. Jacob presented to Pharaoh, B.C. 1706. Verse 1. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said, My father and my brethren, and their flocks and their herds, and all that they have, are come out of the land of Canaan, and behold, they are in the land of Goshen. Verse 2. And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. Verse 3. And Pharaoh said unto his brethren, What is your occupation? And they said unto Pharaoh, Thy servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. Verse 4. They said moreover unto Pharaoh, For to sojourn in the land are we come, for thy servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore, pray thee, let thy servants dwell in the land of Goshen. Verse 5. And Pharaoh spake unto Joseph, saying, Thy father and thy brethren are come unto thee. Verse 6. The land of Egypt is before thee. In the best of the land make thy father and thy brethren to dwell. In the land of Goshen let them dwell. And if thou knowest any men of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle. Verse 7. And Joseph brought in Jacob his father, and set him before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Jacob, How old art thou? Verse 9. And Jacob said unto Pharaoh, The days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained unto the days of the years of the life of my fathers, in the days of their pilgrimage. Verse 10. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and went out from before Pharaoh. Verse 11. And Joseph placed his father and his brethren, and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramses, as Pharaoh had commanded. Verse 12. And Joseph nourished his father and his brethren, and all his father's household with bread, according to their families. Here is numeral 1, the respect which Joseph as a subject showed to his prince, though he was his favorite and prime minister of state, and had had particular orders from him to send for his father down to Egypt, yet he would not suffer him to settle till he had given notice of it to Pharaoh. Verse 1. Christ, our Joseph, disposes of his followers in his kingdom as it is prepared of his Father, saying, It is not mine to give. Matthew chapter 20, verse 23. Numeral 2. The respect which Joseph as a brother showed to his brethren, notwithstanding all the unkindness he had formerly received from them. Number 1. Though he was a great man, and they were comparatively mean and despicable, especially in Egypt, yet he owned them. Let those that are rich and great in the world learn hence not to overlook nor despise their poor relations. Every branch of the tree is not a top branch, but because it is a lower branch, it is therefore not of the tree. Our Lord Jesus, like Joseph here, is not ashamed to call us brethren. Number 2. They being strangers and no courtiers, he introduced some of them to Pharaoh to kiss his hand, as they say, intending thereby to put an honor upon them among the Egyptians. Thus Christ presents his brethren in the court of heaven, and improves his interest for them, though in themselves unworthy, and an abomination to the Egyptians. Being presented to Pharaoh, according to the instructions which Joseph had given them, they tell him. 1. What was their business? That they were shepherds. Verse 3. Pharaoh asked them, and Joseph knew it would be one of his first questions. Chapter 46, verse 33. What is your occupation? He takes it for granted they had something to do, else Egypt should be no place for them, no harbor for idle vagrants. If they would not work, they should not eat of his bread in this time of scarcity. Note, all that have a place in the world should have an employment in it, according to their capacity, some occupation or other, mental or manual. Those that need not work for their bread must yet have something to do, to keep them from idleness. Again, magistrates should inquire into the occupation of their subjects, as though that have the care of the public welfare, for idle people are as drones in the hive, unprofitable burdens of the commonwealth. Number 2. What is their business in Egypt? To sojourn in the land. Verse 4. Not to settle there forever, only to sojourn there for a time, while the famine so prevailed in Canaan, which lay nigh, that was not habitable for shepherds, the grass being burnt up much more than in Egypt, which lay low, and where the corn chiefly failed, where there was tolerably good pasture. 3. He obtained for them a grant of a settlement in the land of Goshen. Verses 5 and 6. This was an instance in Pharaoh's gratitude to Joseph, because he had been much a blessing to him and his kingdom. He would be kind to his relations, purely for his sake. He offered them preferment as shepherds over his cattle, provided they were men of activity, for it is the man who is diligent in his business that shall stand before kings. And whatever our profession or employment is, we should aim to be excellent in it, and to prove ourselves ingenious and industrious. Numeral 3. The respect Joseph as a son showed to his father. Number 1. He presented him to Pharaoh. Verse 7. And here, 1. Pharaoh asks Jacob a common question. How old art thou? Verse 8. A question usually put to old men, for it is natural to us to admire old age and to reverence it. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 32. As it is very unnatural and unbecoming to despise it. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 5. Jacob's countenance, no doubt, showed him to be very old, for he had been a man of labor and sorrow. In Egypt, people were not so long-lived as in Canaan, and therefore Pharaoh looks upon Jacob with wonder. He was as a show in his court. When we are reflecting upon ourselves, this should not come into the account, how old are we? Number 2. Jacob gives Pharaoh an uncommon answer, verse 9. He speaks as becomes a patriarch, with an air of seriousness, for the instruction of Pharaoh. Though our speech be not always of grace, yet it must thus be always with grace. Observe here. 1. He calls his life a pilgrimage, looking upon himself as a stranger in this world, and a traveler towards another world. This earth his inn, not his home. To this the apostle refers. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 13. They confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims. He not only reckoned himself a pilgrim now that he was in Egypt, a strange country in which he never was before, but his life, even in the land of his nativity, was a pilgrimage, and those who so reckon it can the better bear the inconvenience of banishment from their native soil. They are but pilgrims still, and so they were always. 2. He reckons his life by days, for even so it is soon reckoned, and we are not sure of the continuance of it for a day to an end, but may be turned out of this tabernacle at less than an hour's warning. Let us therefore number our days. Psalms chapter 90, verse 12, and measure them. Psalms chapter 39, verse 4. 3. The character he gives of them is, first, that they were few. Though he had now lived 130 years, they seemed to him but a few days, in comparison with the days of eternity, the eternal God and the eternal state, in which 1,000 years, longer than ever any man lived, are but as one day. Secondly, that they were evil. This is true concerning man in general. He is of few days and full of trouble. Job chapter 14, verse 1. And since his days are evil, it is well they are few. Jacob's life particularly had been made up of evil days, and the pleasantest days of his life were yet before him. Thirdly, that they were short of the days of his fathers, not so many, not so pleasant as their days. Old age came sooner upon him than it had done upon some of his ancestors. As the young man should not be proud of his strength or beauty, so the old man should not be proud of his age, and the crown of his hoary hairs, though others justly reverence it. For those who are accounted very old attain not to the years of the patriarchs. The hoary head is a crown of glory, only when it is found in the way of righteousness. 3. Jacob both addresses himself to Pharaoh and takes leave of him with a blessing. Verse 7. Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and again, verse 10, which was not only an act of civility, he paid him respect and returned him thanks for his kindness, but an act of piety. He prayed for him, as one having the authority of a prophet and a patriarch. Though in worldly wealth Pharaoh was the greater, yet in interest with God Jacob was the greater. He was God's anointed. Psalms chapter 105, verse 15. And a patriarch's blessing was not a thing to be despised, no, not by a potent prince. Darius valued the prayers of the church for himself and for his sons. Ezra chapter 6, verse 10. Pharaoh kindly received Jacob, and whether in the name of a prophet or no, thus he had a prophet's reward, which sufficiently recompensed him, not only for his courteous converse with him, but for all the other kindnesses he showed to him and his. Number 2. He provided well for him and his, placed him in Goshen, verse 11, nourished him, and all his with food convenient for them, verse 12. This bespeaks not only Joseph a good man, who took this tender care of his poor relations, but God a good God, who raised him up for this purpose, and put him into a capacity of doing it, as Esther came to the kingdom for such a time as this. What God here did for Jacob, he has in effect promised to do for all his that serve him and trust in him. Psalms chapter 37, verse 19. In the days of famine they shall be satisfied. Distress occasioned by the famine. B.C. 1706. Verse 13. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. Verse 14. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt, and in the land of Canaan, for the corn which they bought. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. Verse 15. And when money failed in the land of Egypt, and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came unto Joseph and said, Give us bread, for why should we die in thy presence? For the money faileth. Verse 16. And Joseph said, Give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle, if money fail. Verse 17. And they brought their cattle unto Joseph, and Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the asses, and he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. Verse 18. When that year was ended, they came unto him the second year, and said unto him, We will not hide it from my lord, how that our money is spent. My lord also hath our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my lord, but our bodies and our lands. Verse 19. Wherefore shall we die before thine eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants unto Pharaoh. And give us seed, that we may live and not die, that the land be not desolate. Verse 20. And Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, and the Egyptians sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. Verse 21. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from one end of the borders of Egypt, even to the other end thereof. Verse 22. Only the land of the priests bought he not, for the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion which Pharaoh gave them. Wherefore they sold not their lands. Verse 23. Then Joseph said unto the people, Behold, I have bought you this day, and your land for Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed for you, and ye shall sow the land. Verse 24. And it shall come to pass in the increase, that ye shall give the 5th part unto Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own, for seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your households, and for food for your little ones. Verse 25. And they said, Thou hast saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my Lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants. Verse 26. And Joseph made it a law over the land of Egypt unto this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th part, except the land of the priests only, which became not Pharaoh's. Care being taken of Jacob and his family, the preservation of which was especially designed by providence in Joseph's advancement. And account is now given of the saving of the kingdom of Egypt too from ruin, for God is King of nations, as well as King of saints, and provideth food for all flesh. Joseph now returns to the management of that great trust which Pharaoh had lodged in his hand. It would have been pleasing enough to him to have gone and lived with his father and brethren in Goshen, but his employment would not permit it. When he had seen his father, and seen him well settled, he applied himself as closely as ever to the execution of his office. Note, even natural affection must give way to necessary business. Parents and children must be content to be absent from one another, when it is necessary on either side, for the service of God or their generation. In Joseph's transactions with the Egyptians, observe, numeral 1, the great extremity that Egypt and the parts adjacent were reduced to by the famine. There was no bread, and they fainted. Verse 13, they were ready to die. Verse 15 and 19, number 1. See here what a dependence we have upon God's providence. If its usual favors are suspended but for a while, we die, we perish, we all perish. All our wealth would not keep us from starving if the rain of heaven were but withheld for 2 or 3 years. See how much we lie at God's mercy, and let us keep ourselves always in His love. Number 2. See how much we smart by our own improvidence. If all the Egyptians had done for themselves in the 7 years of plenty, as Joseph did for Pharaoh, they had not been now in these straits. But they regarded not the warning they had of the years of famine, concluding that tomorrow shall be as this day. Next year is this, and much more abundant. Note, because man knows not his time of gathering when he has it, therefore his misery is great upon him when the spending time comes. Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verses 6 and 7. Number 3. See how early God put a difference between the Egyptians and the Israelites, as afterwards in the plagues. Exodus chapter 8, verse 22, chapter 9, verse 4 and 26, chapter 10, verse 23. Jacob and his family, those strangers, were plentifully fed on free cost, while the Egyptians were dying for want. See Isaiah chapter 65, verse 13. My servant shall eat, but you shall be hungry. Happy art thou, O Israel. Whoever wants, God's children shall not. Psalms chapter 34, verse 10. Numeral 2. The price they had come up to for their supply in this exigency. Number 1. They parted with all their money which they had hoarded up. Verse 14. Silver and gold would not feed them. They must have corn. All the money of the kingdom was, by this means, brought into the exchequer. Number 2. When the money failed, they parted with all their cattle, those for labor, as the horses and asses, and those for food, as the flocks and the herds. Verse 17. By this it should seem that we may not better live upon bread without flesh than upon flesh without bread. We may suppose that they parted the more easily with their cattle, because they had little or no grass for them. And now Pharaoh saw in reality what he had before seen in vision, nothing but lean kine. Number 3. When they had sold their stocks off their land, it was easy to persuade themselves, rather than starve, to sell their land too. For what good would that do them, when they had neither corn to sow it, nor cattle to eat of it? They therefore sold that next, for a further supply of corn. Number 4. When their land was sold, so that they had nothing to live on, they must of course sell themselves, that they might live purely upon their labor, and hold their lands by the base tenure of villanage, at the courtesy of the crown. Note, skin for skin, and all that a man hath, even liberty and property, those darling twins, will he give for his life, for life is sweet. There are few, though perhaps there are some, who would even dare to die rather than live in slavery and dependence on an arbitrary power. And perhaps there are those who in that case could die by the sword in a heat, who yet could not deliberately die by famine, which is much worse. Lamentations chapter 4, verse 9. Now it was a great mercy to the Egyptians that, in this distress, they could have corn at any rate. If they had all died for hunger, their lands perhaps would have escheated to the crown of course, for want of heirs. They therefore resolved to make the best of bad. Numeral 3. The method which Joseph took to accommodate the matter between prince and people, so that the prince might have his just advantage, and yet the people not be quite ruined. Number 1. For their lands he needed not come to any bargain with them, for the years of famine lasted. But when these were over, for God will not contend forever, nor will he be always wroth, he came to an agreement which it seems both sides were pleased with, that the people should occupy and enjoy the lands, as he thought fit to assign them, and should have seed to sow them without of the king's stores, for their own proper use and behoof, yielding and paying only a fifth part of the yearly profits as a chief rent to the crown. This became a standing law, verse 26, and it was a very good bargain to have food for their lands, when otherwise they and theirs must have starved, and then to have their lands again upon such easy terms. Note, those ministers of state are worthy of double honor, both for wisdom and integrity, that keep the balance even between prince and people, so that liberty and property may not entrench upon prerogative, nor the prerogative bear hard upon liberty and property. In the multitude of such counselors there is safety. If afterwards the Egyptians thought it hard to pay so great a duty to the king out of their lands, they must remember not only how just, but how kind the first imposing of it was. They might thankfully pay a fifth where all was due. It is observable how faithful Joseph was to him that appointed him. He did not put the money into his own pocket, nor entail the lands upon his own family, but converted both entirely to Pharaoh's use, and therefore we do not find that his posterity went out of Egypt any richer than the rest of their poor brethren. Those in public trusts, if they raise great estates, must take heed that it be not at the expense of a good conscience, which is much more valuable. Number 2. For their persons he removed them to cities. Verse 21. He transplanted them, to show Pharaoh's sovereign power over them, and that they might in time forget their titles to their lands, and be the more easily reconciled to their new condition of servitude. The Jewish writers say, he removed them thus from their former habitations, because they reproached his brethren as strangers, to silence which reproach they were all made in effect strangers. See what changes a little time may make with a people, and how soon God can empty those from vessel to vessel who had settled upon their lees. How hard soever this seems to have been upon them, they themselves were at this time sensible of it as a very great kindness, and were thankful they were not worse used. Thou hast saved our lives. Verse 25. Note, there is good reason that the Savior of our lives should be the master of our lives. Thou hast saved us. Do what thou wilt with us. Numeral 4. The reservation he made in favor of the priests. They were maintained on free cost, so that they needed not to sell their lands. Verse 22. All people will thus walk in the name of their God, and they will be kind to those that attend the public service of their God, and that minister to them in holy things, and we should in like manner honor our God by esteeming his ministers highly in love for their work's sake. Jacob's charge concerning his burial. B.C. 1706. Verse 27. And Israel dwelt in the land of Egypt, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions therein, and grew, and multiplied exceedingly. Verse 28. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the whole age of Jacob was 147 years. Verse 29. And the time drew nigh that Israel must die. And he called his son Joseph, and said unto him, If now I have found grace in thy sight, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Bury me not, I pray thee, in Egypt. Verse 30. But I will lie with my fathers, and thou shalt carry me out of Egypt, and bury me in their burying place. And he said, I will do as thou hast said. Verse 31, and he said, Swear unto me. And he sware unto him. And Israel bowed himself upon the bed's head. Observe 1. The comfort Jacob lived in. Verse 27 and 28. While the Egyptians were impoverished in their own land, Jacob was replenished in a strange land. He lived 17 years after he came into Egypt, far beyond his own expectation. 17 years he had nourished Joseph, for so old he was when he was sold from him. Chapter 37, verse 2. And now by way of requital, 17 years Joseph nourished him. Observe how kindly Providence ordered Jacob's affairs, that when he was old, and least able to bear care or fatigue, he had least occasion for it, being well provided for by his son, without his own forecast. Thus God considers the frame of his people. Number 2. The care Jacob died in. At last the time drew nigh that Israel must die. Verse 29. Israel, a prince with God, that had power over the angel and prevailed, yet must yield to death. There is no remedy, he must die. It is appointed for all men, therefore for him, and there is no discharge in that war. Joseph supplied him with bread, that he might not die by famine, but this did not secure him from dying by age or sickness. He died by degrees. His candle was not blown out, but gradually burnt down to the socket, so that he saw at some distance the time drawing nigh. Note, it is an improvable advantage to see the approach of death before we feel its arrests, that we may be quickened to do what our hand finds to do with all our might. However, it is not far from any of us. Note Jacob's care. He saw the day approaching, was about his burial, not the pomp of it. He was no way solicitous about that, but the place of it. 1. He could be buried in Canaan. This he resolved on, not from mere humor, because Canaan was the land of his nativity, but in faith, because it was the land of promise, which he desired thus, as it were, to keep possession of, till the time should come when his posterity should be masters of it. And because it was a type of heaven, that better country which he that said these things declared plainly that he was in expectation of. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 14. He aimed at a good land, which would be his rest and bliss on the other side death. 2. He would have Joseph sworn to bring him thither to be buried. Verse 29 and 31. That Joseph, being under such a solemn obligation to do it, might have that to answer to the objections which otherwise might have been made against it, and for the greater satisfaction of Jacob, now in his dying minutes. Nothing will better help to make a deathbed easy than the certain prospect of a rest in Canaan after death. 3. When this was done, Israel bowed himself upon the bed's head, yielding himself, as it were, to the stroke of death. Now let it come, and it shall be welcome. Or worshiping God, as it is explained, Hebrews chapter 11, verse 21. Giving God thanks for all his favors, and particularly for this, that Joseph was ready not only to put his hand upon his eyes to close them, but under his thigh to give him the satisfaction he desired concerning his burial. Thus, those that go down to the dust should, with humble thankfulness, bow before God, the God of their mercies. Psalms chapter 22, verse 29. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 48. Genesis, Chapter 48. The time drawing nigh that Israel must die. Having, in the former chapter, given order about his burial, in this he takes leave of his grandchildren by Joseph, and in the next of his children. Thus Jacob's dying words are recorded because he then spoke by a spirit of prophecy. Abraham's and Isaac's are not. God's gifts and graces shine forth much more in some saints than in others upon their deathbeds. The Spirit, like the wind, blows where it listeth. In this chapter, numeral 1, Joseph, hearing of his father's sickness, goes to visit him, and takes his 2 sons with him, verses 1 and 2. Numeral 2, Jacob solemnly adopts his 2 sons, and takes them for his own, verse 3 through 7. Numeral 3, he blesses them, verses 8 through 16. Numeral 4, he explains and justifies the crossing of his hands in blessing them, verses 17 through 20. Numeral 5, he leaves a particular legacy to Joseph, verses 21 and 22. Jacob's latest illness, B.C. 1689, verse 1. And it came to pass after these things, that one told Joseph, Behold, thy father is sick, and he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. Verse 2. And one told Jacob and said, Behold, thy son Joseph cometh unto thee. And Israel strengthened himself and sat upon the bed. Verse 3. And Jacob said unto Joseph, God Almighty appeared unto me at Luz, in the land of Canaan, and blessed me. Verse 4. And said unto me, Behold, I will make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, and I will make of thee a multitude of people, and will give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession. Verse 5. And now thy 2 sons Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto thee in the land of Egypt, before I came unto thee into Egypt, are mine. As Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. Verse 6. And thy issue, which thou begettest after them, shall be thine, and shall be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance. Verse 7. And as for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephrath. And I buried her there in the way of Ephrath, and the same is Bethlehem. Here, numeral 1, Joseph, upon notice of his father's illness, goes to see him. Though a man of honor and business, yet he will not fail to show this due respect to his aged father. Verse 1. Visiting the sick to whom we lie under obligations, or may have opportunity of doing good, either for body or soul, is our duty. The sick bed is a proper place, both for giving comfort and counsel to others, and receiving instruction ourselves. Joseph took his 2 sons with him, that they might receive their dying grandfather's blessing, and that what they might see in him and hear from him might make an abiding impression upon them. Note number 1. It is good to acquaint young people that are coming into the world with the aged servants of God that are going out of it, whose dying testimony to the goodness of God and the pleasantness of wisdom's ways may be a great encouragement to the rising generation. Manasseh and Ephraim, I dare say, would never forget what passed at this time. Number 2. Pious parents are desirous of a blessing, not only for themselves, but for their children. Oh, that they may live before God! Joseph had been, above all his brethren, kind to his father, and therefore had reason to expect particular favor from him. Numeral 2. Jacob, upon notice of his son's visit, prepared himself as well as he could to entertain him. Verse 2. He did what he could to rouse his spirits, and to stir up the gift that was in him. What little was left of bodily strength he put forth to the utmost, and sat upon the bed. Note, it is very good for sick and aged people to be as lively and cheerful as they can, that they may not faint in the day of adversity. Strengthen thyself, as Jacob here, and God will strengthen thee. Hearten thyself, and help thyself, and God will help and hearten thee. Let the Spirit sustain the infirmity. Numeral 3. In recompense to Joseph for all his attention to him, he adopted his 2 sons. In this charter of adoption there is, number 1, a particular recital of God's promise to him, to which this had reference. God blessed me, verse 3, and let that blessing be entailed upon them. God had promised him 2 things, a numerous issue, and Canaan for an inheritance. Verse 4. And Joseph's sons, pursuant hereunto, should each of them multiply into a tribe, and each of them have a distinct lot in Canaan, equal with Jacob's own sons. See how he blessed them by faith in that which God had said to him. Hebrews 11, verse 21. Note, in all our prayers, both for ourselves and for our children, we ought to have a particular eye to and remembrance of God's promises to us. Number 2, an express reception of Joseph's sons into his family. Thy sons are mine. Verse 5, not only my grandchildren, but as my own children. Though they were born in Egypt, and their father was then separated from his brethren, which might seem to have cut them off from the heritage of the Lord, yet Jacob takes them in, and owns them for visible church members. He explains this at verse 16, let my name be named upon them, and the name of my fathers, as if he had said, let them not succeed their father in his power and grandeur here in Egypt, but let them succeed me in the inheritance of the promise made to Abraham, which Jacob looked upon as much more valuable and honorable, and would have them to prize and covet accordingly. Thus the aged dying patriarch teaches these young persons, now that they were of age, being about 21 years old, not to look upon Egypt as their home, nor to incorporate themselves with the Egyptians, but to take their lot with the people of God, as Moses afterwards in the like temptation. Hebrews chapter 11, verses 24 through 26. And because it would be a piece of self-denial in them, who stood so fair for preferment in Egypt, to adhere to the despised Hebrews, to encourage them, he constitutes each of them the head of a tribe. Note, those are worthy of double honor who, through God's grace, break through the temptations of worldly wealth and preferment, to embrace religion in disgrace and poverty. Jacob will have Ephraim and Manasseh to believe that it is better to be low and in the church than high and out of it, to be called by the name of poor Jacob than to be called by the name of rich Joseph. Number 3, a proviso inserted concerning the children he might afterwards have. They should not be accounted heads of tribes, as Ephraim and Manasseh were, but should fall in with either of the one or the other of their brethren. Verse 6. It does not appear that Joseph had any more children. However, it was Jacob's prudence to give this direction for the preventing of contest and mismanagement. Note, in making settlements, it is good to take advice, and to provide for what may happen. While we cannot foresee what will happen, our prudence must attend God's providence. Number 4, mention is made of the death and burial of Rachel, Joseph's mother, and Jacob's best beloved wife. Verse 7, referring to that story, chapter 35, verse 19, note, number 1, When we come to die ourselves, it is good to call to mind the death of our dear relations and friends that have gone before us, to make death and the grave the more familiar to us. See Numbers 27, verse 13. Those that were to us as our own souls are dead and buried, and shall we think it much to follow them in the same path? Number 2. The removal of dear relations from us is an affliction, the remembrance of which cannot but abide with us a great while. Strong affections in the enjoyment cause long afflictions in the loss. Jacob blesses the sons of Joseph. Jacob's dying prophecy. B.C. 1689. Verse 8. And Israel beheld Joseph's sons, and said, Who are these? Verse 9. And Joseph said unto his fathers, They are my sons, whom God hath given me in this place. And he said, Bring them, I pray thee, unto me, and I will bless them. Verse 10. Now the eyes of Israel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them, and embraced them. Verse 11. And Israel said unto Joseph, I had not thought to see thy face, and lo, God hath showed me also thy seed. Verse 12. And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. Verse 13. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near unto him. Verse 14. And Israel stretched out his right hand, and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly. For Manasseh was the firstborn. Verse 15. And he blessed Joseph, and said, God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac did walk, the God which fed me all my life long unto this day. Verse 16. The angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. Verse 17. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him, and he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. Verse 18. And Joseph said unto his father, Not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put thy right hand upon his head. Verse 19. And his father refused, and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. Verse 20. And he blessed them that day, saying, In thee shall Israel bless, saying, God make thee as Ephraim, and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. Verse 21. And Israel said unto Joseph, Behold, I die, but God shall be with you, and bring you again unto the land of your fathers. Verse 22. Moreover, I have given to thee one portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite, with my sword and with my bow. Here is numeral 1, the blessing with which Jacob blessed the two sons of Joseph, which is the more remarkable because the apostle makes such particular mention of it. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 21, while he says nothing of the blessing which Jacob pronounced on the rest of his sons, though that also was done in faith. Observe here. Number 1. Jacob was blind of age. Verse 10. It is one of the common infirmities of old age. Those that look out at the windows are darkened. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 3. It is folly to walk in the sight of our eyes, and to suffer our hearts to go after them, while we know death will shortly close them, and we do not know but some accident between us and death may darken them. Jacob, like his father before him when he was old, was dim-sighted. Note, number 1, Those that have the honor of age must therewith be content to take the burden of it. Number 2. The eye of faith may be very clear even when the eye of the body is very much clouded. Number 2. Jacob was very fond of Joseph's sons. He kissed them and embraced them. Verse 10. It is common for old people to have a very particular affection for their grandchildren, perhaps more than they had for their own children when they were little, which Solomon gives as a reason for Proverbs chapter 17, verse 6. Children's children are the crown of old men. With what satisfaction does Jacob say here, verse 11, I had not thought to see thy face, having many years given him up for lost. And lo, God has shown me also thy seed. See here. Number 1. How these two good men owned God in their comforts. Joseph says, verse 9, They are my sons whom God has given me. And to magnify the favor, he adds, In this place of my banishment, slavery, and imprisonment. Jacob says here, God has shown me thy seed. Our comforts are then doubly sweet to us when we see them coming from God's hand. Number 2. How often God in his merciful providences outdoes our expectations, and thus greatly magnifies his favors. He not only prevents our fears, but exceeds our hopes. We may apply this to the promise which is made to us and to our children. We could not have thought that we should have been taken into covenant with God ourselves, considering how guilty and corrupt we are, and yet, lo, he has shown us our seed also in covenant with him. Number 3. Before he entails his blessing, he recounts his experiences of God's goodness to him. He had spoken, verse 3, of God's appearing to him, the particular visits of his grace, and the special communion we have sometimes had with him ought never to be forgotten. But, verse 15 and 16, he mentions the constant care which the divine providence had taken of him all his days. Number 1. He had fed him all his life long, unto this day. Verse 15. Note, as long as we have lived in this world, we have had continual experience of God's goodness to us in providing for the support of our natural life. Our bodies have called for daily food, and no little has gone to feed us. Yet we have never wanted food convenient. He that has fed us all our life long surely will not fail us at last. Number 2. He had by his angel redeemed him from all evil. Verse 16. A great deal of hardship he had known in his time, but God had graciously kept him from the evil of his troubles. Now that he was dying, he looked upon himself as redeemed from all evil, and abiding an everlasting farewell to sin and sorrow. Christ, the angel of the covenant, is he that redeems us from all evil. 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 18. Note, number 1, it becomes the servants of God, when they are old and dying, to witness for our God that they have found him gracious. Number 2, our experiences of God's goodness to us are improvable, both for encouragement of others to serve God and for encouragement to us in blessing them and praying for them. Number 4, when he confers the blessing and name of Abraham and Isaac upon them, he recommends the pattern and example of Abraham and Isaac to them. Verse 15, he calls God the God before whom his fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, that is, in whom they believed, whom they observed and obeyed, and with whom they kept up communion in instituted ordinances, according to the condition of the covenant. Walk before me, chapter 17, verse 1. Note, number 1, those that would inherit the blessings of their godly ancestors and have the benefit of God's covenant with them must tread in the steps of their piety. Number 2, it should be recommended religion and the service of God to us, that God was the God of our fathers, and that they had satisfaction in walking before him. Number 5. In blessing them, he crossed hands. Joseph placed them so as that Jacob's right hand should be put on the head of Manasseh the elder, verses 12 and 13. But Jacob would put it on the head of Ephraim the younger, verse 14. This displeased Joseph, who was willing to support the reputation of his firstborn, and would therefore have removed his father's hands, verse 17 and 18. But Jacob gave him to understand that he know what he did, and that he did it, not by mistake, nor in a humor, nor for a partial affection to one more than the other, but from a spirit of prophecy, and in compliance with the divine counsels. Manasseh should be great, but truly Ephraim should be greater. When the tribes were mustered in the wilderness, Ephraim was more numerous than Manasseh, and had the standard of that squadron. Numbers, chapter 1, 32, 33, and 35, chapter 2, 18, and 20, and is named first. Psalms, chapter 80, verse 2. Joshua was of that tribe, so was Jeroboam. The tribe of Manasseh was divided, one half on the one side of Jordan, the other half on the other side, which made it the less powerful and considerable. In the foresight of this, Jacob crossed hands. Note number 1. God, in bestowing his blessings upon his people, gives more to some than to others, more gifts, graces, and comforts, and more of the good things of his life. He often gives most to those that are least likely. He chooses the weak things of the world, raises the poor out of the dust. Grace observes not the order of nature, nor does God prefer those whom we think fittest to be preferred, but, as it pleases him, it is observable how often God, by the distinguishing favors of his covenant, advanced the younger above the elder, Abel above Cain, Shem above Japheth, Abraham above Nahor, and Haran, Isaac, above Ishmael, Jacob above Esau. Judah and Joseph were preferred before Reuben, Moses before Aaron, David and Solomon before their elder brethren. See 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 7. He tied the Jews to observe the birthright, Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 17. But he never tied himself to observe it. Some make this typical of the preference given to the Gentiles above the Jews. The Gentile converts were much more numerous than those of the Jews. See Galatians chapter 4, verse 27. Thus free grace becomes more illustrious. Numeral 2. The particular tokens of his favor to Joseph. Number 1. He left with him the promise of their return out of Egypt as a sacred trust. I die, but God shall be with you and bring you again. Verse 21. Accordingly, Joseph, when he died, left it with his brethren. Chapter 50, verse 24. This assurance was given them, and carefully preserved among them, that they might neither love Egypt too much when it favored them, nor fear it too much when it frowned upon them. These words of Jacob furnish us with comfort in reference to the death of our friends. They die, but God shall be with us, and his gracious presence is sufficient to make up the loss. They leave us, but he will never fail us. Further, he will bring us to the land of our fathers, the heavenly Canaan, whither our godly fathers have gone before us. If God be with us while we stay behind in this world, and will receive us shortly to be with those that have gone before to a better world, we ought not to sorrow as those that have no hope. Number 2. He bestowed one portion upon him above his brethren. Verse 22. The lands bequeathed are described to be those which he took out of the hand of the Amorite with his sword and with his bow. he purchased them first, Joshua chapter 24, verse 32, and it seems was afterwards disseised of them by the Amorites, but retook them by the sword, repelling force by force, and recovering his right by violence when he could not otherwise recover it. These lands he settled upon Joseph. Mention is made of this grant, John chapter 4, verse 5. Pursuant to it, this parcel of ground was given to the tribe of Ephraim as their right, and the lot was never cast upon it, and in it Joseph's bones were buried, which perhaps Jacob had an eye to as much as to anything in this settlement. Note, it may sometimes be both just and prudent to give some children portions above the rest, but a grave is that which we can most count upon as our own in this earth. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 49. This chapter is a prophecy. The likest to it we have yet met with was that of Noah, chapter 9, verses 25 and etc. Jacob is here upon his deathbed making his will. He put it off till now, because dying men's words are apt to make deep impressions, and to be remembered long. What he said here, he could not say when he would, but as the Spirit gave him utterance. Who chose the time, that divine strength might be perfected in its weakness. The 12 sons of Jacob were, in their day, men of renown, but the 12 tribes of Israel, which descended and were dominated from then, were much more renowned. We find their names upon the gates of the New Jerusalem. Revelation chapter 21, verse 12. In the prospect of this, their dying father says something remarkable of each son, or of the tribe that bore his name. Here is Roman 1, the preface, verses 1 and 2. Roman 2, the prediction concerning each tribe, verses 3 to 28. Roman 3, the charge repeated concerning his burial, verses 29 to 32. And Roman 4, his death, verse 33. Jacob's prophecy concerning his sons, BC 1689. Verses 1 to 4. And Jacob called unto his sons, and said, Gather yourselves together, that I might tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together, and hear, ye sons of Jacob, and hearken unto Israel your father. Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, thou shalt not excel, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed, then defilest thou it. He went up to my couch. Here is Roman 1, the preface to the prophecy, in which 1. The congregation is called together, verse 2. Gather yourselves together, let them all be sent for from their several employments to see their father die, and to hear his dying words. It was a comfort to Jacob, now that he was dying, to see all his children about him, and none missing, though he had sometimes thought himself bereaved. It was of use to them to attend him in his last moments, that they might learn of him how to die, as well as how to live. What he said to each, he said in the hearing of all the rest. For we may profit by the reproofs, counsels, and comforts that are principally intended for others. His calling upon them once and again to gather together intimated both a precept to them to unite in love, to keep together, not to mingle with the Egyptians, not to forsake the assembling of themselves together, and a prediction that they should not be separated from each other, as Abraham's sons and Isaac's were, but should be incorporated, and all make one people. 2. A general idea is given of the intended discourse, verse 1. That I may tell you that which shall befall you, not your persons, but your posterity, in the latter days. This prediction would be of use to those that came after them, for the confirming of their faith and the guiding of their way, on their return to Canaan, and their settlement there. We cannot tell our children what shall befall them or their families in this world, but we can tell them from the Word of God what will befall them in the last day of all, according as they conduct themselves in this world. 3. Attention is demanded. Verse 2. Hearken to Israel your father. Let Israel that has prevailed with God prevail with you. Note, children must diligently hearken to what their godly parents say, particularly when they are dying. Hear, you children, the instruction of a father, which carries with it both authority and affection. Proverbs chapter 4, verse 1. Romans 2. The prophecy concerning Reuben. He begins with him, verses 3 and 4, for he was the firstborn, but by committing uncleanness with his father's wife, to the great reproach of the family to which he ought to have been an ornament, he forfeited the prerogatives of the birthright, and his dying father here solemnly degrades him, though he does not disown nor disinherit him. He shall have all the privileges of a son, but not of a firstborn. We have reason to think Reuben had repented of his sin, and it was pardoned, yet it was a necessary piece of justice, in detestation of the villainy, and for warning to others, to put this mark of disgrace upon him. Now, according to the method of degrading, 1. Jacob here puts upon him the ornaments of the birthright, verse 3, that he and all his brethren might see what he has forfeited, and, in that, might see the evil of the sin. As the firstborn, he was his father's joy, almost his pride, being the beginning of his strength. How welcome he was to his parents, his name bespeaks. Reuben, see, a son. To him belonged the excellency of dignity above his brethren, and some power over them. Christ Jesus is the firstborn among many brethren, and to him, of right, belong the most excellent power and dignity. His church also, through him, is a church of firstborn. 2. He then strips him of these ornaments, verse 4, lifts him up that he may cast him down, by that one word, thou shalt not excel. A being thou shalt have as a tribe, but not an excellency. No judge, prophet, nor prince is found of that tribe, nor any person of renown except Dathan and Abiram, who were noted for their impious rebellion against Moses. That tribe, as not aiming to excel, meanly chose a settlement on the other side of Jordan. Reuben himself seems to have lost all that influence upon his brethren to which his birthright entitled him. For when he spake unto them, they would not hear. Chapter 42, verse 22. Those that have not understanding and spirit to support the honors and privileges of their birth will soon lose them, and retain only the name of them. The character fastened upon Reuben, for which he is laid under this mark of infamy, is that he was unstable as water. 1. His virtue was unstable. He had not the government of himself and his own appetites. Sometimes he would be very regular and orderly, but at other times he deviated to the wildest courses. Note, instability is the ruin of men's excellency. Men do not thrive because they do not fix. 2. His honor consequently was unstable. It departed from him, vanished into smoke, and became as water spilt upon the ground. Note, those that throw away their virtue must not expect to save their reputation. Jacob charges him particularly with the sin for which he was thus disgraced. Thou wentest up to thy father's bed. It was 40 years ago that he had been guilty of this sin, yet now it is remembered against him. Note, as time will not of itself wear off the guilt of any sin from the conscience, so there are some sins whose stains it will not wipe off from the good name, especially seventh commandment sins. Reuben's sin left an indelible mark of infamy upon his family, a dishonor that was a wound not to be healed without a scar. Proverbs chapter 6, verses 32 and 33. Let us never do evil, and then we need not fear being told of it. Verses 5 to 7. Simeon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into their secret. Unto their assembly, mine honor, be not thou united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they digged down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob, and scatter them in Israel. These were next in age to Reuben, and they also had been a grief and shame to Jacob, when they treacherously and barbarously destroyed the Shechemites, which he here remembers against them. Children should be afraid of incurring their parents' just displeasure, lest they fare worse for it long afterwards, and when they would inherit the blessing, be rejected. Observe, 1. The character of Simeon and Levi. They were brethren in disposition, but, unlike their father, they were passionate and revengeful, fierce and uncontrollable. Their swords, which should have been only weapons of defense, were, as the margin reads it, verse 5, weapons of violence, to do wrong to others, not to save themselves from wrong. Note, it is no new thing for the temper of children to differ very much from that of their parents. We need not think this strange. It was so in Jacob's family. It is not in the power of parents, no, not by education, to form the dispositions of their children. Jacob bred his sons to everything that was mild and quiet, and yet they proved to be thus furious. 2. A proof of this is the murder of the Shechemites, which Jacob deeply resented at the time, chapter 34, verse 30, and still continue to resent. They slew a man, Shechem himself, and many others, and, to effect that, they digged down a wall, broke the houses to plunder them, and murder the inhabitants. Note, the best governors cannot always restrain those under their charge from committing the worst villainies, and when two in a family are mischievous, they commonly make one another so much the worse, and it were wisdom to part them. Simeon and Levi, it is probable, were the most active in the wrongdoing to Joseph, to which some think Jacob has here some reference, for in their anger they would have slain that man. Observe what a mischievous thing self-will is in young people. Simeon and Levi would not be advised by their aged and experienced father. No, they would be governed by their own passion rather than by his prudence. Young people would better consult to their own interests if they would less indulge in their own will. 3. Jacob's protestation against this barbarous act of theirs. O my soul, come not thou into their secret. Hereby he professes not only his abhorrence of such practices in general, but his innocence particularly in that matter. Perhaps he had been suspected as, underhand, aiding and abetting. He therefore thus solemnly expresses his detestation of the fact, that he might not die under that suspicion. Note, our soul is our honor. By its powers and faculties we are distinguished from and dignified above the beasts that perish. Note further, we ought, from our hearts, to detest and abhor all society and confederacy with bloody and mischievous men. We must not be ambitious of coming into their secret, or knowing the depths of Satan. 4. His abhorrence of those brutish lusts that led them to their wickedness. Cursed be their anger. He does not curse their persons, but their lusts. Note, sub 1, anger is the cause and origin of a great deal of sin, and exposes us to the curse of God and his judgment. Matthew chapter 5, verse 22. Sub 2. We ought always, in the expressions of our zeal, carefully to distinguish between the sinner and the sin, so as not to love nor bless the sin for the sake of the person, nor to hate nor curse the person for the sake of the sin. 5. A token of displeasure which he foretells their posterity should lie under for this. I will divide them. The Levites were scattered throughout all the tribes, and Simeon's lot lay not together, and was so strait that many of the tribe were forced to disperse themselves in quest of settlements and subsistence. This curse was afterwards turned into a blessing to the Levites, but the Simeonites, for Zimri's sin, Numbers chapter 25, verse 14, had it bound on. Note, shameful dispersions are the just punishment of sinful unions and confederacies. Verses 8 to 12. Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he crouched as a lion, and as an old lion. Who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be, binding his foal unto the vine, and his asses colt unto the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Glorious things are here said of Judah. The mention of the crimes of the 3 elder of his sons had not so put the dying patriarch out of humor, but that he had a blessing ready for Judah, to whom blessings belonged. Judah's name signifies praise, in allusion to which he says, Thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise, verse 8. God was praised for him, chapter 29, verse 35, praised by him, and praised in him, and therefore his brethren shall praise him. Note, these that are to God for a praise shall be the praise of their brethren. It is prophesied that 1. The tribe of Judah should be victorious and successful in war. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies. This was fulfilled in David. Psalm 18, verse 40. 2. It should be superior to the rest of the tribes, not only in itself more numerous and illustrious, but having a dominion over them. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Judah was the lawgiver. Psalm 60, verse 7. The tribe led the van through the wilderness, and in the conquest of Canaan. Judges chapter 1, verse 2. The prerogatives of the birthright which Reuben had forfeited, the excellency of dignity and power, were thus conferred upon Judah. Observe, Thy brethren shall bow down before thee, and yet shall praise thee, reckoning themselves happy in having so wise and bold a commander. Note, honor and power are then a blessing to those that have them when they are not grudged and envied, but praised and applauded, and cheerfully submitted to. Verse 3. It should be a strong and courageous tribe, and so qualified for command and conquest. Judah is a lion's whelp. Verse 9. The lion is the king of beasts, the terror of the forest when he roars. When he seizes his prey, none can resist him. When he goes up from the prey, none dare pursue him to revenge it. By this it is foretold that the tribe of Judah shall become very formidable, and should not only obtain great victories, but should peaceably and quietly enjoy what was obtained by those victories, that they should make war, not for the sake of war, but for the sake of peace. Judah is compared not to a lion rampant, always tearing, always raging, always ranging, but to a lion couchant, enjoying the satisfaction of his power and success without creating vexation to others. This is to be truly great. 4. It should be the royal tribe, and the tribe from which Messiah the Prince should come. The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh come. Verse 10. Jacob here foresees and foretells, sub 1, that the scepter should come into the tribe of Judah, which was fulfilled in David, on whose family the crown was entailed. Sub 2, that Shiloh should be of this tribe, his seed, that promised seed, in whom the earth should be blessed. That peaceable and prosperous one, the Savior, so others translate it, he shall come from Judah. Thus dying Jacob, at a great distance, saw Christ's day, and it was his comfort and support on his deathbed. Sub 3, that after the coming of the scepter into the tribe of Judah, it should continue in that tribe, at least a government of their own, till the coming of the Messiah, in whom, as the King of the Church and the great High Priest, it was fit that both the priesthood and the royalty should determine. Till the captivity, all along from David's time, the scepter was in Judah, and subsequently the governors of Judea were of that tribe, or of the Levites that adhered to it, which was equivalent, till Judah became a province of the Roman Empire, just at the time of our Saviour's birth, and was at that time taxed as one of the provinces. Luke chapter 2, verse 1. And at the time of his death the Jews expressly owned, we have no king but Caesar. Hence it is undeniably inferred against the Jews that our Lord Jesus is he that should come, and that we are to look for no other, for he came exactly at the time appointed. Many excellent pens have been admirable well employed in explaining and illustrating this famous prophecy of Christ. 5. It should be a very fruitful tribe, especially that it should abound with milk for babies, and wine to make glad the heart of strong men. Verses 11 and 12. Vines so common in the hedgerow, and so strong that they should tie their asses to them, and so fruitful that they should load their asses with them. Wine as plentiful as water, so that the men of that tribe should be very healthful and lively, their eyes brisk and sparkling, their teeth white. Much of what is here said concerning Judah is to be applied to our Lord Jesus. 1. He is the ruler of all his father's children, and the conqueror of all his father's enemies, and he it is that is the praise of all the saints. 2. He is the Lion of the tribe of Judah, as he is called with reference to this prophecy, Revelation chapter 5, verse 5, who, having spoiled principalities and powers, went up a conqueror, and couched, so as none can stir him up, when he sat down at the right hand of the Father. 3. To him belonged the scepter. He is the lawgiver, and to him shall the gathering of the people be, as the desire of all nations. Haggai chapter 2, verse 7. Who, being lifted up from the earth, should draw all men unto him. John chapter 12, verse 32. And in whom the children of God that are scattered abroad should meet as the center of their unity. John chapter 11, verse 52. 4. In him there is plenty of all which is nourishing and refreshing to the soul, and which maintains and cheers the divine life in it. In him we may have wine and milk, the riches of Judah's tribe, without money and without price. Isaiah chapter 55, verse 1. Verses 13 to 21. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be a haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Zidon. Issachar is a strong ass, couching down between two burdens. And he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute. Dan shall judge his people, as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse's heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. I have waited for thy salvation, O Lord. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He giveth goodly words. Here we have Jacob's prophecy concerning 6 of his sons. Roman 1. Concerning Zebulun, verse 13, that his posterity should have their lot upon the sea coast, and should be merchants and mariners and traders at sea. This was fulfilled when, 200 or 300 years later, the land of Canaan was divided by lot, and the border of Zebulun went up towards the sea. Joshua chapter 19, verse 11. Had they chosen their lot themselves, or Joshua appointed it, we might have supposed it done with design to make Jacob's words good, but, being done by lot, it appears that it was divinely disposed, and Jacob divinely inspired. Note, the lot of God's providence exactly agrees with the plan of God's counsel, like a true copy with the original. If prophecy says, Zebulun shall be a haven of ships, providence will so plant him. Note, 1. God appoints the bounds of our habitation. 2. It is our wisdom and duty to accommodate ourselves to our lot and to improve it. If Zebulun dwell at the haven of the sea, let him be for a haven of ships. Roman 2. Concerning Issachar, verses 14 and 15. 1. That the men of that tribe should be strong and industrious, fit for labor and inclined to labor, particularly the toil of husbandry, like the ass that patiently carries his burden, and, by using himself to it, makes it the easier. Issachar submitted to 2 burdens, tillage and tribute. It was a tribe that took pains, and, thriving thereby, was called upon for rents and taxes. 2. That they should be encouraged in their labor by the goodness of the land that should fall to their lot. 1. He saw that rest at home was good. Note, the labor of the husbandman is really rest, in comparison with that of soldiers and seamen, whose hurries and perils are such that those who tarry at home in the most constant service have no reason to envy them. 2. He saw that the land was pleasant, yielding not only pleasant prospects to charm the eye of the curious, but pleasant fruits to recompense his toils. Many are the pleasures of a country life, abundantly sufficient to balance the inconveniences of it, if we can but persuade ourselves to think so. Issachar, in prospect of advantage, bowed his shoulders to bear. Let us, with an eye of faith, see the heavenly rest to be good, and the land of promise to be pleasant, and this will make our present service easy, and encourage us to bow our shoulder to them. Romans 3. Concerning Dan, verses 16 and 17. What is said concerning Dan has reference either 1. To that tribe in general, that though Dan was one of the sons of the concubines, yet he should be a tribe governed by judges of his own, as well as other tribes, and should, by art and policy and surprise, gain advantages against his enemies, like a serpent suddenly biting the heel of the traveler. Note, in God's spiritual Israel there is no distinction made of bond or free. Colossians chapter 3, verse 11. Dan shall be incorporated by as good a charter as any of the other tribes. Note also, some, like Dan, may excel in the subtlety of the serpent, as others, like Judah, in the courage of the lion, and both may do good service to the cause of God against the Canaanites. Or it may refer, too, to Samson, who was of that tribe and judged Israel, that is, delivered them out of the hands of the Philistines, not as the other judges, by fighting them in the field, but by the vexations and annoyances he gave them underhand, when he pulled the house down under the Philistines that were upon the roof of it. He made the horse throw its rider. Thus was Jacob going on with his discourse. But now, being almost spent with speaking, and ready to faint and die away, he relieves himself with those words which come in as a parenthesis. Verse 18, I have waited for thy salvation, O Lord. As those that are fainting are helped by taking a spoonful of cordial, or smelling at a bottle of spirits, or if he must break off here, and his breath will not serve him to finish what he intended, with those words he pours out his soul into the bosom of his God, and even breathes it out. Note, the pious ejaculations of a warm and lively devotion, though sometimes they may be incoherent, are not therefore to be censured as impertinent. That may be uttered affectionately which does not come in methodically. It is no absurdity, when we are speaking to men, to lift up our hearts to God. The salvation he waited for was Christ, the promised seed, whom he had spoken of, verse 10. Now that he was going to be gathered to his people, he breathes after him to whom the gathering of the people shall be. The salvation he waited for was also heaven, the better country, which he declared plainly that he sought. Hebrews chapter 11, verses 13 and 14, and continued seeking now that he was in Egypt. Now that he is going to enjoy the salvation, he comforts himself with this, that he had waited for the salvation. Note, it is the character of a living saint that he waits for the salvation of the Lord. Christ, as our way to heaven, is to be waited on, and heaven, as our rest in Christ, is to be waited for. Again, it is the comfort of a dying saint thus to have waited for the salvation of the Lord, and then he shall have that for which he has been waiting for. The long looked for will come. Romans 4, concerning Gad, verse 19. He alludes to his name, which signifies a troop, foresees the character of that tribe, that it should be a warlike tribe, and so we find, 1 Chronicles chapter 12, verse 8, the Gadites were men of war fit for the battle. He foresees that the situation of that tribe on the other side, Jordan, would expose it to the incursions of its neighbors, the Moabites and the Ammonites, and that they might not be proud of their strength and valor, he foretells that the troops of their enemies should, in many skirmishes, overcome them, yet that they might not be discouraged by their defeats, he assures them that they should overcome at the last, which was fulfilled when, in Saul's time and David's, the Moabites and Ammonites were wholly subdued. See 1 Chronicles chapter 5, verse 18, etc. Note, the cause of God and his people, though it may seem for a time to be baffled and run down, will yet be victorious at last. Vincimur in praelio, sed non in bello. We are foiled in battle, but not in campaign. Grace in the soul is often foiled in its conflicts. Troops of corruption overcome it, but the cause is God's, and grace will in the issue come off conqueror, yea, more than conqueror. Romans chapter 8, verse 37. Romans 5, concerning Asher, verse 20. That it should be a very rich tribe, replenished not only with bread for necessity, but with fatness, with dainties, royal dainties, for the king itself is served of the field. Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 9. And these exported out of Asher to other tribes, perhaps to other lands. Note, The God of nature has provided for us not only necessaries but dainties, that we might call him a bountiful benefactor. Yet, whereas all places are competently furnished with necessities, only some places afford dainties. Corn is more common than spices. Were the supports of luxury as universal as the supports of life, the world would be worse than it is, and that it needs not be. Romans 6. Concerning Naphtali, verse 21. A tribe that carries struggles in its name. It signifies wrestling, and the blessing entailed upon it signifies prevailing. It is a hind let loose. Though we find not this prediction so fully answered in the event as some of the rest, yet no doubt it proved true that those of this tribe were, 1. As the loving hind, for that is her epithet, Proverbs chapter 5, verse 19, friendly and obliging to one another and to other tribes, their converse remarkably kind and endearing. 2. As the loosened hind, zealous for their liberty. 3. As the swift hind, Psalm 18, verse 33, quick in dispatch of business, and perhaps 4. As the trembling, timorous in times of public danger. It is rare that those that are most amiable to their friends are most formidable to their enemies. 5. That they should be affable and courteous, their language refined, and they complaisant, giving goodly words. Note, among God's Israel there is to be found a great variety of dispositions, contrary to each other, yet all contributing to the beauty and strength of the body. Judah like a lion, Issachar like an ass, Dan like a serpent, Naphtali like a hind. Let not those of different tempers and gifts censure one another, nor envy one another, any more than those of different statures and complexions. Verses 22 to 27. Joseph is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have sorely grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him. But his bough abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty God of Jacob. From thence is the shepherd, the stone of Israel. Even by the God of thy father, whom shall help thee, and by the Almighty, who shall bless thee with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lieth under, blessings of the beasts and of the womb. The blessings of thy father have prevailed against the blessing of my progenitors unto the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him that was separate from his brethren. Benjamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. He closes with the blessings of his most beloved sons, Joseph and Benjamin. With these he will breathe his last. Romans 1. The blessing of Joseph, which is very large and full. He is compared, verse 22, to a fruitful bough, or a young tree, for God had made him fruitful in the land of his affliction. He owned it. Chapter 41, verse 52. His 2 sons were as branches of a vine, or other spreading plant, running over the wall. Note, God can make those fruitful, great comforts to themselves and others, who have been looked upon as dry and withered. More is recorded in the history concerning Joseph than concerning any other of Jacob's sons, and therefore what Jacob says of him is historical as well as prophetical. Observe, 1. The providences of God concerning Joseph, verses 23 and 24. These are mentioned to the glory of God, and for the encouragement of Jacob's faith and hope, that God had blessings in store for his seed. Here observe, sub 1, Joseph's straits and troubles, verse 23. Though he now lived at ease and in honor, Jacob reminds him of the difficulties he had formerly waded through. He had had many enemies, here called archers, being skillful to do mischief, masters of their art of persecution. They hated him. Their persecution begins. They shot their poisonous darts at him, and thus they sorely grieved him. His brethren in his father's house were very spiteful towards him, mocked him, stripped him, threatened him, sold him, thought they had been the death of him. His mistress in the house of Potiphar sorely grieved him and shot at him when she impudently assaulted his chastity. Temptations are fiery darts, thorns in the flesh, sorely grievous to gracious souls. When she prevailed not in this, she hated him, and shot at him by her false accusations, arrows against which there is little fence but the hold God has in the conscience of the worst of men. Doubtless he had enemies in the court of Pharaoh, that envied his preferment and sought to undermine him. 2. Joseph's strength and support under all these troubles, verse 24. His bow abode in strength, that is, his faith did not fail, but he kept his ground and came off a conqueror. The arms of his hands were made strong, that is, his other graces did their part, his wisdom, courage, and patience, which are better than weapons of war. In short, he maintained both his integrity and his comfort through all his trials. He bore all his burdens with an invincible resolution, and did not sink under them, nor do anything unbecoming him. 3. The spring and fountain of his strength. It was by the hands of the mighty God, who was therefore able to strengthen him, and the God of Jacob, a God in covenant with him, and therefore engaged to help him. All our strength for the resisting of temptations and the bearing of afflictions comes from God. His grace is sufficient, and his strength is perfected in our weakness. 4. The state of honor and usefulness to which he was subsequently advanced. Thence, from this strange method of providence, he became the shepherd and stone, the feeder and supporter of God's Israel, Jacob and his family. Herein Joseph was a type, 1, of Christ. He was shot at and hated, but borne up under his sufferings, Isaiah chapter 50, verses 7-9, and was afterwards advanced to be the shepherd and stone, 2, of the church in general, and particular believers. Hell shoots its arrows against the saints, but heaven protects and strengthens them and will crown them. 2. The promises of God to Joseph. See how these are connected with the former. Even by the God of thy father Jacob, who shall help thee. Verse 25. Note, our experiences of God's power and goodness in strengthening us hitherto are our encouragements still to hope for help from him. He that has helped us will help. We may build much upon Ebenezer's. See what Joseph may expect from the Almighty, even the God of his father. 1. He shall help thee in difficulties and dangers which may yet be before thee, help thy seed in their wars. Joshua came from him, who commanded in chief the wars of Canaan. 2. He shall bless thee, and he only blesses indeed. Jacob prays for a blessing upon Joseph, but the God of Jacob commands the blessing. Observe the blessings conferred upon Joseph. 1. Various and abundant blessings. Blessings of heaven above, rain in its season, and fair weather in its season, and the benign influences of the heavenly bodies. Blessings of the deep that lieth under this earth, which, compared with the upper world, is but a great deep, with subterraneous mines and springs. Spiritual blessings are blessings of heaven above, which we ought to desire and seek for in the first place, and to which we must give the preference, while temporal blessings, those of this earth, must lie under in our account and esteem. Blessings of the womb and the breasts are given when children are safely born and comfortably nursed. In the word of God, by which we are born again and nourished up, 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 23 and chapter 2 verse 2, there are to be new man blessings of both the womb and the breasts. Parent 2, eminent and transcendent blessings, which prevail above the blessings of my progenitors. Verse 26. His father Isaac had but one blessing, and, when he had given that to Jacob, he was at a loss for a blessing to bestow upon Esau. But Jacob had a blessing for each of his 12 sons, and now, at the latter end, a copious one for Joseph. The great blessing entailed upon that family was increase, which did not so immediately and so signally follow the blessings which Abraham and Isaac gave to their sons, as it followed the blessing which Jacob gave to his, for, soon after his death, they multiplied exceedingly. 3. Durable and extensive blessings, unto the utmost bounds of the everlasting hills, including all the productions of the most fruitful hills, and lasting as long as they last. Isaiah chapter 54 verse 10. Note, the blessings of the everlasting God include the riches of the everlasting hills, and much more. Well, of these blessings it is here said, they shall be, so it is a promise, or let them be, so it is a prayer, on the head of Joseph, to which let them be as a crown to adorn it, and a helmet to protect it. Joseph was separated from his brethren, so we read it, for a time, yet as others read it, he was a Nazarite among his brethren, better and more excellent than they. Note, it is no new thing for the best men to meet with the worst usage, for Nazarites among their brethren to be cast out and separated from their brethren, but the blessing of God will make it up to them. Romans 2, the blessing of Benjamin, verse 27. He shall raven as a wolf. It is plain by this that Jacob was guided in what he said by a spirit of prophecy and not by natural affection. Else he would have spoken with more tenderness of his beloved son Benjamin, concerning whom he only foresees and foretells this, that his posterity should be a warlike tribe, strong and daring, and that they should enrich themselves with the spoils of their enemies, that they should be active and busy in the world, and a tribe as much feared by their neighbors as any other. In the morning he shall devour the prey, which he seized and divided overnight. Or, in the first times of Israel, they shall be noted for activity, though many of them be left-handed. Judges chapter 3, verse 15, and chapter 20, verse 16. Ehud, the second judge, and Saul, the first king, were of this tribe. And also in the last times Esther and Mordecai, by whom the enemies of the Jews were destroyed, were of this tribe. The Benjamites ravened like wolves when they desperately espoused the cause of the men of Gibeah, those men of Belial. Judges chapter 20, verse 14. Blessed Paul was of this tribe. Romans chapter 11, verse 1, Philippians chapter 3, verse 5. And he did, in the morning of his day, devour the prey as a persecutor, but in the evening divided the spoil as a preacher. Note, God can serve his own purposes by the different tempers of men. The deceived and the deceiver are his. Death of Jacob, B.C. 1689. Verses 28 to 33. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel, and this it is that their father spake unto them, and blessed them, every one according to his blessing he blessed them. And he charged them, and said unto them, I am to be gathered unto my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite for possession of a burying place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. There they buried Isaac and Rebekah his wife, and there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and of the cave that is therein was from the children of Heth. And when Jacob made an end commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into bed, and yielded up the ghost, and was gathered unto his people. Here is, Romans 1, the summing up of the blessings of Jacob's sons, verse 28. Though Reuben, Simeon, and Levi were put under the marks of their father's displeasure, yet he is said to bless them every one according to his blessing, for none of them were rejected as Esau was. Note, whatever rebukes of God's word or providence we are under at any time, yet, as long as we have an interest in God's covenant, a place and a name among his people, and good hopes of a share in the heavenly Canaan, we must account ourselves blessed. 2. The solemn charge Jacob gave them concerning his burial, which is a repetition of what he had before given to Joseph. See how he speaks of death now that he is dying. I am to be gathered unto my people. Verse 29. Note, it is good to represent death to ourselves under the most desirable images, that the terror may be taken off of it. Though it separates us from our children and our people in this world, it gathers us to our fathers and to our people in the other world. Perhaps Jacob uses this expression concerning death as a reason why his son should bury him in Canaan, for he says, I am to be gathered unto my people. My soul must go to the spirits of just men made perfect, and therefore bury me with my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, and their wives. Verse 31. Observe, 1. His heart was very much upon it, not so much from a natural affection to his native soil, as from a principle of faith in the promise of God, that Canaan should be the inheritance of his seed in due time. Thus he would keep up in his sons a remembrance of the promised land, and not only would have their acquaintance with it renewed by a journey thither on that occasion, but their desire towards it and their expectation of it preserved. 2. He is very particular in describing the place both by the situation of it and by the purchase Abraham had made of it for a burying place. Verses 30 and 32. He was afraid lest his sons, after 17 years sojourning in Egypt, have forgotten Canaan, and even the burying place of their ancestors there, or lest the Canaanites should dispute his title to it, and therefore he specifies it thus largely, and the purchase of it, even when he is a-dying, not only to prevent mistakes, but to show how mindful he was of that country. Note, it is and should be a great pleasure to dying saints to fix their thoughts upon the heavenly Canaan, and the rest they hope for there after death. Romans 3, the death of Jacob, verse 33. When he had finished both his blessing and his charge, both of which are included in the commanding to his sons, and so had finished his testimony, he addressed himself to his dying work. 1. He put himself in a posture for dying, having before seated himself upon the bedside to bless his sons, the spirit of prophecy bringing fresh oil to his expiring lamp. Daniel chapter 10, verse 19. When that work was done, he gathered up his feet into bed, that he might lie along, not only as one patiently submitting to the stroke, but as one cheerfully composing himself to rest, now that he was weary. I will lay me down and sleep. 2. He freely resigned his spirit into the hand of God, the Father of spirits. He yielded up the ghost. His separated soul went to the assembly of the souls of the faithful, which, after they are delivered from the burden of the flesh, are in joy and felicity. He was gathered to his people. Note, if God's people be our people, death will gather us to them. End of chapter 49.